ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Shopify Rebellion's turn to ban. Shopify Rebellion's turn to PM's turn to pick.
Bristleback!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Shopify Rebellion's turn.
Genocide.
10 seconds remaining. Shopify Rebellion's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TSM's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TSM's turn. Shopify Rebellion's turn.
Grimstroke.
Shopify Rebellion. TSM's turn
has
to pick.
arrived.
Elder Titan.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TSM's turn
Shopify
to pick.
Rebellion's
Rebellion's turn to pick.
Dusk.
Shopify Rebellion's turn.
Puck.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
TSM's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Shopify Rebellion's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Shopify Rebellion's turn to pick. TSM's turn to pick.
Keeper of the light.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Earth Spirit.
Choose your hero. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Thank you, you precious weak thing.
Музыкальная пауза. Ва-ва-ва-ва-ва-ва-ва-ва-ва. Музыкальная пауза. Ва-ва-ва-ва-ва-ва-ва-ва.
OK，兄弟们，全体目光向我看齐啊！OK，兄弟们，全体目光向我看齐啊！
Adiós, payasos.
That may have been a mistake.
OK，兄弟们，全体
Yep. It's a little bit of copying, I guess, right? We're bringing out the Willow carry, but some innovation here due to a more recent change to Willow, where now you can target your allies, right? Shadow Realm, so, you know, she goes in her little shadow form. With Chakra Magic, because I've been seeing these Coddles, right? Yeah, or sorry, these Dark Willows. They don't really appear out of the Shadow Realm very often. Now, is she just going to appear even less?
I think
that sounds really annoying.
We're just not going to ever see her.
Don't think I like that.
That's the way you stay off the cliff. They can't target you. Easy peasy. As we get into this game, there were a couple pauses there, and you can see IJs go down right along the bottom side of the map. TSM all heading out, try and find their fortune, see if they can catch somebody on the opposite side of the river. Doesn't look like there's going to be anybody there, though. I think, if I'm not mistaken, oh my god, I just saw the Saberlight spray in the middle of the river too. Yeah, that's a classic one.
That's good. That's good, yeah. Both teams appreciate that a lot. You can tell. There's lots of good luck, have fun, you know, over to their former teammate. So TSM happy to see him here.
Absolutely. Ending up on this cliff right here, though. This might be an interesting one. It looks like we're just going to manage to trade out 2 runes unless something crazy happens over the next couple minutes. But we do see a little bit of that switch up. It's going to be, again, the Earth Spirit picked in the last phase. This is one of those heroes that's definitely been looking super good, incredibly hard to deal with, mobile hero. Do you think he's going to have a good time against Puck? Hold on. Kasane in far forward, push back to Blinding Light, in trouble, and just like that, Arteezy gonna draw first blood.
Oh, okay, very good start here. Obviously kind of greedy, right, on this position 1 Willow. You want to get fast into that Midas, get in towards that Aghanims, grab all the universal hero items, so you can already see stacking up some ideas towards a Wraith Band. What an inventory right there. Look at all those stats. And just have that flying another courier, yeah, that is absolutely terrifying. But yeah, I mean, Earth Spirit, I would say Earth Spirit and Warlock are 2 heroes that were like super primed at the start of this group stage, and Warlock's just gone. Yeah. That hero, we're done with Warlock for now. I don't know, maybe he'll come back. And Earth Spirit, well, yeah, he's still around, but I feel like he's more often in the bans. We haven't got too many picks lately.
No, and being able to get him in the last phase, though, is definitely pretty nice. To, you know, set up to, you know, just be team fight in a bag, in a bottle, ready to go.
That's right.
I also am curious to see how the matchup goes down on the bottom lane. Saberlight again facing off against his former teammates. They picked the first phase Bristleback, and you had some ideas about this and what you felt like their reasoning was behind the early pick on it.
I think part of it, I mean, number 1, Bristle's just super solid, right? I mean, it's one of the most picked heroes so far at the tournament. It's only their 2nd game on Bristle, though. So, I mean, I guess, you know, the group stage didn't go that well, so maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe they needed more games on Bristol.
That's fair.
Yeah, but like the panel was saying, Kasane is definitely in a bit of a hero struggle. Like, he has certainly shown his skills on those Zoo heroes with multiple summons. And without those, he's been struggling a little bit to find what's the next good hero for him. And the Bristol was looking pretty solid.
Okay.
Yeah, they didn't win all their games, but it looked pretty good. So removing that immediately from the pool, Dawnbreaker's not a hero he's played a whole lot of, especially not here at TI. It hasn't been featured in a lot of their drafts either. It's not like teams were banning it out. So I feel like this is a hero that they're looking towards to try and get some answers. And right now he's in a bit of trouble.
Oh my goodness.
And this is supposed to be one of the most bullying lanes we've seen lately, right? This Tusk Dawnbreaker. So you really want to make sure that you're actually winning this lane when you pick this combo.
I mean, it is a little bit strange, obviously, playing against the Willow. I think it throws a little bit of wrenches out there. And so far, Arteezy, looking at the CS, 8-5. I mean, this has always been sort of the bread and butter of this group of players, right? You've got so much strong laning, and Saberlight in trouble down bottom. He's going to go down. So in spite of the strong lanes, TSM managed to find a kill.
I mean, if there's a carry that you want to get right now versus Bristle, this feels great, right?
Oh, yeah.
Sustaining in the lane. Yeah, you still have to play around the quills. They're going to stack up. It's getting a little bit wild, but you're going to get into that sustain once you start taking points in the Chaos Strike. But for now, just immediately try to bully him down at those earlier parts. These tanky offlaners, you know, your Timber Saws, those earlier levels, that's when you really want to punish them.
Fair enough.
Dude, Arteezy's hitting for 73 right now. Oh, sorry, his branch isn't back in yet. So hold on, there we go. Back up to 75.
That's so much damage. Bringing out double recipes. I mean, is that going to... So that's going to be the full stick done, and then also a Wraith Band. I mean, it's really hard to stay in this as double melee. Ahri is already starting to fall, but the Dawnbreaker moves in with the Starbreaker. A couple more hits. Snowball goes into the Shadow Realm. A couple more punches. The battle looks good for a moment. Fly is going to go down. Got woken up after that Echo Stomp. Nonetheless, another win for Shopify as they got the first kill.
Able to get something back, but I mean, on top of that, look at the CS. I mean, it's only 7 right now for Kasane versus the 18 and 8 denies of Arteezy.
That's,
8 denies.
That's a problem.
Ranged hero.
I mean, this is just, you know, Universal Heroes in a nutshell. In the mid lane, also, you look at it, I had a standing tweet for a long time, which was, Abed has gotten puck, surely something has gone wrong, because he is so freaking good on this guy, and can definitely snowball a game. We'll see if he can have similar success, or Raul's going to be able to keep pace with him.
How's it looking? I mean, resident puck hater here, for sure. Typically, the main problem is when you pick a puck trying to just like solve one single matchup without benefiting the puck in other ways with your own allies. And I think we got a lot of follow-up to Dream Coil in this game, so looks pretty solid here. So Tomato taking advantage of the lack of stuns. Will TP back to the tower here, but Whitemon still chased.
Nowhere left to go. They throw out the stuns, still have quills on him. So Saberlight keeping the pressure and takes down. That was a big courier. At least they still have regen in the lane for TSM, but you can see the bullying potential that this Dire draft has.
That's tough too. I think trying to get some control back over that camp as well, not gonna have an opportunity for it. I mean, you got 2 sentries on it from Crit, right? Like, he is ensuring that he wants this camp open, he wants to be able to stack it, he wants to be able to pull it. You're a column of bristle, you know?
Oh yeah.
Speaking of stacks, I mean, obviously with the Keeper of the Light, you're also hoping to try and find some of those for your team, right?
Absolutely. Nice stun there to secure the CS onto the big creep.
Well, speaking of which, Crit's trying to go do them now, and he's going to find that only got the 1 camp, so he's well aware that's blocked out. He doesn't even try, so
yeah,
at least no Ancients so far.
Doing a good job of laying that one down to stop the acceleration of gold. Might see Crit head over to that Ancients instead, depending upon how the game goes. But at least for the moment, very steady, slight lead for Shopify. Gonna have to wait for the rotations, and of which, it looks like there's already going to be one down bottom. Fly making the move, has Astral, 2 points in it, along with a Stomp. Do they decide to go, though? Want to start stacking up some quills first. Whitemon, though, oh, he's going to find the trap. They move in, and that should be enough to force back.
He can snowball over that, too, if they want to commit.
Ahri, thinking about it, goes in. Ixwell breaks it, and now moving in. Fly in trouble. Tomato shows up. They find themselves an easy kill.
Yeah, I think Fly was hoping that he would try and go for a play and like throw out the stun and see if they would be the ones getting aggressive, so that he'd be able to follow up there with the turnaround play. Not able to get it. Nicely done there from TSM.
Oh, and Abed, he gets lucky. Finds the 6-minute rune down bottom. So that's a haste on Puck, who hit level 6 before the Earth Spirit. That kind of stops like any aggressive moves from TSM, I feel like, on these side lanes. You got to know that an easy kill could be coming the other way.
We kind of abandoned top after Arteezy was owning, and Kasane's now ahead of him.
Okay.
Well. So here, you can see when the levels start stacking up on this combo, this is why it is just so oppressive. I mean, what's a Dark Willow going to do, right?
Yeah.
You're going to die if you get caught inside of this. They have so much damage. Shadow Realm can't save you at early levels.
This is how you get some help. They drop down the coil, try to move in onto Kasane. Will be able to go for some extra damage. Ahri, no way to stop this. And so the easy rotation with the haste rune on Puck sets up for a kill.
Yeah, that's just good adaptation there from Shopify Rebellion. Not going to feed away. They're trying to get humongous Dark Willow here. she is just about done tread,
Dire's
so
middle tower is under attack.
it's easy powering up this hero to the max right now.
Double wisdom rune's going to be claimed. Both teams get one for themselves while stacks are being made. Definitely feels like that's the name of the game right now. A little bit harder for TSM to take them, must be said. Tomato, only 1 second stun, but with Ryle moving in, they get some good damage out there onto him. Magnetize, it's not going to be enough. Vanguard, a couple gauntlets of strength, and that Bristle is tanky.
Ryle's going to TKD right back to that mid lane there, so not ideal, but we'll try and play for that 8-minute rune. We'll see if anyone joins them. Ksane is still not quite towards that level 6. And perhaps, depending how this next wave and neutrals go, he could make it there by 8, but obviously it's fairly unlikely as he grabs a big kill. So not going to get any help from him. Instead, it's Ari who makes the rotation towards mid.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right, is that it feels like they're going to have to play around that Dawnbreaker ultimate to set up for some more of these kills, particularly if they want to go on the Bristle. Abed, hard to kill no matter what. The Stomp, and Bryle does manage to click a little bit faster to get that shield rune. Do they want to get aggressive here? Could think about an Inkswell play, but decide not to, and instead just going to deward.
Yeah, but a 3v3 here. Meanwhile, Saberlight abandons the bottom lane to go farm up these stacks that have been prepped. Also has an Ancient Camp there too. So going to scoop up some neutrals for the team.
Nice, and immediately into some mana boots. Retakes over that Watcher, claims those. Come back to lane. This is the classic. Shopify getting their farm on. We'll see if TSM try and come and interrupt that, or if they're just going to do a similar thing.
Yeah, TSM definitely have a bit of a timing, right? And they're trying to play a bit of a faster game, hoping to use this aggressive opportunities between Tusk and Dawnbreaker. That'll be the goals for this one. So, and meanwhile, Shopify just looking to chill a bit.
Yeah. I mean, it is always a little bit scary being on somewhat of a timer, if you will, when you're coming into these elimination matchups. Is Ari brazenly just going to step forward there towards Fly and Arteezy. Doesn't decide to go for anything, though. Now, Whitemon wrapping. He's just going to go back through the gate as the scan connects, realize there's people in the area, and they get out of trouble.
Abed kind of lurking nearby here, farming in the jungle, has that Dream Coil ready. And meanwhile, Crit takes the opportunity to push out mid by himself, so trying to get some levels up on this Keeper of the Light. And this is something that, when we started missing out on some of these stacking heroes, the supports are the ones that really struggled the most, right? Because Crit's getting that bonus XP, he's getting that bonus gold now. It's going to be a much happier support whenever you have these core players farming these stacks for you that you've set up for them.
Well, a move forward, the kick back onto Fly, TP's away, but the roll's going to be there. So they're going to find and kill this Elder Titan. An easy bring down, and now going to try and pressure the tower off of it. For the moment, doesn't look like they want to make any aggressive move the other direction. Arteezy's just farming with some Bedlam.
Here comes the smoke up, though. Bit of retaliation. Will they bring in Saberlight? I mean, typically, you know, he wants a little bit more before he's fighting, but there's 3 points in Chakra Magic, so, you know, the classic combo, the Cuddle Bristle. See if he feels the need to TP in here.
Bedlam's still on cooldown for a little bit. They don't quite have it, but with the coil and now the Terrors, Kasani gets caught. They're going to connect now with the Illuminate, a couple more hits. Abed trying to do what damage he can, but doesn't have quite enough. Their TP is coming now, but it's a little bit late. Bristle not able to get in front of that roll, and, well, when all is said and done, nobody dies.
Yeah, at least he has the Twin Gate to get back there, so it's not as bad as, like, you know, previous patches, but
right.
that was an issue of just, yeah, I think we can get the kill without the Bristle, and then when the mid rotates in from Ryle, he's like, okay, I should probably be there, and now he gets nothing and just feels kind of annoyed, so.
I mean, and I'm going to say, Tomato is starting to get big. This guy on CK is a whole bundle of hurt. Already about to complete that armlet, and then you get into the Echo Saber. It's going to be an incredibly strong timing. Then definitely to watch for in this. Eyes again up towards that top tower. It's easy farming out with the Bedlam, trying to get into the Midas. Knows where he wants to be.
I feel like we're going to see a lot of Dark Willows in pubs today.
You think so?
I mean, after yesterday, and then, you know, it's North America. Once Arteezy does it, that's it. It's over, you know. It's everywhere.
All done. Beware, everybody, of what it is that you're going to see.
Might be worth the ban.
Fair enough.
For your own sake. Not like playing against it.
Yeah.
It's not really my concern here.
Well, back bottom, 2 more heroes from Shopify, not wanting to put any contention there onto the Chaos Knight. and a stomp onto Bryle manages to catch him here. Ari's still nearby, so it's not really a move that you can make. Instead, Bryle's gonna head on over, pick up the regen, and this is another reset after the tower falls up top.
Have to be careful going for these aggressive moves here that Shopify are angling towards, because we do have the Dawn ult coming through here.
Oh yeah. And down bottom, smoke play is going towards Tomato. They want to shut down his farm. Now, does have the courier coming through this direction. Crit is going to be the first point of contact. Might be a little bit early on this one. Abed also showing up. Nobody else nearby. They're also hunting Dark Willow up on the top side of the map. So 2 simultaneous ganks on these carries. Will it be enough to kill off the CK? Yes, it will. Can they bring down another, though? Looking for it, trying to finish. Arteezy, Terrorize, gets a bunch of them away, but Bryle able to dodge it. Oh, that was really well done with the roll.
Of course, changes to that.
Radiant's bottom tower
Very nice.
So
And,
both carries in the dirt.
Yeah, tries the TP out as well there. That was the play, but hey, at least new Midas means he won't be punished there on the Dark Willow, right? We'll be able to just build up those stacks while chilling in the dirt.
Enough. So just like that, as both carries trade off lives, Bryle is going to come down bottom, just continue the farm and set up to see if TSM can defend their tower.
I was wondering if we might see Tomato going in towards the Mage Slayer, because sometimes we'll see that in the CKs, but it's a little bit more common on the off lane, because maybe we try to scale a bit harder than position 1, and so instead it's actually Kasane who is looking in towards it, because it does a lot for you this game, right?
That does have some good value. Inkswell, Bryle, silence now onto Fly, good damage and enough for the kill. At this point, at least, it's been 4 deaths, all of them for Fly on the side of Shopify. Only 2 other deaths from other team members. It's a sacrificial role.
Just helping out.
Yeah. 14-minute mark. Wisdom runes are going to spawn now as more stacks come out. And it's only these like little incursions that we're seeing to try and disrupt farm when they get an opportunity to. Haven't really been any serious moves towards objectives yet. I think the heat map for Arteezy is like this spot.
Yeah, he's just been hanging out up top. I mean, likewise, Saberlight just down bottom, farming between these camps. I'm surprised that we haven't seen so many invasions into that sort of like bottom outpost area where Saberlight is right now. Trying to get some vision down, trying to block out these camps, trying to utilize this Tusk to catch this Coddle. Like, Crit still hasn't died.
This could be interesting. They roll in with a couple and now looking for the kick. Do they have enough damage? Magnetize is there. Crit's starting to fall, but they've already lost the Grimstroke. Now maybe going to lose another, although with the Dawnbreaker ultimate, they come through and connect. Fly going to die. Ends up being a 2-for-1 exchange.
All right, switch is flipped. This is what they want, right? It is time now to get aggressive. Every single time that you're back up here with the Solar Guardian, they want to go for another one. One of the big things that we've noticed too, of course, is the scaling, because I feel like that level 2, getting level 12 on the Dawn, that's when you start seeing these fights where you're like, oh, they just completely got saved by Solar Guardian. Like, the level 1 almost feels more about the mobility rather than the actual save and damage.
Blink Dagger delivered, and you can see Abed queuing up the next item, a similar thing to what we saw from Laurel the other day of going for the Maelstrom build. We'll see if he'll have the time, but TSM, they don't want to give him that time, as it's going to be all about pushing down these towers and already claiming 1. What's Shopify's answer to this?
Farm.
Okay.
Grow larger.
I mean, look at the wards around Arteezy right now. When either direction he retreats to try and get farm, they're going to be at least knowledgeable of where he's at.
Mighty Mines aren't looking too mighty, huh?
Not quite.
The Sighty Mines.
But getting closer to that Aghanim Scepter, that's going to be the window, I guess, that they look for maybe.
There's still so much farm down here waiting, though.
Oh, yeah.
Like, even Abed's just coming through. Gonna pick up some of these camps. Again, more vision down bottom as well. Kasane having some defensive options here if they try and make some moves in. New ward placed down there from Crit, though, trying to give some vision up ahead as they try and knock down this tower. Be their first one of the game here. It's not really the plan to get aggressive in this one, but you can hear it.
Oh, yeah.
The machine guns are rattling there from the Bristle to pave their way down here. Good D ward from Crit. There it is, that ward.
Yeah, gets perfect vision, connects, tries to TP away maybe? No, not gonna do it. Terrorize? Holds it, and is just gonna die. But with numbers coming in, maybe Shopify can find a little bit of retribution, and in fact they will. That's gonna be Bryle going down. So the big move gets punished.
And they did finish getting that tower too, so they kind of already got their goals they want down bottom anyway.
Right.
And immediately just head right back up top.
Dire's middle tower.
Good defensive punish on that one. And I mean, it's only 17 minutes, so we're not quite into Roche time. Saberlight is definitely hitting all the right timings right now, though. Almost in towards that hairball. So 4 points in the goo, hairball coming out. Managed to get 2 points in the bristle. The bristle. Probably because there's just not that many breaks in this game, right? Like, sure, there'll probably be a silver edge later.
Look at this, the movement over and finding Kasane. Saving a blood grenade for this late time, and no way to break it that moment. 30 seconds still on the Dream Coil. Counter smoke instead coming from TSM, but they're heading into the area where Saberlight's at. That's not an easy kill at all. Roll goes the wrong direction, sees that there's an Earth Spirit by him, and going to back out. Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of use of this twin gate being done right now by Shopify to try and hunt the side lanes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Don't mind if I do.
Just almost creating more and more space here.
Yeah. No, and I mean, you can basically see Kasane is like, okay, I'm going to stay on the opposite side of the map, basically be ready to come in with my ultimate. Solar Guardian ready to go. Abed, will he get caught? Again, no real easy kills to bring down Shopify.
And part of the problem is it's just really hard to pressure tier 2s right now. I mean, part of it is that we don't really have a lot of like pushing heroes that are super popular. We talk about Zoo not being all over the place with all our summons and everything, but even some of those supports that can provide a little bit of better push, they're not as popular. And after that, it's just hard. It's just straight up difficult to get yourself into a solid position for towers right now. Feels like there's a lot of mobility too, so you're super vulnerable in those positions. You don't want to give away this like lead that you're building up. It always just feels safer to go back, farm, maybe buy a Midas. We got a couple objectives on your own side of the map you got to be thinking about, like Wisdom Runes and Tormentors.
Totally.
So going deeper into enemy territory can get you easily punished.
See here, manages to force back the Earth Spirit down bottom, and still hunting for anybody at all. They went a little bit further south, Kasane would have been found, but not doing it. And Arteezy still just trying to get his way towards that Midas. Bottom of the cores at the moment, or rather towards the Aghanim Scepter, not the Midas. So yeah, everybody's just trying to build up. No rush 20 minutes.
Yeah,
that's what we got.
That's where we're at right now. I mean, there's certainly some items that are going to help a bit for the side of TSM. I mean, they do have that Mage Slayer, so that is 35% less spell damage.
Look at the damage done by the cores. They're just AFK farming at the moment. I love to see it.
And that's all spells, right?
Right.
So that is pretty crazy. And of course, with Dawnbreaker, you can utilize the Starbreaker, so you can try and hit it onto multiple targets and debuff them all.
Okay.
But, I mean, Saberlight's got to be the main target for that one, right? Because the lower spell damage, the less he's healing. Those are sort of the ideas here.
It does feel like there might be some weird synergy stuff, because a lot of bristle damage is going to be front-loaded with that first hit of bristleback on the Ags, and then, you know, afterwards, Dawnbreaker's coming in for the follow-up. But we'll see how it goes. The other thing, though, to be honest, is that if Arteezy is able to just, like, AFK farm, get to this Aghanim Scepter, get to some, you know, attack speed, it basically is up to Earth Spirit, I feel like, to find him in these fights. It's not going to be super easy.
I mean, you're seeing the Ags now, and it's not quite as intimidating without the crazy attack speed, is it?
Right.
Is under attack.
No, it sort of builds up as time goes on. But they're getting to where they need to be. No points in the Cursed Crown. Getting stats.
Yep. Yuna, Ursel, Hero.
Faster than average. And 6 matches, 18% win rate is a little bit rough there, but hoping to improve that one a little bit. Motto going the standard CK stuff that we've come to expect. Except Wisdom Room level 16. He's a big guy. Oh no. How many times is it gonna happen? Honestly.
I don't know. Every time, I guess.
I know.
It's all right. I want to go back to base anyway. It's fine. You know, let's say you might think about picking up some Tranquil Boots across this map a little bit more, and well, taking advantage of a situation here.
Yeah.
Of course, this is Radiant side here, and they did manage to scan it.
So they know this is happening, but with no Tusks, they feel confident just running in. Already smoked up with 2. It's taking a little while to get here, and Arteezy coming in a little bit on the slow side to get into position. He's wanting to wait outside of it. Doesn't have a ton of mana.
It's got to be on Bryle, right? It's all on the roll. And then to the Dawn.
They've got to. They need to take it down, and they're going to claim it. So they managed to get the Aegis. Now trying to get out, but tomorrow he's right on top of Arteezy. They find him and explode him. Oh, that Shadow Blade coming into play, and now Saberlight,
he's low.
In no man's land. I mean, they're going to run this guy down. Bryle finds the backlines. Both of the supports in trouble. Tomato, lane waste. Oh, that is not what Shopify were hoping. Everybody goes down.
Abed escapes with the Aegis, but that is not great. Man, try to sneak one away after they did the Tormentor. And what a scan as well from TSM. Not sure what vision helped them secure the knowledge that was happening, but what a great call.
Dude, you have this moment of realization where we look up and Tomato's on Arteezy, just destroyed, didn't get a spell off. Oh man.
Of course, as that's happening too, as you can see the heart gets delivered to Bryle, so level 15 with 3k HP. And then you're beginning a fight versus Bristle, who's already have like 30%.
Oh yeah, I know. He had to tank through it. Again, it is that dynamic where you get a bunch of gold for TSM, more time out on the map to farm. Bryle, happy about that one for sure. But it is still Abed holding on to that Aegis. We'll see what they can do with this.
Oh, dude, all their stuff is such cheesy late game stuff.
Yeah.
It's such cheese. We got Dream Coil, Rapid Fire, Puck. We got this Dark Willow looking for all these late game talents. I think TSM have this giant window now where they just need to play some clean builds.
Right.
Get this big carry going. Tomato, take them to the top.
See if he can manage to do it. I mean, he is definitely the carry in this game right now. He is going to hit so hard, going in for an Orchid next, hoping to find a way to maybe catch Abed unawares, because again, Abed has no survivability items right now.
Yeah, and part of the problem too is that it's a lot of burst, and when you think about big saves from Elder Titan, it tends to be this like more predictable stuff. Like you have some crazy setup hero that's trying to do like multiple Kunkka plays or something like that. It's like, oh, okay, he's about to torn over here, so I'm gonna have a little bit of time before the big burst damage comes in. CK just hops in, you're just gone.
Absolutely. Well, we are blessed this year to be able to hear into what the players were talking about. Let's hear it in that last fight.
Set in stone.
Alright, so maybe they have their own thoughts about the decision making there of that Aegis.
That's great. I love to hear that. Wonderful.
That was the average Shopify Rebellion fan right there. Actually, someone in the crowd right now. Why did they give it to Abed?
Unbelievable. All right.
Aegis.
Well, he is going to have that Aegis, and we've got the Aghanim Scepter coming out in about 2,000 gold. But yeah, a lead right now for TSM. We have to see what they can do to try and build upon this. Obviously, don't want to go for Puck at this point.
I mean, I see double Mage Slayer, right. I see a BKB that's still at 8 seconds. I want to see some tier 2s go down.
Runa?
That's what I'd like to see. I'm not scared of this. Is Puck Aegis? You scared of a Puck Aegis?
Maybe. You probably kill him as you come out of it, though, to be fair. Yeah, probably not. We'll see. TSM, again, you just don't want to give up any bad fights at this point. Do need to be careful, though, because there is this movement down bottom trying to find Kasane.
If he survives this, I will be so...
Smoke broke! Oh, they thought he was south. He went up to the north. Gets out of there. Now, does he realize that they're all right here? He's going to pass by them, heads on over to the creep wave. Not aware of what's going on, throws out the hammer.
I think he knows.
All right, Shopify, do they want to chase this? Abed, eyes on him. Everybody's nearby. Kasane breaks the TP, and that's going to be an easy bring down.
I mean, that's supposed to be your free pick, right? Because you kind of know. Like, the Dawn's going to play this part of the map. They're going to be pushing either in your jungle or straight up into that top tower. Dawn's going to be waiting to use the Solar Guardian to get in. Not going to happen there. Tomato going to force out the Glyph. And then probably consider going right back in.
Is for Bryle. Ability proved to be pretty effective in that last big engagement that happened. See if it happens again. Illusions are pushing out the top wave right now, cutting the creeps.
Yeah, use that Phantasm too, so the next creep wave comes in, just take the tower for you, and that way Tomato can keep on farming with his main hero and perhaps even link up to his team. They're doing a bit of chasing right now, though, with that Invis root. Shielded and invisible. Bryle just all ruined up right now. He's just all jittery. Juiced up on everything.
Hard to kill, that is for sure. With Dawnbreaker back
Yeah,
up.
with 1600 shield rune.
It's not fair, honestly. Oh, Tomato just passed by a sentry ward, though, so they'll at least know that he's heading down south. That tips off Shopify to avoid. Yes, waiting now after the Maelstrom to go back for the BKB. Remembering that T-Gov segment. It's actually
True.
higher win rate without it.
Yes, has to avoid the BKB if possible.
Tomato still on the hunt, not finding anybody. Full Bloodthorn completed. He reveals himself on this ward, so they see this. On the side, do they realize where he's at? Yes, they will. Thinking about it. Oh, the roll. Ryle gets the silence onto 2, looks for more. Magnetize out, trying to follow up. Tech sound to Fly. Fly is gone. Didn't stand a chance there. Can they chase for any more? Ari looking for a snowball, a shards, anything. Almost caught there onto Abed, but not quite going to connect. And again, they dodge. I mean, they've been doing a good job of staying away. When the fights eventually happen, TSM are definitely coming out on top, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the problem, though, is that these intervals are just too far in between the kills for TSM. Like, they just need to get more kills right now.
Saberlight, jump forward, try to kill him off. Hart starting to kill, but they do eventually get him. But Abed goes down to Tomato. That was the reveal. The Bloodthorn doing massive work, and now trying to take down Saberlight. Can they bring him down too? Instead, pulls in crit. Tomato, this guy is unstoppable. He puts his sights on you. You are going to die. TSM, every fight has gone their way.
This is so what they needed right now, too. Puck going down, that's the hero that's going to be the one who actually like locks you into these attempted sieges on these tier 2s. So if they wanted to just like follow that wave mid, could be an option for them. Yeah, they're not committing to it, though. They are just playing mega safe and looking to probably cement some vision up in this part of the map here. That outpost, get down.
It's on off.
Dire's bottom tower
Full Mjolnir done. Have yet to see Arteezy in a fight or even hit that many heroes. Has just been farming this entire time, hoping to get towards a position where he can take a favorable fight. Again, like, you think about the big combo that can happen later. Dream Coil, Terrorize, Connection, the stuns, right clicks, it's all there, but will they be able to get that fight, or is TSM going to be too big by the time it finally happens?
It's very reminiscent of these like core Witch Doctor games.
Right.
Where it's like, if they hit the big ulti, it is absolutely insane and you will all die. But you look at that and compare it to something like a CK where it should be a little bit easier to execute, you're hoping. Especially if Tomato probably angles in towards some sort of a blink item next.
Right.
Just try and secure the ease of these fights. At this point, they're definitely just playing for the next Roche. Take down this tier 2, great job. And then just try and secure the next Aegis. It will be a daytime Roche as well, which is good news for them since they're on the Radiant side, so they have control over that bottom outpost there and can TP in with buybacks potentially. Makes their lives a little bit easier. Their Wisdom Rune is also still up right now, so hopefully that doesn't get stolen away from them, but it could be a good opportunity for Shopify Rebellion to get a little something here on the map.
Trying to do what they can, but meanwhile, down bottom lane, you still have to deal with creeps in the base, popping Phantasm, sends him back into... Oh, he's sending in a little sneaky play here by Tomato.
Oh yeah, okay. Hoping that someone will TP back.
Yeah, and maybe going to go for just one straight-up kill. We'll see what ends up happening, but for now, they're bringing in numbers. Tomato, he's very far forward, Shadow Blade to get away, but they take a long time, and the tower takes a ton of damage.
He's kind of doing his best Jug impression here, right? You know,
Oh,
he's
yeah.
got BKB, TP,
Right.
not too concerned.
radiant are scanning.
Close are we? I mean, again, it's really far from
Oh,
any of
that
the
was
big
a
items.
fast Roche, eh?
Oh yeah, that was instant.
That thing's right back up. So we got a smoke out of the base here from Shopify Rebellion. Are they gonna find somebody? Again, very impressed, honestly, with how much they've dodged.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like TSM, they have a Earth Spirit mid, they got Tusk, they had early shard on Grimstroke too, so you can kind of feel really bold about it. The only thing they're really lacking, I guess, would be like a blink on CK in terms of like the catchability of these heroes, right? All combined with Solar Guardian.
Ryle reveals Dream Coil, but he got the roll off. Able to dodge that one. Really huge play from Bryle. He gets caught there. That could go so south so quickly. And now Shopify, they have to back out. They got to go grab the wave.
And if they check Roche right now,
I know.
no
that's
Dream
gonna be
Coil.
This would be the window. Ari heads right on over, but Fly is going to see it too.
Okay, that's big.
So they're aware at the very least of what's happening.
Ooh, Tomato just got Divine Show.
Oh.
Great item there on the CKs. might save you in a bad situation.
They're just giving it up, I think. Yeah, deciding that they don't want to go on in and contest the Roche, I guess. So they take Tormentor, get the Aghanim Shard onto Arteezy.
That's going to be really good for his Cursed Crown. What a helpful shard.
Oh no. Maybe he takes a value point in it, who knows. But 32 minutes in and TSM claiming a second Aegis. Gonna try and close this game out here if they can. I mean, again, we're waiting for that fight for Shopify, but can't wait forever.
The cheese is even on Ryle here.
Yeah.
How's he gonna die? I guess he doesn't have a Dispel still, so that's kind of huge.
We are almost at BKB for Arteezy. Abed is queuing one up after that last death that he had. Anything else really that's coming out soon for the rest of Shopify to help them? Not seeing a whole lot yet.
Honestly, the Spirit Vessel from Crit could have so much value in this fight. They don't get like a... I mean, do you really want to commit Inkswell to like remove Spirit Vessel? Probably not, right? So there is a chance that Ryle could overcommit and get Spirit Vessel and a bit surprised.
It's a fair point.
Because like, you know he's kind of big initiation right now.
I mean, he is still incredibly hard to kill. Has the god items of Heart, Blade Mail.
It's rather large. That's true.
Yes. As well as the cheat.
And perhaps a little bit of help from a Dawnbreaker as well.
True. All right, BKB done. What can they do in this fight?
If this works and the way that Shopify have played, this is like their dream way to play Dota. This is exactly what they wanted. This is what they've been searching for all year.
Exactly.
How do we just farm as passively as possible and then just win the game?
It'd be pretty cool. Ward down. Ryle rolls in very aggressively into this area, and the rest of Shopify, they back out. Bristleback now has the Sanjin Kaya done. They've gathered all the items, gotten everything that they want. Will this finally be the fight? TSM even going to give them the opportunity to. Still have 3 minutes left on this Aegis, and I think that's full heart on that one. CK.
Still no mobility though.
Oh, kick onto one. Saberlight pushed back. Now the fear, the damage. It starts raining down on top of him, but the snowball save is there. Okay, now rolling in
he's
far
way in.
forward. This is already BKB used. Do they have the damage that they need? Yes, indeed. They take down two. Streaming forward, hunting for Tomato, looking for Kasane. Tomato might be able to get out of here. Although the invis slowing down. No, Saberlight doesn't fully commit for it. But that's the combo.
Oh, man.
That's what they've been waiting for.
Okay, all right. Bit of Dream Coil, bit of Rapid Fire, bit of Shadow Realm. That was a lot of damage.
I'm pretty sure that Arteezy doubled his damage throughout the game in this fight.
Yeah, he just did 4,200, so, you know, more than the entirety of TSM right there.
Yep.
And yeah, he did.
Yep.
Yeah.
Doubled the damage in one fight. That's how this is going to work. Let's see what TSM are going to do.
This is bad news, Gabe.
Oh, wait, TSM?
What?
Again? Oh, no, the Tormy! Racking up the kills in this one.
This guy's unstoppable. These both supports.
Very good. Well, 4K separating them. Still 2 minutes left on the Aegis. TSM gonna have to lick their wounds and get back to it now. Our Shopify up in this top lane set to get a little bit of structural damage done of their own. Yeah. 35 minutes in and it feels like the game's just starting. Tomato steps up. Don't have vision. They pop the dust. See him now. Abed onto one. That's going to be a good connection. Takes away their save in the Tusk. And now Tomato starting to rack through the damage. Look at the Willow. Look at the damage. The right clicks are there. Down to almost fully dead in one round of Shadow Realm. This is scary, Trent.
Yeah, it's only a minute left on the Aegis anyway, I guess, but kind of frightening how quickly you might be able to lose it in a situation like that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, the inability to take the tier 2s is just killing them right now. Like, they were so slow getting it done. Like, sure, they're all knocked down now, but it feels like this whole window that they had is just missing. And, like, now it's here. The beast has emerged.
All right, they need more blade mails. More blade mails is the only option. Might die just from full if those right clicks are streaming out from the Dark Willow.
So currently it's a 5-second gap, right?
Yeah.
And Coddle's level 15. and
Right.
has CDR reduction 6.
Need to be careful though. Tomato, he's again caught. Damage starting to come forward. Dawnbreaker ultimate already connecting. Tomato dead. That's Aegis down. Now Abed, soulbound together. Crit in no man's land. He's in trouble. They get the silence now onto Arteezy. Do they have anybody that can find him though and deal the damage that they need? They've already taken down another. Ryle turned upon. Snowball save for the moment. Good damage out onto Fly. He's gone. And it's going to be a TP away for the Willow. Saberlight going to be brought down. No, just turns. Hard to kill this guy. 3-second stun, but once they finally isolate, they'll kill Saberlight as well.
Yeah, definitely need that combo, right? It is finicky.
Yes.
They need things to go well. Abed got really low there, barely able to survive and escape out of that fight. Great damage in that one as well there from Bryle. And he still has that cheese too.
Oh yeah. Well, this one might require a couple of buybacks. You have 60 seconds before the Bristle is going to respawn. And do TSM want to try their luck going high ground into this? It's tough. It's not easy at all.
Shopify are thinking ahead right now on the supports though. They're trying to go for 4 staffs because like I think Tomato knows he needs Blink, right? So he just wants to like Blink stun Arteezy. And then if he does that and he's BKB'd or something, they don't really have any good saves, assuming there's any sort of detection there from TSM. So they're just gonna try and like 4 staff him away essentially. Just gonna,
Okay.
like what else can you do, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of your only option. Unless we're gonna get some Wind Wakers.
Wind Wakers is probably a little ways off, but the rate that this game is going, it makes it feel like we might see them.
You might as well just start prepping for them at this point.
Honestly. You can see Dota Plus win probability up at 62%. Kind of wonder if that's factoring into it the insane damage that can happen. I mean, again, we saw in that last fight, if it's not done perfectly, this Rebellion draft very much falls apart. It's a tall tower on some shaky foundation.
And this is where you make this one change for Tomato, right? He gets rid of the treads and he puts in the blink. Right?
Okay.
I feel like I've just been waiting for this for like 20 minutes, but I get it. I understand why it takes this long on the CK and why you have to really be sure, like, okay, we are just committing for fights now. That's the life that we're leading, and we can just win this game. Like, if I get the kill, do we win the game? Yes. Okay, I'll buy blink. You know, I'll make the big commitment right now.
Tomato needs to be that guy. He's 10,000 net worth ahead of the next highest in the game, and if he can find the right avenue, get the right hero caught out of position, he can win his team entire one here.
Yeah, I mean, that could be Saberlight. Could be a blink into immediate break if he wants to go that way. It could be Abed too, right? Abed still, you know, he doesn't have a Lincoln's or anything.
That's for me.
A lot of bounty runes down there for old Saberlight. And TSM threatening high ground. Necessitating Shopify Rebellion response, which is taking a little bit of time to come, and they're just going to claim a good chunk of the damage onto that tower.
Wow, with an interesting tactic there, spinning and waving in front of the tower, trying to entice them. Yeah.
Rotating out, going bottom, hoping to find somebody. Shopify holding this high ground. Honestly, if he steps too far forward, he can die too, but no. Now that Arteezy's TPing away, it's not going to happen.
Arteezy, speaking of dying, doubling up on the survivability, going for that Lincoln Sphere. So, same build that we were seeing at Ashiro before. Just trying to live, because it's all just about damage and attack speed. That's the goals that we're looking for here. And the other goal is Roche, which is back in about 35 seconds.
Okay.
Right here. And once again, going to be Radiant side. So, the roles have been very kind towards TSM in terms of the timings everyone's been killing Roche, and then the actual respawn times. And now look at these big level 25 talents. We got level 25s. We got Roche coming up. We got Blink Dagger CK. Surely this is the time where they're gonna win the fight.
We'll
right?
see.
Shopify, on the other hand, though, they're just thinking like, we're gonna hit this Dream Coil.
Yep.
Arteezy's gonna Shadow Realm. Sick.
I mean, to be honest, it is a scary situation because if you do manage to find it, the Dream Coil, even if Arteezy dies, Abed's starting to deal some serious damage himself. He's got the full Mjolnir completed,
Yeah, true.
trying to queue into the Refresher next. Now, it is a very short respawn time on Roche, but TSM has not checked it yet. They're still a little bit spread out, and, well, first point of contact, Saberlight running down is going to find Whitemon, and that should be a quick one. They've got him in their sights, kill him off. Trying to collapse in on the rest of them. Ari off to the side. Saberlight runs right by him, gets the blink away, but a little bit far forward, and now the fight for Tiernate over on the other angle. Dawnbreaker ultimate down. Bryle connecting, killing Fly. Saberlight throwing out those quill sprays. Bryle rolls back in onto Saberlight. Abed is there. But they're having to back away. TSM all together. Inkswell onto Tomato. Turns, wants to get a sun. This Soulbind is going to connect onto both. And now the roll through. Kasane gets the heal back up from the Luminosity. And then the snowball save. That is what they needed. Arteezy under control. Down to half HP. Goes back into the Shadow Realm. And finally, they're going to bring him down. Kasane with the triple kill. He was so close to dying. Unbelievable. TSM trying to play cleanup as finally this moment has opened up for themselves. The snowball means that Saberlight is going to get controlled. Still dealing a lot of damage though. But Tomato moves back in. 3-second stun. Godlike.
It was right back to the laning stage right there. It was Ari and Kasane just jumping on top of Arteezy and blowing him up with the Walrus Punch and just the big damage there from that Dawnbreaker. Absolutely smoking him.
Man, that was so close to bringing him down to that last swipe of the Luminosity heal. Brought him back up to surviving, and then of course that snowball save like you're talking about. Clutch stuff for TSM, and now a 10k gold lead and going to claim Roche.
And Shopify, they want these centralized fights here. This fight, we're everywhere. We're all over the map here right now, right? This is already after the Dream Coil. Like, it's dropped down right there. It gets a couple, but then it's not quite all this like amazing damage that you're hoping for. You're looking for this like absolutely wild combo.
And of course the chase down, you can see here trying to focus, kill him off, gets so close and bam, back up. He was so on the edge.
And look, Arteezy's still at full health right now.
Yeah.
And he gets punch, swipe, swipe, boom.
Would have been able to get off a bunch more damage if not for that blow up there that came out from the Dawnbreaker. And now you're in a world of hurt. It's going to be a tough time going forward here.
Oh, buddy. Phantasm Aghanims as well.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we got a couple illusions all around the map now.
It's going to be an interesting couple of minutes here. I mean, it's still not easy going high ground against this lineup, but with double cheese and Aegis, you feel like you should be able to make some type of a play. But maybe that's what the Phantasm's for. Just send all the illusions in.
Well, I know I've heard you say never go high ground.
Yes.
Is now the time.
I mean,
are they
with
permitted?
Illusions? With illusions?
Should they apply for a permit?
I think.
Is this like building a gate?
I think you never go high ground, Trent. I think that's the reality. Ari, don't die. Blinks away. Oh my God. Oh, does that? What does he have right there? It's not the block of cheese, is it? No.
Yeah, how could you do that?
I wanted to see it. He eats the cheese, though.
Imagine the first block of cheese happens at TI.
That'd be crazy.
It'd be fitting.
17,000 net worth lead at the moment for TSM, and still don't feel entirely safe going high ground, so the illusions are being sent in.
It's a great way to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, the other options were maybe giving it over to Ari, right? I mean, he's trying to farm towards his own Aghanims. It's not the most reliable game, though, for pumping someone out with the Ags of the big Walrus kick and just, like, giving yourself the win. Right. I guess Solar Guardian could have been pretty good, too, for Kasane. No? Reject, Scrooge McDuck, get Donald Duck.
Okay.
That's what they were talking about, I think.
Yeah, that's the one.
That makes a lot of sense.
You know, I will say that I think the focus that we've seen from TSM onto killing Fly pretty continuously has been a huge part of their success in these fights, because that natural order can really start to rack up when you pair it with all this magical damage that they've got.
Well, both ways too, right? If he gets into the fight with the bristle.
Well, that's a scary position to be in, but he decides to go for more. Still has that shield run, keeping him very survivable, but interrupting it. Saberlight gets to the far side, and now the Phantasm don't have enough. Even when he walks in alone, they just can't do anything. Too tough. And in the meantime, down bottom, Tomato spammed his illusions onto the melee racks, and they got to deal with that quickly. We'll bring them down, though.
This is working out really well, though. I mean, it's a slow siege, but you understand the risk here, right? This is an extremely high ground defending team. Like, this is what they want to do. They want to catch you in like a 3-4 hero Dream Coil. They want Arteezy just sitting there doing his thing. And they're going to try and break that up, though. Ari, no buyback. He goes all in. He just buys the eggs.
Oh.
Team, I got this. So,
well, you know, he's the first player from Britain to play at TI. He's taking a little bit of football here as he's going to play in the tusk, trying to kick people back and away.
A little more American football, I think. I think he's trying to convert a bit here, right? Through the uprights.
Silence. Roll, catches, decides to go for crit instead of the Willow. Now throwing out the damage, controlling onto Bryle. He's dying, eats the cheese a whole second round. So much damage out from that Willow. When left alone, can they do enough though? Abed chasing, doesn't quite manage to connect, and there's the TP out.
Tomato?
Willow not around anymore, but Tomato dying to Saberlight. He's got the bug on him, but it just doesn't look like it's gonna matter. Do they have enough to kill him off in time, trying to kill him? And yes, they do. TSM taking a lot of damage, dealing a lot of damage, and everybody ends up falling.
Yeah, the Dream Coil is kind of feeling like it's tickling if it's just the individual heroes there. I mean, how much did Bryle just tank in that fight?
It was so much.
I feel like all of the damage done was mostly on Bryle. You know, he's just like making his way through the engagement. They're chasing him over and over, popping the cheese, still surviving. Got off 2 rounds with a Shiva's Guard to boot.
Just like that. I mean, there's no buyback on the Bristle, no buyback on the ET. You're gonna have to do this one with just a couple of heroes at this point as they even break through backdoor protection and start to lay out on it. They're going straight in. Why not? Tier 4 towers. Who needs to go get the racks? Trying to end this game right now. Arteezy coming back in, but he's on the far side of the map. Goes for the terrorized play with a blink forward. Tomato dodges it immediately onto him. Goes for the silence. Nothing there. In trouble. Forest Staff tries to get away. Lane into Ari, but he's gone.
That's it.
Arteezy dead. 100 seconds. TSM clean up.
Really a draft kind of just built from the ground up, I feel like, right? Getting super solid lanes, some nice combos, nothing complicated, just Grimstroke, CK. Lots of synergy in the laning stage, lots of synergy throughout the game. Grimstroke proving to be a solid hero throughout the entire thing because you have this hard dispel the team's been utilizing a lot with the Shard. And then, of course, on the other side of the map, Dawnbreaker Tusk.
Absolutely.
Worked fantastically well as well.
A really impressive showing. The crowd giving a little bit of love here. Got to give highlights there to Tomato. Guy went in 12, 1, and 6, 32.
Shopify Rebellion. Turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Shopify Rebellion. Turn to pick.
Uh-oh. That may have been a mistake.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Shopify Rebellions. Turn to
Shadow Demon.
Shopify Rebellions. Turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
TSM's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
TSM's turn to pick. Shopify Rebellion's turn.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
Bing bong.
10 seconds remaining.
Shopify Rebellion's turn.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
TSM's turn to pick.
Sky Wrath Mage.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
TSM's turn to pick. Shopify Rebellion's turn to pick.
Yeehaw!
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Shopify Rebellion's turn. TSM's turn to ban.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
TSM's turn to ban. Shopify Rebellion's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Shopify Rebellion's turn to pick.
我哪里猜了呀？标准剪辑乱说好吗？
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
TSM's turn to pick.
Like
You may now select your heroes.
Vroom vroom.
Like we're a little ways away to Thompson. I can't even do it. My voice is gonna crack. Holy moly! A big pick to end out the draft. We've got the Lycan. Do you like it? Is it the right pick?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
It's fine. He's the Lycan. This is his thing. We got a couple other people here who've been the Lycan. You know, Matu, he's here somewhere. He was
He's
the
out that
Lycan.
way.
Arteezy, he was kind of the Lycan at one point as well. Even Old Man Fear, he was the Lycan. He was the Lycan mid. But
That was a
today,
long time ago.
it's Kasane. He's the Lycan. This guy, what is it? 71% win rate, I think? Yeah, all-time 38 matches, 71% win rate. That's just gross.
71%.
Yeah.
That
It's one
is
of his second
disgusting.
most played hero after Beastmaster, and he's over 70% win rate. That's pretty good.
Insane. See if they can make it happen yet again here in this one, as Bryle doing a little bit of a dance there in the mid lane. They already got down their ward. Does look like Crit is heading over in that direction. We're going to immediately take it away.
，OK，兄弟们
D ward there.
，OK，兄弟们
Shopify off to a little bit of a better start, hoping that things go better than last game. Because, I mean, that was a demoralizing loss. You just got to say it how it is. That was a rough one to watch.
Yeah, they look like they got kind of squeezed on the map there for a while. I definitely had my concerns, not gonna lie, about TSM in terms of like the pacing they were taking, but they didn't take any like super risky maneuvers, and they never got punished. Shopify never hit that humongous combo that they were threatening, and they just like kind of like slow rolled it to a nice finish there from TSM.
Ari steps up, take a couple hits, threatening to steal away one of those runes as maybe in some more trouble there. Saberlight still trying to chase back Whitemon. Still a bounty rune that's over in the river. That one, I don't know if it's going to be claimed quickly or not. We'll have it in the river for a bit.
Just a little forbidden fruit there. Just gonna hang out. That never happens.
Tear down the
That there's just a bounty there.
Okay.
So that's cool.
Somebody gets a bottle early, you get a free extra charge. Why not? Hear from Slacks. Call at the end. But steps on up. Takes it away. Bryle. Need to be careful about the pullbacks with the skewer there. The big thing to watch. And
yeah, kind of interesting too, because you're like trying to trample eventually in the lane as well.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see this one, though, because a hero that we have not seen almost at all throughout the entire course of this road to TI has been the Snapfire. Not a lot of games, but as the panel was talking about, an answer to the Phoenix.
Yeah, it's just such a good counter. I mean, all it takes is that single point there into the little shredder, and you can handle that Ag at its earlier levels.
Down bottom, Crit takes a lot of damage, does manage to get the teep out. Ends up going away from that one, not wanting too much more issues. Already back to the tower as our team very low on HP, switching over, getting the go regen back his direction.
Yeah, Morphling at least having some pretty high armor as well, so not the most intimidated by the constant wolf pressure, plus you know, attacks being relied upon here versus the Phoenix with the fire spirits. As some defensive measures up here, and well, a defensive support as you can see down bottom here. Whitemon on the Shadow Demon.
Oh, just stepped a little bit too close. The concussive shot, the Lucent Beam tries to get him away, but no. Saberlight gonna draw first blood, taking down Whitemon.
Nice maneuver forward there from them, and that's gonna hit level 2 there onto Crit as well. So more aggressive options open up, but despite dying here, I do think the Shadow Demon's a super solid pick. We saw Banned a lot in the first phases throughout this group stage, because he's one of these heroes that just denies the opportunity later to pick certain heroes, right? You think about like anyone who really struggles versus like these Dispels and the constant purging, as Arteezy being bullied back a little bit here. But the main thing in this game is versus that Primal Beast. Not only because you have this like low cooldown save versus his low cooldown ultimate, the other thing is that if you use the ultimate on top of him, he can't actually onslaught out. It is a dispellable buff. So you get ulti, you're just stuck.
So for those of you that are going to watch for that later, you'll see Primal Beast just try and run away, and then he's going to be doing the running man, going absolutely nowhere. As Ari goes for the double kill. You may take first blood, but both couriers gone, and that's a lot of regen too. How are they going to deal with that? They have no tangos, no anything up in this top lane.
I mean, Morphling's pretty broken in the lane, but he has his limits, you know?
Right. Oh, man, that could be a tough one.
He gets the Lotus.
That's fair. They need that one desperately. Ryle is just going to step up there, get a couple more hits onto Abed as he tramples through.
Arteezy getting way down there. Gotta get down to, oh, he's chilling at 3 strength. There we go. Now that is just so ridiculous, actually, that a Lotus can save you.
How much value you get out of it, absolutely. Yeah, they still have a little bit of time before those couriers start making their way back out. See if Ari is able to time it. Maybe could even go for another pick if they wanted to.
I mean, if he gets a cookie play too onto Arteezy, right? You know?
Oh yeah.
Pretty low.
It'll be a blow up. Absolutely.
You just cookie one little creep, test the reactions there, perhaps.
Regardless, we'll watch for it. No early kills. The big hero that's definitely struggling so far is going to be the Luna, 12-1. And though Kasane has obviously gotten a pretty good start himself with the 9 denies, I think at least 1 or 2 of those were wolves.
Fly also starting with no bonus armor versus a Lycan and a Snapfire. It's gonna
be a tough one.
Yeah, so far so good. Despite losing their couriers, it is kind of crazy that they're still looking this okay, to be honest.
I will say at various points when this team, Shopify, have looked their best, I want to harken back to the days of Fly on a Phoenix, you know?
Yeah.
This is his bread and butter as well. See if that can make the difference for him, but already decide to go. Kasane will get cookied to a little bit of safety. Wolves get sent out. Fly keeps the distance. The regen is now on its way as couriers, I believe, are respawning and heading on out.
Abed's heading on out to that bottom lane there. Spotting on a ward as he's just going to steal the bounty room. But this is a bit of a classic thing that the Primal Beast players will do. They'll often just rotate into the lane. Like, they come to this bounty room, but if they see the opportunity, they'll utilize that early movement that you have at the onslaught to just charge forward. But I think he noticed that they're probably aware of it. Plus, he's this wave pushing in. Way too risky unless you have like a guaranteed kill to go for that.
Tough one to make happen, but level 6 can make the difference. Bryle comes on in and steals away that creep. Primal still just sitting steady, trying to outfarm when they can here. The deny is definitely racking up though. Hoping to get off to a better start and maybe be more active in this game than we saw in the last one. Obviously you have to wait for a long time. Azari will back out, but maybe can play at a little bit faster tempo with the rest of his team.
Yeah, we had a fantastic Morphling game yesterday versus that Magnus. I mean, you could really see the ability to take advantage of copying that hero as well, so not too shocked to see it here once again. Right. Taking the skewers, of course, using that shockwave, getting yourself empowered, probably being the most important factor there.
For a stomp, Saberlight not quite going to connect onto it. Gives him the bing bong and heads off. As the 7-minute mark's coming around, Fly stacking up where he can. Likely going to see some movement around for the the Wisdom Runes rather. Another stomp connects, but again, Saberlight can't do anything really there to wipe on.
Yeah, very static side lanes right now. No twin gate maneuvers quite yet. Hanging out on your own sides. See if that stays the same for the Wisdom. Saying, I do see a line drawn there. Maybe Fly saying, "Hey, what do you think, Abed? Want to go the Wisdom Rune?" So that's what he's saying. He wants to smoke with ulti and go Wisdom Rune.
Oh, whoa! Ari there playing it close. That was very close to death. But no, they're just going to trade him off one apiece. Although maybe if that rotation, they know that they're heading for the Wisdom Runes.
Yeah, I mean they scan, right? So now they say, okay, support's definitely there. Do we catch him on the way back or do we go for Kasane?
Who is
and Ari TP's mid. He's going to catch the wave. So this might punish Kasane.
It doesn't have anywhere to go. This should be an easy one. They run in, tries to go for the side step. Control is there. A couple.
Oh, wait.
Bryle RP connects, pushes him away. Never mind. Kasane waveform through. They managed to finally get that kill. Bryle can't quite get in range to punish this one, though, it looks like. We'll have another shockwave. Thinks about throwing it out, but no. Go for it. Nice play.
Okay, not quite easy, but a kill nonetheless. That's 2-0 now in favor of Shopify. So solid rotation, good punish on the support, heading over to that Wisdom Rune. Zabeth farms his way back home.
Not a whole lot separating all of the cores in this. Centaur is top of the mark, but it's pretty even across the board. Waiting instead more likely for a couple of the big level 6s to come out. Obviously, Crit's going to be able to play pretty aggressively around the map with Abed if he wants to, comboing the Mist Flare and the Pulver. Motto will have to be careful with his positioning. Trouble. Take a look. And Saberlight, full Vanguard completed, trying to finish off those phase boots next. There was a movement over where, again, they're trying to catch and kill, but immediately banished. And that is the defensive play they needed. Also going to make it back in time to stack the Ancients. Why not?
Yeah, perfect. I mean, that's definitely the best thing about Shadow Demon, right? Infinite stacking. Certainly why I like the position 4 when you can do it. It's really easy to stack from the side lane, but wasn't really possible with the current setup in this one.
And I mean, again, Bryle's out in the jungle. He's going to make this move now to connect onto Saberlight, who is managing to stun Bryle away. But this is so much space mid for Ari and Fly to soak up some experience for themselves, trying to get those level 6s on Light. You're about to have it. This can definitely be a quick kill if they find an opening.
They certainly have the more aggressive mid on Shopify, you would expect too, right? Like, to see it being Bryle, the one who's moving around, you kind of expected this Primal Beast to be the one hunting for these kills, this low cooldown ultimate, but Abed, he's a little bit busy. Like you mentioned previously, there were some stacks set up here in the jungle, so taking advantage of that, he wants to try and be the one to snowball, because you think about who's going to take stacks, like, you know, sure, all three of their cores can kind of farm them up, but Primal Beast can be the fastest one at it, and also the one who's going to get the most value out of it at this point in the game. So where can he actually take that net worth and apply some pressure? Speaking of which, also, like, Ahri, level 6 right now on the Snapfire. One of the absolute best do-something supports, and, well, they're going to get a kill down bottom here with this ulti.
Moves in, finds him. Immediately there with the RP. The kiss is not quite going to connect. And Saber
it's a drive-by.
All right, I'll do it myself. Gets out of trouble, manages to break the ulti, and, oh, that is a nice dodge.
Okay, so not the synergy they were looking for there.
Not quite.
Yeah, definitely a bing bong moment.
They keep themselves alive. But yeah, big ultis used is more time for Shopify to start to come online.
That is a tough hero, though, to kill with the ulti, right? It's definitely not guaranteed when you have that Stampede or the kisses coming out there, so. Certainly a disappointment, though, because it is supposed to be kind of free when you get 6 on Snap.
Well, this is a bit of a scary moment. Ahri does not actually have any points in the little shredder yet, so will not be able to stop any supernova plays that are coming out. Abed still thinking about a play here. Does he want to go for an onslaught? Not going to do it. Did not want to try and catch him.
This is a great voice line. I mean, I get why they're spamming it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Pressure onto bottom. They're going to claim this tower instead.
Yeah, they've been working on this one for a while. And last time, Bryle was able to drive them back, but knowing that there's no kisses, knowing that the RP was used and no kill, even without a Stampede, they're very comfortable just standing here and going for it. Kane trying to apply pressure as well with Catapult up top, but Arteezy's just waving at him. They're going to high five a little bit.
Making a move. Ahri looking, hunting. He's going to go for it here. Maybe no. With Abed showing up still very, very low. The cookie forward tries to bring down for the kill, but Kasane is gone. Oh, Shopify, they brought in numbers and take the finish.
Great defensive egg there, too, from Fly. Just to really secure things. It gives you the hesitation of, like, I can't commit. Like, there's no way I can fully go for this kill right now. Then Arteezy able to just morph on down and go right back to farming like he was, and that's going to miss out on this pressure in that top tower. So big win for Shopify. Full pressure down bottom. They take the tower. They defend their top tower right now. Just going to keep this pressure moving up top, where, of course, they're trying to extract a ton of net worth from this top part of the map. They can't lose control. Like, you think about how Gaimin Gladiators often play when they're on dire sides. They love getting wards up inside these Ancients right here. And now they're even pressuring. Like, he's not far from there right now. Have to defend with the kisses.
Yeah, kisses there. Disruption already used. Abed, now he's out far, but they will turn it. Saber like stun with 2. Sunray out. Starting to bring Whitemon down. He's going to be the one left behind. So Shopify starting to get a little bit more aggressive after their defensive postures.
It's funny because, I mean, this Lycan last pick, I look at it and I'm just thinking, like, oh, this is great, because a lot of these counters that you see, like, you can't get the Lycan early because there's some pretty significant counters for the way you want to escape from fights with your ulti. You think about, like, Dream Coil, think about Mars Arena and stuff. But kind of the same thing's happening now with the Stampede, right? They're both countered by similar ideas here, and this Stampede is a big save in this one. As long as you don't get RP'd, you're kind of just out of there.
Exactly. I mean, maybe a disruption, but, you know, disruption has some elements to it which are saving you anyways, so it's a weird position to be in. And they don't really have that answer at all for the Morphling as it gets later and later. Buy an answer.
And now with the Blink Dagger coming down towards Saberlight, like, I would love to see Vision up in that top Ancients camp. Like, if they could spot when TSM are trying to get in there, trying to stack with their supports, having this, like, over-the-train movement of both the Phoenix and the Primal Beast, I feel like they can just, like, run all over this part of the map. And they just want all of this gold in here for their Magnus, for their Luna, right? Like, this is where they want to live.
Well, there is not going to be a Magnus at this fight easily. They are setting up for this. What can they do on the side of Shopify? Now they're smoking with Mag behind.
They're reading this move.
Yeah, they're ready for this. Ahri jump forward, wants to do what he can. Pulverize is going to be there, already caught. Don't quite have any items yet for the Mag. He's getting them delivered on the courier. As the rest of Shopify back out, Kasane pop the ulti, the run forward. Now the Stampede trying to hunt this Lycan and see if they can go.
We're all running.
They just got the Blink Dagger delivered for the Mag. If they're stuck together, Shopify, they have to be careful. Kasane, run forward, the jump is there, and they caught one. Pulls him back in for the finish. So they decide to give up on Kasane, get that kill on Shopify, but they lose the morph.
And it kind of drags them all back. So at least getting the punish on Arteezy is huge there. still saves their space that they need for their heroes to farm up and become these giant cores that they're hoping for. But Shopify are making it no secret. They want to pressure this mid tower. They want to take over these Ancients. If they lose this part of the map, the game gets way harder for TSM. There's no doubt.
Pull one back. They can get him. Ulti out from SD, looking for a stomp, waits for it, hits onto immediately. Tomato, look at the turn! The Supernova, it's already down, starting to do a good chunk of damage. Disruption and too much onto Tomato. He is gonna fall. Can they get out with the rest of them though? Fly trying to escape, Wolves after him, Abed starting to fall lower and lower. TSM chasing almost enough for the kill, and they just can't get anything else out of him.
RTZ comes to join in the fight, has no morph yet though. So not able to contribute a whole lot, but hey, at least he's there.
Well, they do manage to get that kill on Tomato. Wasn't anything after the egg.
They never got the tower.
Yeah.
Drew him right off, kind of forced the fight in behind. It's gonna force the glyph out here from Shopify Rebellion.
Very back and forth type of game already. That fight handily won by TSM. Even though you lose Tomato, the rest of the squad is starting to stack up that net worth. And Abed, I mean, you look at his farm, he just has not been able to get the type of kills that you would expect out of a Primal.
It's very frustrating for sure. Like, there's just these little tiny stuns that come out there, like obviously the big save from the disruption, but even just having a kiss fly through, a skewer that comes by. He had to wait so long for actually using the pulverize. He grabbed Tomato when he was at like 100 HP. He just like lived him for half a second, and the Tomato dies. Like, okay, well, you know, I secured the kill, but it's not that impact that you're hoping for. So clearly he's kind of just hoping for the BK, right?
Exactly.
Still a very BKB dependent hero on the Primal Beast, despite some of the nerfs to the item. Kind of has no other recourse.
And it's really the pain of you know, the first pick overall Primal Beast. You stop all of his movement with Shadow Demon. You cause so many issues. And with RP eventually coming out. I mean, that was a whole fight taken without RP that TSM were able to win.
It has an Arcane rune too here, so definitely just begging for a smoke right now. Smoke, Arcane, go for RP play. Sonic also has the ultimate plus his summon here. He's got a Warpine Raider. Terrifying creature.
With a Siege shot, you love to see it. Called the Willow, or not Willow, the Hoodwink one-shot Siege.
Tower is under attack.
Just thinking of the Warpine
Okay,
Raiders.
that's fair, yeah. They're equally as powerful currently in the
Exactly.
patch, I'd say.
Scary, the big TSM hunting mid, waiting for anybody to show up. Nobody is there.
Dire's
Tomato
middle
starts to
tower
hit the
is under
buildings.
attack.
Similar sight to what we saw in last game for TSM. Tomato off to a hot start and on a hero that can snowball.
Just the one death, has some more stacks to go back to. Already up to 3 points in Lucent Beam, and then 1 point in the Eclipse. So it's not this Luna who just feels horrendous when the fight actually breaks out, right?
Right. But that said, you do have the answer already done with the Centaur with a full Crimson Guard completed. That is such a good item against this sort of middling damage that's coming through. Bryle hunting, finds crit, misses on one. Shockwave is there, slowed. Stampede tries to get away, Cookie connects! Everything in perfect concert from TSM.
He's just silenced me, but I just get cookied for the stun. That hurts.
Dire's middle tower
Thought you had a play there, but not quite.
Still, a lot used for just the Skywrath Mage. Abed heads on over, picks up the Wisdom Rune, trying to re-salvage his game. BKB, I believe, is coming out, along with hitting level 12. This could be a decent window for them to fight.
It's like it here. No Stampede for 50, though. They might want to hang onto that a little bit. Also, still no Morph on RTZ, but he is holding the point. So, yeah, if they want to go for a fight,
they're going.
blessings upon a
Looking,
loyal war.
Saberlight wanting it, not finding it. Couldn't quite get him.
I think you approach the tower with no Stampede. See, like, you're not going to have it for the full chase down.
Radiant's
Maybe just
bottom
play this a little bit
tower is
casual.
under
Oh, God, if
attack.
they all come, though, this could be bad for Shopify, honestly.
Sorry, gets hit. RP already onto a bunch. Fly trying to save it. Can dive it in. Crit is already gone, but they have the Supernova down. Already used a little Shredder, trying to kill it off. The egg, is it going to pop? They managed to kill it in time. TSM hit on 2.
All right, they only lose the supports, I guess, but that definitely hurts. They weren't expecting, I think, the fact that TSM were still so grouped up just north of that part of the tower.
Yeah.
Caught out there. Great skewer back there as well. Bryle having a fantastic series so
Dire's
far.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, the BKB having to use that from Abed means like he probably does not want to come fight at this top tower. Saberlight caught here, skewered back.
Oh, that is not what they want to see. Saberlight pops the Stampede, but there it is, the disruption. Can they do anything? Gets the blink away. That was super necessary, but that also opens up Roche now for TSM.
Yeah, they're gonna back right up towards it. Kasane already getting started here with the Orb of Destruction.
He's huge.
Yeah, he's the Helm of the Overlord. Again, that another reason why Lycan we don't see it too often. There's some heroes that counter Helm of the Overlord. There's some heroes that specifically counter your ultimate. You feel very like counter pickable. So this is why even if the hero's not that popular right now, it's still so important to ban against TSM in these situations where they could just get it last and it gotcha.
Right. No, this aura, this group together, I'm seeing the writing on the wall. Shopify are going to need to make some big plays here.
Oh, Bryle.
And this could be it. Bryle, a bit too far forward, will get disrupted, but they have enough to keep him alive.
He saves.
It's so good, but Miles still dropping down the bolt. It's not quite enough damage to kill him off, and now Saberlight, he's in too far. Will manage to get away. Now the disruption, switching into it. Arteezy's in Shadow Demon form, trying to get the Luna connection. The stun is there, but Saberlight starting to drop lower and lower. Manta back away, gets the kill. Abed in, Cookie away. Now the disruption. Again, Whitemon doing so much on this Shadow Demon. They've already killed the Centaur. Can they find even more?
They force out the BKB on Abed with the blink forward there. Man, these plays from Ari and Whitemon have been so good. Huge saves there, just constantly enabling their cores to play a little bit more aggressive than you're probably expecting on Shopify.
Absolutely. That's what you need out of them. And a perfect lineup to do it, because there's so much of this like single target going in there trying to blow up one hero. You know, you got Primal and Skywrath. And even in that instance where they caught somebody so out of position on Bryle, they weren't able to play cleanup. And Kasane now just taking away a double stack of Ancients.
Piggy bank being raided here.
Get towards desperate territory. I mean, still only 1,000 gold lead, but I mean, look at this group up potential from TSM. It's going to shred through buildings.
Led by this ancient black dragon. Moving their way through here very confidently towards the Tormentor.
We've seen what happens here.
Now, surely no one dies on this one.
Be careful, Ari. Run, get out of there. Oh, man. Whitemon's going to get it. So now, Demonic Cleanse available for the Shadow Demon.
All right, and what are they getting on the map right now for Shopify? They're taking some farm near the Ancients. They might steal their Wisdom Rune. Arteezy, though, of course, very unlikely they would still be there, so kind of risky to go for. He will get the tier 1 tower top.
Yeah, but buildings falling down bottom. This tier 2, they got to know what's coming. It's the first tier 2 of the game. 4 staff done for the Shadow Demon as Bryle. Does see Saberlight in the mid, but won't go for anything there.
Fly even catching a wave down bottom here and getting some farm. They've really spread it across this map. They're going to put Fly almost into the Yule Scepter right now.
Okay. Whatever they can get more control.
I mean, you compare the saves that we're seeing from Ari and Whitemon, and you think about how they play these fights here from Fly and Crit, it just feels so much more difficult. With his Blink Dagger on Crit, who does he actually target with an 8 seal and with his ultimate? Because he's constantly have to worry about some sort of movement from a Cookie, which could just like break someone out of his little combo, or a disruption save.
No, I mean, yeah, you're going to need to find the Shadow Demon, I think. Like, they have to get him. Whitemon's free to do too much. Motto takes another tower. Heard him in that little interview talking about how he sees the future playing out. A very lovely voice. This is his old man impersonation.
I played in 3 TIs. That was good. He did nice.
He definitely did. We'll see if they can continue moving on here to a third one.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Really trying to force them back right now.
Ari staying so far back as well.
Shadow Demon Lunaing even here. A little bit of vintage gameplay right now.
I mean, nobody's showing up. Nobody's here.
You're just gonna mix them up so you don't even know who the real one is.
The building is just going to fall. You leave Luna alone to hit buildings for a second. Down bottom, connection.
Nice.
He got the strength form off. Can Arteezy get out of trouble? Are they going to be able to get anybody to help him? Tries to TP out, but no, the skewer was there. Stampede now trying to escape. But Arteezy, he's in no man's land. The hunt, the kisses, everything drops onto his head. saving the buildings with his body, but giving up another death, it hurts. TSM everywhere.
And I love what Ari's done here. He's just picked up a pipe.
Yeah.
They are going for it. They're saying that we have grouped up, we are stronger than you right now. Sure, maybe the net worth isn't the highest. You guys have been farming. Yeah, we've seen you all over the map. But our strength right now as a unit, you just can't match it right now. And if we keep bolstering that with a couple auras, like with a slightly, you know, unused hero here in the Snapfire, like one of the benefits of this hero is that she can pick up these greaves and these pipes and feel good about it.
They catch another. And you talk about auras, there's only one aura right now on the Shopify Rebellion team, and it's on Saberlight with the Crimson Guard. He's getting chased down. Does not have that many places to go, was hoping for a blink away, but the chase is there. Bryle has him. Controlled, and the slow, steady death. A lot of HP on the Centaur, but eventually he too will die.
乱说好吗？
How are you feeling right now on Shopify? You know? You're getting chased around the map, you're trying to farm as much as possible, you're watching these new items pop up on each hero. I mean, there's a Satanic, there's an AC down on this Lycan. They are peaking right now on TSM.
It's got to feel like an inevitability. There's so much that is going to be running down these lanes and just trying to end this game. Shopify, they've got to prep for it, and I feel like they need to catch somebody unawares. They're going to have a Scotty soon on the Morph lane. Yeah, TSM, they're not looking to stop anytime soon. You're still a ways away from the heart on Abed.
I think he has to abandon those plans.
Yeah.
I mean, he's looking at a blink right now because they just have to find a way to create a fight that's favorable for them right now. Part of that is definitely the Scotty, which is done. Certainly a huge element of that. They also have level 12 on the Phoenix, which is a big deal, plus the Shard. So, trying to get the best egg possible. And trying to catch them before they get a Roche, right? This might be the best moment they're going to get.
Can they get anything, though? Jump forward. Bryle finds one. BKB out. Doesn't have an angle.
Okay.
BKB wearing low. Abed thinking about going, not wanting to commit yet.
Bad jump. Do they chase?
They take down that ward. Hunting. Saberlight. Still has Stampede ready. Kasane pumps it. Catches immediately. Ari throwing out the kisses. What damage do they have? The egg is already there. Tomato hits onto it, but now the Manta, the walk away. Stun is there. Can they get it in time? They do. Barely managing to bring it down. Oh. Connection says no siree. TSM, they're tired of playing second fiddle, trying to take the top spot here at NA as they find 4.
Oh, they're too strong. The auras are there. They race up the high ground into the base immediately.
And just like that, trying to end this game. They want to move on in this tournament, continue on a date with Nouns in their future. If they can finish this one off, TSM on the verge as the tier 4 towers are gonna fall. Ancient Turnipon, they don't have anything. There is nothing left as Shopify are gonna be eliminated. TSM, they are moving on.
Victory.
All the thanks between the teams. Regional rivals, of course. Good luck for
Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Evil geniuses turn to ban. Evil geniuses turn to ban. Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
Ten seconds
Evil
remaining.
geniuses turn to ban. Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to pick. Evil geniuses turn to pick.
Bristleback!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators turned.
Treant Protector.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds
Evil
remaining.
geniuses turn to pick. Gaimin Gladiators turn to pick.
Bereska has arrived.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to
Enchantress.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Evil Geniuses turn to pick.
Invoker.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Evil Geniuses turn to pick. Gaimin Gladiators turn to pick.
Face the light.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to
What's
ban.
it way?
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Evil Geniuses turn to ban. Evil Geniuses turn to ban. Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to pick. Evil Geniuses turn to pick.
Weaver.
Earth
You may
Shaker.
now select your heroes. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Just what I was waiting for.
Тише, мальчик. На добрейшем.
This is a good opportunity to learn.
The lesson for you is never try. Just what I was waiting for.
This is a good opportunity to learn.
Prove to their fans, to the region, and step one of getting there. And damn, what a tough opponent to go into round one. Triple major champions here on Gaimin. Everything that has been said about this team, I feel, has been said at this point. Now it's just prove it.
Absolutely. Can you prove it? Win elimination is on the line. We asked that question to Gaming Gladiators at Riyadh. We said, you went through the upper bracket time and time again when it comes to these majors and you win the whole thing, but can you bounce back when you've been knocked down? They've proved at Riyadh they can. But Evil Geniuses, they have been the masters of going through the lower bracket. In fact, it's a reason that they have actually not played up against Gaming Gladiators in one of these major LAN events this year in playoffs. They match up against each other in group stage time and time again. Your Dream League still play a best of three, but when it comes to these LAN and playoff games, they actually have not run in Gaming Gladiators. So despite both of these teams going far in tournaments, this is a little bit of untreaded ground.
That's an interesting strategy to dodge the most dominant team. You know, just stay in the lower bracket. They're never there. Exactly. Upper bracket for somebody here. You know, I won't complete that, but Matthew also not complete the snowball. And snowball level 1. I think it hurts a little bit on this lane. I mean, you really want to get this, like, shard. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Shard or snowball into the tag team level 2 is the timing you're looking for to burst this Weaver. And we're looking at a carry player in Diracho who has arguably been the most aggressive carry player we've seen come out in the last few years. On one of the most aggressive carry heroes that, dare I say it, has a history of falling a little short at TI clutch matches. I feel like this Weaver always pops off, but it's a different than getting that win. And of course, it's a very different Weaver than a lot of these past tournaments. I mean, this is a hero that scales a lot better, and the damage just ramps up considerably, especially level 20 and 25 talents. It's a long way away, but the Geminate just starts to pound you into the dirt. It's like, what, plus 90 with the level 20 talent, plus 65 now with the buffs. You're looking at over 150 bonus damage per Geminate that can also proc off the Shard. Sakuchi going through everybody. It's just a whirlwind of pain. So that is what Diracho is looking to get towards here, hopefully with as little deaths as possible. Dare I caster curse him. And EG coming out with their own pace. Shaker last pick mid to combat the Pango. Of course, only one of those heroes is real, as I mentioned.
Yeah, it's, well, we have interesting carries on both sides. I think Weaver and Dark Will are a little unexplored in the current meta. We could definitely do a little bit more digging on those heroes. This mid matchup, it's the same old that we've seen so many times. As you said, Pango, not a real hero. Earthshaker also being spammed in the mid lane quite a bit, so.
It's so funny he, like, complains about it, and then he just plays it every game. What can you do, you know? I mean, it is a great Pango game. There's a reason they picked it, right? Very limited Rolling Thunder control on the side of EG, and it's another AoE stun hero to deal with the Dark Willow, pull you out of the Shadow Realm, and then just burst you down. The mana burn, also pretty substantial this game if you can get a fast defusal, right? You're looking at a lot of melee strength heroes for EG that just don't like losing their mana pool. So I kind of like what the Pango does here for Gaimin, and it's a lot of AoE control between the Pango and the Tofu Invoker here.
I will say, though, you said it's not the best Rolling Thunder game. I will say he's going to have to be a good driver for it to be a good Rolling Thunder game because he is going to have to deal with Fissures, Ice Shards, and then there is going to be the Overgrowth that's going to be popping up. But popping up, Whisper pops up in the top lane, gets a kill on Celery. So while this is a kill duo for sure, the Dawnbreaker Tusk, Weaver is going to be a hard hero to lock down. That Enchantress, not nearly as hard.
This is a very strong kill lane, and Enchantress generally suffers versus those lanes. I mean, your Nature's Attendants are only as good as you can stay alive for them to heal you. You just get bursted down in a second, you're absolutely gone, and that's a first blood to Whisper. Honestly, I feel like Whisper's had a quieter season than we expect from him.
Yep.
And I think this is time to show up or go home, right? So he has been one of the cornerstones for his team, one of the linchpins. Give him a fast start on a very powerful hero in the Dawnbreaker. He might just run away with it here.
Do you think maybe part of that is because of the player we just saw on the screen there, because who's going to be rocking the carry Dark Willow in this game? I mean, this South American squad was put together, for my money, it was the two superstars from South America put on the same team together. Because on one side, Whisper on the other. Do you think by doing that, it has maybe hurt Whisper's game a little bit more? As they're going to try and go on Ace here, the Bristleback, try and shut him down early, and they do just that. Because and Panda pick up a counter kill.
I mean, that was just too easy, right? They still have full wand charges down here. Just living the life, and we're seeing the dominance of the Dark Willow in terms of the laning phase. Hero's very powerful on lane with the low BAT and just the high base damage. Very hard to trade versus him. I kind of agree. The one thing about that, though, is, you could say, well, maybe Whisper's game's been hurt because Kaz takes more farm, but I feel like Whisper played with arguably the one carry that was even greedier than Bakaz for most of his career. So if anything, he should have more room to operate with Bakaz on his team instead of Hector, but it just hasn't panned out. So this is, again, time to show up. I'm excited to see what they can pull out in this game. And for me, EG has two modes, especially going up against Gaimin. There's the mode where they play ultra fast with like the bounty hunter type lineups. We're just going to dominate the lanes, run at you. The game's over at 20 minutes. This is the other mode where it's a bit more patient, a bit more consistent with just team fight execution. Like, we're just going to out team fight you in the mid game with big Dawnbreaker ultimate coming through, Earthshaker controlling the fights, and then Dark Willow on Bakaz to help bring up the scale, especially against the Bristle. And if the lanes go their way, that's just even better.
But C-Smile is here to be able to block out Ace, and he gets him. Now the Tornado's going to help. They actually managed to get the kill on Celery on the other side, but Ace is still dead. So great rotation from C-Smile. Just the extra bit of damage they needed. Bakaz, meanwhile, hiding away from Tofu, tried to hunt him down. Meanwhile, the fight's still going up there in the top lane as they trade out kills. Both supports do die. Duraccio chasing after Whisper, trying to get some extra damage on him with the Hellbear.
He's going to clap him.
Yeah, if he gets the clap and he still has this bug on him, it's going to be a ton of damage. Whisper tries to turn around and get the damage on Duraccio, but Duraccio scoots on by, turns around, picks up that double.
Big turnaround for Duraccio up here. This lane was not going extremely well for Gaimin, especially with the first one on Whisper, so they get the double turnaround, whereas bottom, Ace still struggling. But honestly, I mean, if you get some stacks up for the Bristle and EG can't contest them that easily, you can always come back. So I don't know if the early start for Ace means too much. It's nice for Bakaz for sure, as he's just trying to rush the Midas down here. That's what you have to be worried about. You cannot give too many kills to the Dark Willow.
Early gold, early levels, and getting kills will speed that along because it gets to be part of yet another one. I mean, part of the reason you want to rush that Midas, right, is the levels, the talent levels are super important for this hero.
I've said it all year, right? This is the best Midas hero in the game to me. Yep. The attack speed is invaluable, the levels are invaluable. But I will say, I mean, he's skilled a point of first crown, Cap.
Oh yeah, what is that? That's supposed to be levels of stats.
Yeah,
come on.
Clearly didn't watch the last series, if anything. So maybe Bakaz playing his own version.
Maybe that's for the best.
Yeah.
5-2, Evil Geniuses may have a kill lead, but they do not have a gold lead, and that is something that Gaimin Gladiators have pulled the wool over a lot of different teams in the past. The Centaur game.
The backstab.
Coming around from behind because didn't see that one coming. Not that he's going to be too punished for it. Maybe will. He actually runs back in his cellar with the Wolf.
This is your Vanguard Bristle timing, so Gaimin are just trying to collapse with Ace, force the pressure point. And if you use the fact that Willow is not great in these numbers fights.
Does have a wand, pops it, be able to get off the Shadow Realm, but the Tornado is going to help finish him off. And Panda is here on an island now with the creep wave pushing in. Now, like, with these kills raining in on both sides, these side lanes are getting crazy hectic.
Does lead Duraccio in that 1-on-2, and he will get punished with the single target burst coming out. And it's a tough lane for Weaver, honestly. You mess up one Sakuchi up here, you're just gone. So Whisper's going to have a very strong start. Bakaz gets forced off the lane. Now it's a question of, do you go back to bottom here? I mean, your tower's just gone. Bakaz is going to TP in. He wants to defend this. I mean, the tower basically paid the price off the catapult. It's just a question of, can you get something in return? And still gobble up Celery. So some more levels for Bakaz. And it puts Gaimin in a position of, do you run back down here with the Vanguard Bristle once more to finish off this tower and kick Pakaz out again? And if EG, you can't provide another death on this Dark Willow.
Yeah. There is, both teams are definitely going to be assaulting this bottom lane, I think. And that kill actually puts our Treant Protector to some pretty key levels. I think, you know, you get to level 3, you have 1, 2, 0, but then after that, you can actually start getting those levels in living armor, which will help the Dark Willow, but also help protect this tower. C-Smile going to be victim here of the first rolling thunder. Matthew is going to try and come in and help him out here, though. What can he really do? Does he snowball, pick him up? But then they're going to be next to the tower, straight up for a Tornado EMP. The Dawnbreaker ultimate, though, it's going to come in. A little bit of heals. It's not enough. He was stuck inside. They block off the rest, so they're not pursued, but ultimately they do still lose their mid laner despite heavy rotations and an ultimate use from Whisper.
That was a lot of resources off this dual off lane that yielded nothing here. They're going to bring Panda into mid on the bottom wall. Matthew's just going to die to Dyrachyo top. Pretty much a disaster in mid for EG here.
This is not going well. Matthew will make him reach for it, but ultimately they do still get that kill. 7-5 as Gaimin Gladiators might find a 6th kill. Back to back to back. They are just running over Evil Geniuses in this middle area. Panda will be able to get away to the trees, thankfully, and heal himself up a little bit, but
this was the alternative to making that second move bottom. Just let Ace clean it up on his own because all the skirmishing mid brings the supports, and this is just the more efficient way to do it, right?
Now they're going to try and cut off Pakaz. Quinn on the hunt, but didn't quite spot the Dark Willow due to the part it's nighttime.
And this is where Dark Willow suffers. If you lose your tower fast, you get forced to the jungle.
Now they see him underneath the ward, but he is caught inside the brambles. Quinn's going to take a lot of damage here. And is going to pursue, but Pakaz cannot afford another death, and that leaves Panda alone. Threatening the terrorize, ultimately doesn't throw it out. Cannot save Panda, cannot save their tower, and C-Smile's rotation may only net them this support kill. They're going to be able to get him with the dust, but now the Rolling Thunder is going to be troublesome. Bouncing back off the cliff, C-Smile trying to get a clip push off, does manage to get that. They have to chase away Ace, though. That damage was beginning to build up from the Quills. So terrorize put to use. Gaimin Gladiators just forcing reaction.
I mean, what's happening top?
Getting so much. They're going to get a tower out of this. They have to get kills off this. They cannot afford to be losing towers for nothing. They will punish Celery. Can they get Dyrachyo next?
No way. He still has ult up. Skelly Boy's just doing the work here while everybody's distracted. Quick bottle refill into mid. The efficiency in this early game is really nice for Gaimin right now as they're picking up the pace. And again, just straight into C-Smile. EG just can't solidify the map right now.
No, they are constantly scrambling to try and save somebody. And not quite enough. And Quinn
should have played more Pango.
Buckle means that now he's going to be nailed by that Solar Guardian. He's going to be chain stunned. Goodbye. 10 minutes in, finally, Evil Geniuses get a little something to work with, though the damage is done already. They have a Treant Protector, and they've lost both their side lane towers.
It's a big misstep, right? When you're rolling these early games like this, it's all about momentum, especially based on the supports around your mid hero. That's a big swing. It gives some breathing room for EG in what was turning just to be a rout on that laning phase. And what I was mentioning is, for Pakaz, when there's this much early tower pressure, Dark Willow's not a hero who wants to be forced into the jungle super early, right? You don't have some crazy farm spell in Glaives or Sven Cleave or something.
You want your hand of Midas.
Yeah, and then you're okay
you
getting
go
there.
jungle.
But it's a slow hero, and I think this Bristle pick, exploiting the fact that you have Enchantress to back it up, so you're pressuring both tier 1s on equal sides of the map. It's not a situation Pakaz can respond accordingly to, whereas Dyrachyo, he's going to be happy to join all these fights on Weaverman. He comes in, he throws a bug out. You have good minus armor synergy.
Nailed him. And that's one great thing about the Dark Willow. Later on, might have a harder time being able to kill Celery with the Untouchable, but early on, you've got this Bedlam that'll get you free kills on an Enchantress every time. Maybe support on support. Dark Willow's really nice again.
I do think it's a very good Dark Willow game. If Pakaz can get there, he's going to wreak some havoc in the fight. The question is, can you get there? And right now, these Gaimin cores are pulling out ahead. And the thing is, if you misstep on this map once, Roshan is going to melt, right? You have Goo, you have the bug from Weaver, you have Alacrity from Evoker later on in the game.
Untouchable to be able to tank the Roshan.
Lucky shot. I mean, there's a lot of minus armor poke that comes through for this gaming lineup. Even just the single point in Goo that hits you, it got buffed, right? It's a lot of minus armor straight off the bat, even with the low levels here. It hurts.
Bouncing around once again. Rolling Thunder will find more and more kills. Gaimin Gladiators. Now they're going to put some pressure on this mid tower. This is something Evil Geniuses cannot afford to give up, but can they stop it?
No,
We
no
see
way.
Smile being gone, and too many heroes here, all 5. I mean, I love the fact that Gaimin Gladiators make a move like that, right? Getting the pick off, but then just bringing all 5 and saying, go ahead, fight us.
Just not a lot of zone control for EG, especially dealing with the Enchantress summons this early, and they know the Weaver can rotate. Can't keep these towers up, and that's a lot of minus value for the Treant lineup here. Treant would prefer to fight around these towers. It's not just about living armor healing them up. It's like, how does Panda get a good fight with Overgrowth, right? A lot of the way you do it is you take defensive fights around your tier 1s where the enemies dive you, and it sets up Treant spells. All 3 tier 1s gone by 12 minutes. This is looking like a classic gaming game of, we're just going to run through the objective so fast you don't have a chance to respond. And it's Ace leading the pack, a very good sign for them, as he has been the linchpin for this team's success all year, right?
Yep. In fact, yeah, Gaimin Gladiators, their run through the majors early on in the season was based around a lot of the fact they just figured out like what Ace needed to play to give them the win condition at the time. Do you feel like that changed though in the recent meta?
I mean, for sure. A lot of that hero pool was summons heroes, it was aura builders, it was things like the Underlord that he was almost undefeated on. I mean, where are any of those heroes now, right? They're gone. So you have to kind of adapt, pull these new heroes in and make them work for you. We're starting to see it with things like the Primal Beast and the Bristleback. That is something Gaimin have had to adjust. It changes a lot of your itemization across the board. EG will go for a quick pickoff here on the support broker, of course. Damn, that is a big swing there from Whisper.
It always surprised me how much damage that does, but he does have a 1-4-4 build, so very much focused on being able to throw out that damage. You need to go for an early game Blade Mail, start working towards Echo Saber, BKB. Blink Dagger, though, finally up for Evil Geniuses, and this is where we could see Evil Geniuses do more than just find a single hero pickoff. You've got their team fight hero online with the Blink Dagger. They're going to smoke up almost immediately with 3 heroes.
It's a decent time to fight if you didn't have the shield rune on Quinn right now, who just finished Diffusal, because Ace is clearing through the Ancient stack. So he's kind of taking the defensive orientation on the map. You get these towers down and go back to your side of the map. It does give space to EG. Can they find anything?
Vision of Durachio right now. He's sitting underneath both a ward and a sentry.
I mean, this is the dream.
Shikuchis. This is a perfect.
Echo him on the stack.
Geniuses. Yeah, they're just gonna catch him with the Echo. It doesn't have to be on the stack as long as they get him stunned right now. Mid Shikuchi, chain that stun and finish him off. Evil Geniuses. Blink Dagger reveal nets them a very big pickoff on the enemy carry.
Pretty much what C-Smile wanted with this Blink. Get a big core kill. Quinn's gonna try and turn it back. Arcane Rune.
Oh, Ice Shards tried to stop the Rolling Thunder from being able to catch Bakaz, but it just wasn't quite good enough. Bakaz, Overgrowth, and the Fissure block, but the support damage is there to help get the kill on Bakaz. And Matthew, a little bit late there on the snowball to save Bakaz as a result. And Quinn's feeling good. He's got an Arcane Rune, so he's just gonna keep on chasing.
Yeah, they're gonna bring Whisper in. No Dawnbreaker ultimate to join the fight. He's gonna have to do it the hard way. They have the burst from Tofu.
Beautiful. Fissure actually catches 2 more on top of the kill onto Tofu, so maybe separating Quinn from his supports, they can focus down Celery up next. Big hit from Whisper will finish him off. Dominating for Whisper. Yeah, you were right, Avery. Now's the time for Whisper to pop off, and he is doing it right when his team needs him most.
5-1-3 in 15 minutes. He's got to lead the fights. He's the one hero for EG having a tremendous game here, and it's going to be catch-up duty for Bakaz with this Midas. C-Smile also had a very slow early game, but of course, these are heroes that you kind of expect to be behind in this game if you're EG, right? Versus Enchantress, with the start that Bristle had, maybe the lanes go a little better for you, but the objectives, there's just no easy way to defend it. So you're going to play with less map, you're going to play from behind, but you can take those types of fights with this lineup that has a lot of turnaround, and that's something Gaimin you're going to have to think about. That exact type of fight bottom, how far do you extend into Overgrowth, tough snowball and shards, fissure block?
This skill would be massive if they can get it. He's used to the swashbuckle. There goes his mobility, and there goes his health pool.
Yeah.
Got it in an instant.
That is what EG are looking for right now, and you can't split up too much if you're gaming. You own a lot of the map. Can you be this greedy on it, right? That's the big question, at least before big defensive items come out. I mean, Ace, probably a hard target to go on, but even then, that's what this Tusk pick is designed to do with Max Tag Team. Give you the physical threat. Prevent Ace from just controlling all of the map.
And Ace is about to, like, with his Aghanim Scepter now complete, and then I feel like once you get the shard, that completes the sort of run at you territory. It's very hard to turn around and kill this hero, and he can chase you down pretty easily by leading with that shard. Tons of burst damage to follow it up. So Gaimin Gladiators could definitely, you know, solidify things a little bit more by playing with Ace. But Evil Geniuses, I'm sure, are well prepared for that kind of action.
And the front line's going to be important for Gaimin because it is ace, and it's kind of only ace. You don't want the Pangolier getting jumped first in the fight, and you definitely don't want the Weaver getting jumped first, especially when Dyrachyo just went Desolator. This is a very aggressive Weaver itemization here. Yep. It's not some early BKB. It's not more stats. It's just raw damage, more minus armor amp to go along with everything else they have, too. That's the part that's super nice here, right? The physical synergy is just off the charts for Gaimin. If it lines up on any core hero, there's not a lot of armor outside of the living armor here for EG. Dark Willow not exactly known for buffing up the physical resistance, so you're gonna melt. And Roshan, yeah, it's gonna be very fast, very early. This was a gimme, right?
I think that death on Quinn was definitely a moment of reflection for Game Gladiators. It was like, okay, we've been greedy enough trying to play all 3 lanes and play very deep on the enemy side of the map. Let's go ahead and regroup a little bit, focus on the objectives. They'll take the Aegis for their side, give it over to Quinn, so now he can play a little bit more frontline.
You know, he dies once, and I'm sure it won't happen again. That might have been the fastest Roche under 20 minutes of the tournament.
Yeah,
that thing had minus 33 armor on it. At 17 minutes, that is ridiculous. Gaimin, they're going to try and translate this Aegis into more, right? This is not a team that generally sits back with their objectives timings. They want to translate them around Ace's timings, just up the pressure, especially if they can stay on EG's side of the map without giving pickoffs. They're going to be really happy about limiting Pakaza's space, which again, he's not on one of these heroes that can shove lanes out quickly like a Sven or make up for the lack of room. At some point, you're just going to have to fight them back.
I like this positioning from Gaimin Gladiators, just taking away the double ancient camps here on the left side of the map.
Tower is under attack.
Whisper, though, I mean, they do have this global capacity where Whisper can at least always play away from his team, so he's trying to really farm up that bottom part of the map. He's got his Echo Saber working towards the BKB. They're definitely focusing on a later game timing. The Aghanim Scepter is almost done for the Dark Willow, though. In fact, he could buy it out as soon as his courier actually gets to the secret shop, which is all dark right now for Evil Genius.
If you're EG, I feel like you almost want Gaimin to run past a tier 2 or something, give you the fight setup.
But Panda, but they do have the stun there. Tofu reaches out, but even still, double damage on Quinn helps.
Yeah, this is not a fight. Double damage Aegis means you're just going to give up more of the map. This is a ticking time bomb. Like, you can definitely turn this game around if you're EG. At a certain point, you bend, don't break, get that one team fight, then reopen the map. But right now, I mean, do you want to go into this ball?
How well do you feel like this version of Weaver scales?
I think he scales better than some of the previous versions for sure.
Okay.
The new shard plus the talents for the Geminate, it hits real damn hard. Zero can be really scary in the late game. I think it is still a hero that's susceptible to getting bursted, and you know, maybe he's not as terrifying in an overall team fight, but when you have some of these other cores that can help pick up the physical damage slack, then he's just great because the bug goes through. Suddenly Pango and Bristle are having a field day, right?
Yeah.
You're amping the damage of everybody on this team. That's what's really nice about the Gaimin lineup. The scaling synergy is nothing to scoff at. We're gonna make a quick smoke, try and control all the ancients here. Continue to limit Pakaza's room.
Paz?
Yeah, he might get caught.
Yep, they're going to hit him with the tornado. Team has to respond here. Shadow Realm TP away, but the cold snap was still on him, so he couldn't actually complete that one. Oh, here comes that Rolling Thunder. Overgrowth is going to be able to stop him. Snowball, though, didn't go through. It was actually on to Quinn, so he wasn't in a position to be able to pick him up. Oh, Purple Sam goes in, almost enough burst damage. Ah, and Matthew is there with the final punch, but it is a blow that is good for EG, but the fight is not. EG is going to lose more members here as they've already lost the 2. Looks like Quinn, he's searching for more. He's like, you guys got this kill, right? All good. I'm going to look for a 4th kill out on the map. Maybe they were a little bit too greedy here. Does not have a TP though, so he's going to be dying.
21-minute wisdom.
Finds him with the quills. Oh, Panda! Panda, get it! Okay.
What?
Hey, he got the wisdom rune at least. Gives up his life to get the experience for himself and his team.
I don't know how many players get that rune in that situation, but Ace gives him a little bit of a freebie.
Speaking of freebies, one thing about this Bristleback, Tormentor is always a freebie for him.
Solo it up here. That's going to be a nice grab. Map control paying off for Gaimin as they continue to run through these. A little bit of a weird death for Dyrachyo. I think he time-lapsed super early. Just didn't line it up. Does get a Deso charge out of that fight, however, and I mean, he gets to BKB. He's kind of invincible unless you straight burst him off the Echo, which we've seen. There's a lot of interrupt for the Shaker jump in this game until C Smile has his own BKB. It's not necessarily reliable to just go in on one of these cores, versus the Invoker, versus the Pangolier if he's not the one getting caught. So BKB timing's really important for EG here, particularly when they come out relative to Duracio's. And I mean, Bloodstone already done for Ace. He's big.
The BKB combined with the Shard especially, allowing him to be super aggressive. Good kill if they can get it, but he's already popped the time lapse, and that's going to pull Matthew way out of position and up on top of the cliff. He'll wave goodbye, spotted with the Sunstrike, but nobody's close with done. Still looking to be able to chase down some heroes. They know Whisper has got to be somewhere close, and they got him with the coup. So he's going to be slowed down significantly, trying to get away with that hammer. Panda will cover him with a bit more slows, but the bug is going to latch. They'll have vision of Whisper.
They're going to take the fight. Aegis right now.
On to Quinn, right as the Aegis is run out. He's in trouble, he's already dead. Oh, what a turn. Is Pakaz in good position, but look at Duraccio and Ace. They're both hunting on to Pakaz right now, trying to finish him up with the Quills. Duraccio commits into the base. He goes to finish off the enemy carry, but another Shadow Realm. Duraccio is trouble now. No, he's overextended himself. Instead of getting the kill on the enemy carry, he got himself killed instead. Panda is going to be left alone here with the damage dealer pushed all the way back inside the base. EG can't really keep this good situation going for them.
They're healing and bounding, coming back.
Okay, a punch up in the air does get a kill, but Ace is way far forward, and there are too many members of Evil Geniuses. He has stumbled into all of this. Now it just leaves Celery all alone. Now, we did get that shard from the Tormentor. That'll help him get a little bit of distance here.
Oh, you're looking for the full team wipe.
A Blink Dagger, a Hammer, and they'll finish him off.
Just a matter of time here as the physical burst. Winning EG a fight on the turnaround. I mean, they won't get the wipe, but I mean,
the fight was so delayed that Gaimin Gladiators heroes were up again.
I mean, they're super happy with that, especially Pakaz, right? He gets the Weaver kill, doesn't even die here, and just everything on that turnaround was great because the Ace expired the second C Smile jumps in with that Echo Slam. They had it down to a T there as Gaimin were trying to force that fight, and you can't really blame them, right? They're trying to make the most out of this duration running out. It's just the smoke on the other side. They weren't expecting it. Catches two. It does get disrupted by the tornado, but it doesn't matter. You have enough lockdown to follow it up. And it's just about running down the supports while you can. And this Bramble into Shadow Realm coming up for Pakaz is just perfect.
So massive. So massive that he gets this kill. You can see how much gold he got out of that. We saw at the end, the chart, he got the most gold and most experience out of anybody in that fight. Massive win for this hard carry Willow that is only going to get stronger and stronger.
I mean, I talked about the combination Duraccio on a Weaver, right? It has to be one of the most explosive combinations in Dota right now.
Yeah,
it's just, you know, he's going to have some deaths on the hero at the same time. He's going to go in super aggressively and make a huge amount of space. It's just a knife's edge.
Yeah, he is a man who rides that line constantly.
Exactly.
And he surely was confident going into this series because he has been playing a lot of pubs of it. In fact, he played 5 matches recently.
Oh, yeah.
Only lost 1 of them. So he's been practicing the Weaver. Had to feel good about it going into this series, and they had a great start. They still have a big lead. Gaimin Gladiators still control of this game, no doubt about it. It's just they've given a window, an opening for Evil Geniuses to now strike.
And they're amplifying the BKB timing, right? Now you have BKB done on Whisper and on C Smile, and then you can push towards your next item for Pakaz, which is going to be the Hurricane Pike. So these heroes on EG are tanking up, whereas that was your Bloodstone timing for Ace, and he just got melted through it. So he's going to go into like Bot's Lotus here on the Bristleback. He's not really getting too much tankier in the next few minutes here for EG if you end up in another fight if you're Gaimin. So it's going to come down to Duraccio and the BKB he picks up on the Weaver. That's going to limit the amount of burst EG can pump into the Weaver, and it pretty much should guarantee him a time lapse here. At least a better time lapse than he's been getting in these fights. He's been getting forced out early. Generally not what you want. He'll lead the charge. Wants to put it to use here. Still looking for Deso charges as well.
Now, the potential Roshan spawn time has started, so both teams are going to be thinking about Roshan. Gaimin Gladiators probably a bit more than EG, but EG can finally contest. Felt like that first one was probably too much for them, but this feels like a Roshan they can actually fight
Duraccio? This is a dangerous game, man. You're showing all these waves versus a Blink Echo Slam Shaker alone. You don't know if C Smile's there ready to pull the trigger, and he'll have to time lapse out. This is really a game about who bursts who off the jump, who's tanky enough to survive it. The Hurricane Pike on Pakaz, like we're seeing here, it's an interesting item choice, right? I think you have options of going Manta, for example. The Dispel's pretty solid. This is going to be a lot tankier. The Hurricane Pike is also super nice in this game versus the Bristleback, or even some of the Weaver and Pango later on in the fight to recreate some space, get you another Shadow Realm.
Sure.
Kind of like the idea. I mean, it's also a standard itemization for Willow. Absolutely nothing wrong with it here.
He is going to need to start speeding along. He's got to get the BKB, he feels like, next, but then Octarine, super important to hit with that level 20 timing. So you can have that kind of near perma Shadow Realm obnoxiousness.
That's what it's all about. Late game Octarine plus neutral item for extra cooldown reduction. Just get permanent Shadow Realm, then you're a god.
I like this a little bit of efficiency. They stacked up the Ancients so they could clear it out at 27 minutes. So they go into the smoke with tier 3 items right as they spawn.
I mean, of course, you're still going to stick with the Grove, though.
Yeah, that is definitely true. God's going to stick with that one for quite some time.
Yeah, it'll be smoke on smoke. Gaimin, they're just going to meet him up here. They want the next Roshan. Remember, that Roshan happened super early. The next one's even more valuable, and I'm going to run into him.
He can run it instantly, goes straight for Duraccio. The chain's done, gone to land.
Hit it up.
Small moment, but no BKB. Duraccio now gone.
Buyback time left.
Oh no, Quinn got himself stuck on the cliff, and he can't actually chase after Pakaz. Pakaz, who's stuck on his dead end. They have to get on top of him now, but now the Shadow Realm TP will
get out.
No stuns, he's getting out. Oh no, a buyback from Gaimin Gladiators that now puts them at a point where they can't immediately capitalize. They do manage to get Panda, so there will be one member down on the side of Evil Geniuses. We'll see whether or not he buys back to contest this Roshan, or if this is enough space for Gaimin Gladiators, just go for it.
Got Matthews buyback as well, but of course it cost you Duraccio's here, who time-lapsed back in, used the BKB and found nothing in that entire fight. He gets jumped once more. You're going to feel good about getting this Roshan, but not nearly as good as you would have felt getting it for free. And they'll put the Aegis on the Weaver here. Not a bad choice, right? I mean, at some point, you're just going to have to make sure you can man up and play the fight aggressively. Wear through these ultimates. The saves and the disruption have not been enough to buy him the time for the time-lapse.
Yep. Ace is still having a fantastic time in these fights, though, and he's now completed a Lotus Orb on top of the Bloodstone, Aghanim Scepter, and Boots of Travel. So they're going to make sure they can keep playing the map and try and keep Evil Geniuses from being able to expand too far out there. They're just going to be locked inside the base.
And that's the thing. EG, they're playing these fights in a way where you're shutting down Duraccio. I mean, it's a tri-core lineup, right? All these cores are scaling pretty hard. They all have good synergy. Sure, you kill the Weaver, but if it costs you too much, can you actually win that fight afterwards? And the only real consistent damage they have going into these later portions is the Dark Willow. At some point, Pakaz has to be able to stand there and win them that long fight, kill multiple cores after they commit Echo Slam, you know, Solar Guardian onto Duraccio. Right. So you're saying Ace is big, and yeah, he is big and bad.
Now, they are going to be going, I was wondering, where's the break mechanic come in? Because you're right, they haven't really been addressing this Bristleback all too much. We're going to go for a Shadow Blade on the Earthshaker. We'll see whether or not he completes out the full-out Silver Edge. Obviously, Shadow Blade, the invisibility is super important.
Yeah, I don't know if you're going full Silver Edge here. I feel like they're aiming more just for the Tusk Axe. That's something that can shift the way these fights are played. Displace one of these, especially Ace on the front line, displace him into your burst. That's a very different scenario. So that is something Gaimin are racing against here. I mean, they're not racing, right? They're still 15k up. They are controlling the whole map, cruising through this game. Still have Aegis for 3 minutes. Could very well be just be a high ground force here.
I think they should, because I'm looking at Matthew, and he's got an Aghanim Scepter queued up.
Yes, so
you do not want to be trying to still break the high ground when you're dealing with Aghanim's Tusk. So I definitely want to take that advantage. At least get yourself 1 or 2 lanes of barracks before that item comes up.
It would feel nice to go high ground here, especially with Weaver just hitting level 20. Talking about this hero scaling, I mean, this is one of the big timings, right? Plus 90 on the Gemini. Has the shard as well.
Yeah, that kind of flat damage buff is going to be super impactful in this window right here. Meanwhile, we don't have the armor items. Whisper's trying to go for the AC, which would help a lot against all this physical damage and minus armor, but not there yet.
Still EG, they have both supports out on the map. Doing a decent job of holding this network even while the space is really limited. This is way better than being stuck in your base right now. And it is a tough high ground to crack. You have Tusk Shard, you have Fissure that can block people off on the ramp, isolate a hero. Somebody gets bursted, then you go back and fountain heal. It's definitely not the easiest high ground, particularly for a Weaver who, as we've seen, is pretty burstable this game. Be another solo Tormentor from Ace.
Yeah, who wants it this time? Oh, they already have all of them.
Nobody. Goes to us, I guess.
Nice. What's your shard ability?
You get to listen to me more. Very powerful shard.
Quinn gonna get some chain stuns here. BKB is available. Do they have anything to stop BKB TP away? No, not yet anyway. And it doesn't look like anybody, I don't see anybody going for it. Like Quinn's going Octarine, not Basher. And Bristleback is gonna be going for a Kaya. So that is gonna be a problem.
Nothing in the short term. It'll only be the Basher on Pango later. Quinn opts for it. Satanic for the Weaver, definitely nice here. Now you're suddenly 3,000 HP. Way harder to burst them off the magical damage.
We're getting to the final 60 seconds of that Aegis, so now has got to be the time for Gaimin Gladiators to pull that trigger and at least try and see what they can do.
Well,
but
yeah, I mean, we tried.
Good effort, guys. It's okay. Satanic will heal him up instantly. And, well, they got the living armor on the bottom tower. Do you want to go hit mid instead?
I just don't think you can force the high ground here. You don't have a great way to siege it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess like, what's the point of chipping away at that tower if it's just going to get healed up by living armor?
Exactly.
Anyway?
You'd rather just build the lead and farm the map, play for the third Roshan, or at least the team fight that EG is probably going to bring to you. And yeah, if you can catch the supports on the map, because Matthew has been getting away with a lot right now.
That is a good item to take out of their hands for a while. Matthew does blink back into the range of Tofu. He does have enough mana. Tornado going to be used. Is there any more disables left from Tofu? Used a lot of them, and oh, the damage just enough. Matthew almost got away with Courier Murder there, but does ultimately get murked. 22-18 with an 18,000 net worth lead for Gaimin Gladiators. Finally putting a stop to the supports that are farming out on the map.
This is going to become a real test of Dark Willow carry right now. How strong do you think this hero is? Because we've basically seen Gaimin exploit a lot of the weaknesses of it, right? The slow pace, the inability to defend your towers or join these early fights. The fact that when you lose a lot of these neutral camps, I mean, for any carry, it's really bad. For Dark Willow, the Midas doesn't feel great. Kaz just had a very slow game.
Decent amount of AoE damage.
Yeah, so now's your time to pay it back and show why this hero is a late game powerhouse. It's gonna happen soon.
Gonna try and get some revenge for Tofu. Rolling around here, they do have the vision of Bakaz. Are they going to focus him down, though? Another Shadow Realm going to be popped, threatening to terrorize. Instant BKB from Darachi, who wants this kill, and he wants it bad. He couldn't get it in the last engagement. BKB, plus they have the Dawnbreaker ultimate coming in.
Quinn.
Neither goes for Quinn, though. Quinn going to be the target. Swashbuckles away from that final hit from Whisper. Bakaz still in trouble, and his BKB is now down. What does he do? Keep away. C-Smile, same thing here. Oh, he barely gets out. Oh, man, that was a close one.
The Gemini hits off this Weaver when you get minus armor down. There's no saving you. I'm surprised that EG get out of there with everybody.
Yeah, I think that was just the Shadow Blade that got him away ultimately.
Darachi is having a tough time sticking on the targets here. I mean, that is the one downside of Gaimin's line. There's not a huge amount of lockdown and control, right? It's kind of just, you just want to run into EG, slay him with the right clicks here. Yeah, outside of Tofu. And Tofu, he's doing his best, but hard to control this Dark Willow in the Shadow Realm right now when your only real AoE spell outside of the Invoker is the Rolling Thunder, and they've been jumping Quinn. Did get the cheese out of Quinn on that as well. So technically, you know, you got through one life there.
Kinda. I like what Tofu's doing right now. He's just like hunting, right? Just goes walking, run around at high movement speed. He's got a gem as well, so he runs into, say, the Earthshaker with invisibility, or he finds some sort of ward. He's constantly checking for vision to make sure evil geniuses do not feel safe pushing outside of the base. And again, trying to limit somebody very important here, Matthew. Still, what was it, 1,000 gold away from that Aghanim Scepter. It's looking like Gaimin Gladiators, I think they're likely to get the third Roshan, but it means they're also probably going to be facing up against the Walrus Kick high ground.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The thing, the Walrus Kick is really nice for stalling the game, but it doesn't help you in that Roshan fight, I think, especially if it ends up being Dire side, where Gaimin can just abuse buybacks. Again, there has to be at some point more consistent damage coming out from EG so they can win a longer fight. Otherwise, I think Gaimin are going to be happy to throw lives and then just take the longer extension.
Sure.
Win it off that.
I almost wonder if evil geniuses, I'm sure they are going to contest Roshan, but I almost feel like it would be better for them just to say, go ahead, take the Aegis, try the high ground, see what happens.
This is a route you can go. Again, that comes down to your conceptual understanding of Dark Willow right now.
Yep.
Just how hard does this hero scale in this particular game? Silver Edge for Pakaz is definitely going to up the capability in the fight, especially versus Ace here. More attack speed, more damage, crits. Everything adds up, and hey, Walrus kick online for Matthew. He eventually grinded it out in this game. The lead has been built to 22,000 gold for Gaimin, but he eventually found some space, which is going to change how these fights operate. And I mean, you've got to just instantly go for the fight here, right? If you want to get a fight in, maybe for some buybacks, set yourself up for the Roshan, which is going to spawn soon, and you know it. Now's the time, and it'll be a smoke from EG to try and find something on the map.
It is a powerful tool to be sure, but is it enough to cut through a 23,000 net worth lead for Gaimin Gladiators in this Roshan fight that's going to be coming up? 45 seconds until Roshan spawns. Both teams are going to be playing for it throughout this 3 minutes. Duraccio, he just completed his data list. We also have his tier 4 items. Very important, Spell Prism on the Dark Willow. So he may not have the Octarine, but he's got the next best thing, a free 12% TDR.
ER is always what you want on this hero, especially with the talents coming out. Gaimin closing in on some big ones too, but they're not there yet. They're level 24 on Duraccio. Something to note, he went the Ascetics cap here.
Okay.
This could be really big in the fight because you might not expect the extra status resistance on the jump trying to burst his Weaver, and suddenly he lives with 3,400 HP.
If he's the one that gets targeted.
Well, I mean, it's Duraccio, so he's gonna be in there.
That means Duraccio does have to like really aggressively go in. Otherwise, I think if they get the initiation on Quinn, then things are probably a lot better for EG in that regard.
They have to find the Pango the Weaver. There's not really a way around it because Ace is just way too big, man. He just finished hard. 4,600 HP right now. You also finished this Assault Cuirass for Whisper.
Shot dies fast.
Yeah, it's gone. This is just an impossible contest. I mean, how do you even get an angle in here, right?
Okay, so Evil Geniuses do not contest this Roshan. They are going to have all of their resources for a high ground defense, and we'll see what Gaimin Gladiators, what their strategy is to break this high ground.
This is a go high ground Aegis. You have everything you need. Not much is going to change in terms of how these fights are going for you. To devise a plan right now and think about it. Understand someone is getting kicked in. There's potential to fissure block the ramp. You're going into Overgrowth. You're going into Maresca in the back. It's going to have almost permanent Shadow Realm. You can't get on Pakaz. He's going to kill you in these long fights at this point. Damage is creeping up there.
Other big items coming in soon. Sea Smile working towards an Aghanim Scepter. The Silver Edge is going to be on the side of the Dark Willow instead. And the Assault Cuirass we already talked about for Dawnbreaker.
Continuing to grow.
I mean, is there something you see that Gaimin Gladiators want to wait for right now? Or is it they're just waiting for a better opportunity?
I mean, you can wait for more items on Quinn. Tango still has a lot of room to evolve. In a sense, you can wait for some of these level 25 talents if you really feel like they make that difference. But honestly, I don't think much changes about how the fight is going to go, right? It's just a question of, are you jumping the right heroes on EG? Do you see them? Or are you willing to just let them sit in base until you have 50k gold lead?
Yeah, why not?
That's what Tundra would say.
Best way to siege the base is perhaps just building more war engines. There's the kickback, first one of the game.
And there's a time lapse.
And immediate time lapse from Duraccio, who's still playing a little forward here.
I think you're happy to trade that if you're Matthew.
Yeah, they're getting damage on all three of these tier 3 towers right now. They know that Evil Geniuses are strongest when there is just one lane being pushed in. There's the kickback again. Ace gonna be in some trouble. He's gonna be pulled in with the snowball. Quinn's gonna try and rescue him though with this Rolling Thunder. Ace has his Lotus Sword still protecting him. He's gonna run out of here. Quinn, same thing. He's gonna roll on out away from this space. How much damage have you really done? Overgrowth is actually gonna be used on Quinn. He's gonna be in big trouble. Tornado comes through. Is that enough to save him? No, he ends up falling because of half health. Trying to get away from Duraccio, who is tearing through these heroes right now. Snowball pickup. Picks up Whisper. He's gonna be pulled out of position though. Blink away. Nice. Whisper over to the side here. Can he get back to the fountain? He's getting away from this one. Ace, yes, his Quills do man to finish him off, but he's at half health right now, deep inside the enemy base. The rest of his team, though, Gaimin Gladiators, focused on the objectives.
Yeah, screw the heroes. These buildings are a way easier target right now. You still have Aegis on Duraccio. They ate the cheese. Really a buyback from EG.
Bristleback is dead. They see the opportunity. 1 small second is all it takes to be able to finish him off. C-Small, oh, what health? Oh, it might be enough damage. It's going to fall all the way to the back front, but it's not quite enough. Now the damage starts raining in. A kickback. 1 life down for Duraccio. Can they do it again? It's going to try and wash him, but not quite landing. Time lapse to get to the other position, but there is Matthew on the other side. Too many stuns. Gaimin Gladiators are not able to break Evil Geniuses on the high ground.
They get a tier 3, and that's it because they split the difference here, and the kickbacks are just devastating for a lineup that can't take the fight super deep. All the BKBs got wasted really early there. Man, the supports from EG doing work in these high ground holds. Their spells are so annoying between the overgrowth, the kick, the shards, the snowball saves from Matthew, right? I mean, he is MVP in this for sure right now. He gets multiple cores out on the brink of death. Whisper lives with under 100 HP, and C-Smile lives with barely any after this impetus, down to 25.
I mean,
Solar Guardian kept him up.
Fighting.
Yeah, this is where this team shines, right? I talked about the 2 modes that EG have. They're either going to run you over, they're going to try and out-team fight you. That is one of the strengths of this lineup. They're showing why. It cost them some buybacks, but they are happy to trade that for a big Aegis timing, especially when all their cores stay up.
I mean, ultimately, Gaimin Gladiators, they got a tier 3 out of that. That's all they got. They almost got the barracks. They were focused on the objectives. I guess they also got a buyback out of what? I think Panda.
Both supports.
Bought back both supports. Ended up having a buyback. So,
economic damage, but it did cost you that Aegis. It cost you the cheese. You still have a refresher shard. You know, but Gaimin's not the best refresher shard. I mean, it's okay. There's nothing crazy. He did get level 25 out of that as well on the Weaver, so he's fully amped up here. But that's one of those high grounds where it's like, all right, that went pretty wrong. But the next time, what's our plan, guys?
Are you willing to take that next time? Like, you got 2 buybacks out of the 2
Well, that's what I'm saying. What's your plan when you do it again?
Yeah.
What changes? Somebody's getting kicked. I mean, the one thing they had going for him was the Lotus on Ace that reflected the snowball.
Yeah.
That's a nice mechanism, right? Even if you get kicked in, you stall it out, and then you just go from there.
Let's go ahead and take a quick listen in onto the Gaimin Gladiators side after that fight.
Dire are scattered.
Great insight there. Gaimin Gladiators saying, yeah, we were overly focused on the barracks. We're trying to end this now. We don't need to, guys. We can play it slow. And you said you could just go ahead and wait it out. Get a 50,000 net worth lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's right in the sense that if you get a lane of racks in this game, does anything change? No.
Probably not. No.
The way you win this game is you need to kill EG's heroes. You have to win them in a team fight. And, I mean, a lot of times you're going to get baited on this racks and give them a good team fight out of it. And right now, all of a sudden, EG out on the map, right? Still 40 seconds for Duraccio to come back up. But they're getting a lot of net worth out of this, a lot of breathing room, and Ags on C-Smile. A blink on Whisper to make sure this Starbreaker gets applied correctly. And he also has that Starbreaker cooldown. This is a 6-second Starbreaker on a Dawnbreaker with Deso AC plus the shard. I mean, you get 3 or 4 of these off in a fight, it's hard to lose it, right?
Yeah, because is not the only damage dealer in town.
Exactly. So some of the hidden scale for EG is starting to show itself, and of course, because working towards that 6 slots Moon Shard.
What, we're talking about the damage
in the backpack.
Dawnbreaker, but what is, he's going for a Scythe of Vice.
Well, I mean, you got to balance. I mean, not everybody can carry the game.
Okay, so we get a little bit extra control. I mean, I could see it, right? You get the Echo Slam, you follow it up with the Solar Guardian, you land, you then can Scythe of Vice. Like, it is a ton of chain stun.
It's a good set.
When you choose to jump on something.
I mean, he probably asked what he should build, you know, because, yo, chill out, Whisper. I'm still a carry.
Got this, man.
Don't kill them all, man.
Speaking of because, he is getting close to level 25, which is pretty big. 100 attack speed for a hero that is already pumping out serious damage.
I mean, you get the attack speed, you get a Moon Shard, you get a Pirate Hat. I mean, how much do you need? At a certain point, it's too much. They're valuable talents. And of course, a lot of these fights, I feel like, still come down to Matthew. I mean, Matthew has been, to me, the linchpin of the EG team for a long time. He's the biggest shot caller. He's their drafter. He understands how these fights are going to go. But he's really what sets the fight up, right? If you get the good punch kickback into the burst, if you get the big snowball saves, that's what's winning EG these fights. Maybe they have enough firepower to just take it straight up, but you're still looking at a 24K deficit. You're still looking at 3 cores for Gaimin that are on top here, and all continuing to scale.
Gaimin Gladiators, you could see what they were talking about. They're definitely playing it a lot slower, but it's also because they've given Evil Geniuses a chance. The game has changed quite significantly, where EG is no longer holed up inside of their base, whether it's just purely because of the map push that they've gotten, or also just confidence. They are not hiding.
It's time to smoke.
Or maybe they're hiding right now. They are pushing back to their base at the right time. Two Gaimin Gladiators have gone for a 5-man smoke.
I mean, double damage on Dyrachyo. That's what's here. Oh, Ace is going to TP props. I feel like they're not going to find anybody here. Just want to get all the lanes in off this smoke. Daedalus completed for Dyrachyo as well, by the way. So this is about as strong as Weaver's going to get. There's not much left in the tank, right?
Yeah.
Now, this is a carry that can operate without boots. That's the one nice
part. But C-Smile goes invisible.
No detection.
Need the help of Tofu to catch him. C-Smile is already too far away. Maybe a slight error there from Gaimin Gladiators having Ace lead, but he's also the person if you're going to run into 5 heroes of EG, you want him on the front line, so.
I mean, to me, this game is almost even because so much of the net worth for Gaimin is on these supports, but can you use it, right?
Yeah.
Can Tofu and Celery have the impact they normally would have in a game? I mean, how many of these heroes are you going to be able to just sit there and reign and the impetus is on? You can't touch the Dark Willow. You might not see the Shaker. There's snowball saves that can disjoint. Like,
and maybe part of the reason he's not so focused on trying to scale up, he took a pit stop and went for more utility. He picked up a Lincoln, so that's going to try and combat some of that.
I mean, that is not a moon shard, so that tells you all you need to know.
Exactly, because how many moon shards is too many on Dark Willow?
2.
Okay, well, he was thinking about the second one, but he's now backed away for and set a swift blink.
He's also getting close to being slotted here. Yeah. Also pick up his level 25 talent, and I mean, we're at 47 minutes. This game goes to 60. You're gonna get the next set of neutral items. And it might go that distance because we've seen EG be very patient about holding the high grounds going in these late games, right? They are a team that has had mega creep comebacks. They are a team that has been there with us at that point, in fact. With some of their members at least, and this game could definitely go in that direction. It can get very weird at this point because you're maxing out. And finally, a Tormentor goes down for EG. I think they're first of the game, right? I think all the others have gone to Ace.
Yeah, is there any shards that they really would have liked? I guess the ice shards is kind of annoying. The upgraded ice shards. Who cares about the Curse Crown upgrade because Fisher's a nice upgrade, I guess.
That Dark Willow shard is nice, but yeah, you're not in a range to use it a lot of times.
Yeah, not on a carry Dark Willow.
Actually, it's probably bad because you're just inflating your network.
That's actually a good point. Minute and a half left until Roshan is up. Now, it could be up right now. Evil Geniuses are not in a position to play for it. Do you think they're giving this up again?
This is a Roshan you can start to think about fighting for sure. I think you have a lot more staying power if you can keep the Dawnbreaker alive, especially, and you're just looking at, again, that 6-second Starbreaker with the Hex. It's a lot of control, a lot of burst that doesn't necessarily rely on the big Echo Slam anymore. That's the valuable part of this Hex, right? You can go and find the Weaver, find the Pango, Hex him up in a Starbreaker with like a totem follow-up and tag team. That might be enough. Then all of a sudden you can hold your BKBs, hold an Echo Slam, start to take that longer fight that's been the problem the whole game, that I think still favors Gaimin for sure. That's when the support net worth on Gaimin side really comes into play. Like, you get stuck in a Roshan fight with buybacks, your BKBs are down, you're just taking man fights into these Gaimin cores. All of a sudden, the two supports are going to make that a world of pain. So I don't know, that Roche fight, it's a very tough fight for EG to take, but it is starting to get doable.
You know, looking forward, we're talking a lot about this game and how it's going to progress, but just thinking about this game, no matter what happens in this game, thinking about the series, I feel like the composure that these two teams show and who ends up making that final mistake in the game, I think it's super important for the series because it does look like this is going to be a marathon. Game one is anyway.
And you're at the brink of elimination. You can't make mistakes right now. The TI pressure is going to start to get to you here. And it can come down to one team fight which determines a game, which might determine a series.
Hey, for the first time, Evil Geniuses will have a chance to play for Roshan on their favorite side of the map. Radiant side.
And this is very good for them, right? We're talking about these extended fights. Well, if you don't have to do it into the buybacks that are instantly there, you feel way better about that. Because all of a sudden, yours might not be too bad. Especially if Whisper goes down, you just buy, you can instantly Stolar Guardian straight back into the fight. You don't even need to wait for that long TP. There's some global capability here for EG. We're talking about the buybacks. I mean, which are even up right now. It's everybody but Celery.
Everybody but Celery.
So yeah, this is going to be a straight 10 on 10.
And here comes the big man himself. Over to the Roshan side he goes. Evil Geniuses, you're ready to play for it, but Gaimin Gladiators show up just in time to contest. A 5-man smoke, they're going to wrap around.
Send the Skellies in.
Get some idea. Okay, nobody from Evil Geniuses is home. Where are they at?
Any amount of vision.
Look
what
at
you're
this.
looking for here, so you can get the jump. But look at the wrap, man. See Smiles up so far.
But they're also prepared for this. Celery is in a position to break it with a very deep ward sentry combo there on the far left. But if Gaimin Gladiators don't see this coming on the right-hand side, oh, they spotted Celery. Okay, he's going to be done. Oh, the Spike! He's managing to get away a little bit of distance. They couldn't finish him off, and now they go straight for Kaz. They try and get the Rolling Thunder on top of him. They force the BKB usage out of him. Evil Geniuses are trying to reset right now, but the Rolling Thunder is constantly in their face. Whisper blinking over, knows he needs to be able to help out. Their Dark Willow, they do have it. They blow him up. Boom, he's gone. Duracio's dead, but they get C-Smile in exchange, and Evil Genius is now on the run.
You have to play for the buybacks here. You have to regroup if you're both teams in a sense.
They've lost sight of Bakaz with that Shadow Blade. He's getting away. 5 seconds for Matthew, but he's now been caught by the bugs. Can he get this snowball blink away? It is unlikely. Trying to cover him with the tornado, but there's nowhere he can blink far enough. He will be caught by this as well. Gaimin Gladiators with that extra pickoff, especially since C-Smile didn't buy back right away. It's looking like Roshan is theirs to take for the 4th time.
EG does not want to buy back 2 heroes into running through the Vision, running through the Invoker to try and take that. Now leave the Basher done for the Pangolier. The Rolling Thunder did a lot of work that fight. A lot of the damage came out from Duraccio. A lot of it was into Bakaz, who ended up living. Then he just gets bursted down. Another time-lapse buyback forced out of the Weaver, but he'll get it back with the Aegis here. So a pretty acceptable outcome if you're gaming, right? Especially with the fact that Celery broke that smoke and lived off of 1 hit.
Okay, so Tofu does consume that Aghanim's Blessing. So we've now got the Sunstrike, double Cataclysm going on.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have the best stuns to use it, but
yeah, I'm not.
Hey, never know.
Depends what Quinn can get for them, I suppose.
Yeah, the old dash into Cataclysm. But once more, you are faced with this high ground. And a almost permanent uptime Shadow Realm. Couple seconds here. We'll get the early BKB.
Going to be put to use here. Ace heals himself up with the Bloodstone. Dawnbreaker raining in. The damage is not the best. They do try and break him again, but Ace is just causing enough of a distraction. Whisper now tries to go in, but the Barracks is already gone, and he's going to have to jump away. They manage to get the sight onto the Weaver. Force Staff getting them some distance, and that is just enough. Outside of the sight of the Dark Willow, couldn't complete it. Couldn't take away that Aegis, and Gaimin Gladiators can now keep up the pressure.
So that's EG trading Arax to keep Matthew's buyback here. That is how much they value the Tuskar in these fights. Kind of agree with it, right? I mean, you can just buy the Tusk there and take that fight. But like we heard, the Arax, it doesn't mean much at this point in the game, especially when you have a Dawn who can just clean up the lane anyway. They will retain all their buybacks outside of Pandas, which they traded for Duraccio's, and Aegis up for 3.5 minutes here. So you're going to have a 2-minute differential where you don't have Duraccio's buyback and your Aegis expires. So if you're gaming, you kind of want to use this Aegis. On the flip side, if it goes really wrong like it did the first time,
like if he dies after being kicked deep inside the base?
It's pretty terrifying, right?
Going to be so important in how they use these Lotus Orbs and Lincolns to protect that hero.
We are almost at 40,000 gold lead, but it doesn't matter if you get kicked.
Can you get the chainsaw? Not quite enough. The snowball was put onto him, and Duraccio already used the time lapse, so he pulls Matthew back, and now Matthew may be forced to use that buyback.
Really nice grab for Gaimin. That is what they want, because now you're putting them in a position where if Matthew dies again, this high ground just gets broken entirely. I say that because he's just raining down hellfire right
he's
now.
going to get on top of Bakaz right now, but of course Staff does get him a little bit of distance with the side device. Now they get the Terrorize on him. That's going to be the first life, and no, he does fall.
Did get Matthew's buy.
Matthew, can he get the kick in on the revive? Duraccio instantly pops a BKB. C-Smile looks to jump forward, pops his BKB, but Duraccio popping his own BKB to go for Quinn instead. Now with the kickback on him, they blow him up instead. Ace coming in deep, and look at the picture. He's blocked off right now. With his BKB, he can protect himself. An immediate refresher. C-Smile trying to get out, but Panda was in deep.
Because on the front line.
Because sees his opportunity. He jumps straight in, takes out Duraccio. Panda gave him an opportunity, and Because goes straight for the throne. Now he's going to finish up both Ace as well. The Bloodstone, C-Smile. He gets C-Smile. He gets something out of it, but he still falls.
How much can EG get off of 100 seconds with no Weaver, and they know it? That's
Look
the
at the
smile
courier.
kill.
He's got mangoes coming in from the courier. Because is like, I cannot take any moments to go back to the base. I have to maximize this 90 seconds.
I agree. Every second matters here if you are EG. You have potential to throw Gaimin back if you get a good fight out of it.
There's an arcane rune up there.
That is the Dark Willow dream right now if Bakaz sees it, but he's not going to see it. Oh, a missed opportunity in the night, and they will just push down the lane. I mean, this is not an easy push either, right? Because you know the rest of the buybacks are up for Gaimin. Yeah, you can equally throw it straight back their way here. Daedalus completed for Bakaz. Flying it in now. Can eat that Moon Shard and finish it up. And man, he is hitting so damn hard in these fights. Nobody survives a full burst from the Shadow Realm if they're stunned for the duration of it.
Eats the Aghanim Scepter. Now a Daedalus. Good cut though. Tofu is going to be cutting the wave here.
Yeah, it's gone. They have no other creep.
Evil Genius is not protecting their waves. A massive push coming in the bottom. It looks like they may not even be able to get a single lane of barracks out of this.
Skelly Boys, meanwhile, are cleaning up a tier 3.
They're going to take the tier 3 tower.
Who's pushing who here? You got nothing out of that. Absolutely nothing. I mean, you got the Dark Troll Summoner, but you got absolutely nothing out of that if you're EG. Though, you did feel good about winning that team fight, and it only cost you Matthews by for another Aegis high ground push that does not end this game. So if you're Gaimin, it feels like you're getting frustrated at this point, right? You have 30, 40k gold lead, you have Aegis, you have Refresh Shards, you have Cheese. You're just not getting enough out of it. Maybe you just need more Lincoln Spheres. I don't know.
I mean, we've seen that before. We've seen 4 or 5 Lincolns all being put onto one hero just to try and protect against this.
Just try and stop something about how these initiations are going. We do have another Lincolns on Tofu. We have a Lincolns now on Duraccio. So yeah, I guess they agree with the assessment. I mean, just start massing Lincolns here.
Yep. Now, it's going to be an interesting note because that buyback cooldown is going to be up in 2 minutes. Another minute after that, and we have 60-minute items. So is Evil Geniuses going to be able to get their 60-minute items, or is Gaimin Gladiators going to be able to take control of the map like they've done for pretty much 80% of this game?
It's interesting. I mean, Gaimin could try and push up and play off of it. You know you don't have this Matthew buyback, so if you find the Tusk, I almost feel like that's the one of the most important ones to take out here, because you're not going to find Bakaz without buyback in this game, right? It's probably just not going to happen when you can play so far back, and he has so much damn gold to play with here.
That's for me.
Bakaz, who is 9-3 and 12, he was pressured pretty early, but throughout this later game, I feel like he's done a very good job of keeping it clean. Whisper even more so, 7-1 and 15, 1 death.
Only 1 death for him, who's been going into the middle of these fights. Played this game very damn well, and a lot of these fights are also coming down to kiting Ace, making sure there's not a hero around him that heals, because Bakaz will kill the Bristleback incredibly fast if there's nothing to Bloodstone heal off. That's how this matchup's supposed to work.
And as much as we're setting this up as the potential of Evil Geniuses coming back, they could just slip up in the next fight and get megas. They have to keep a constant composure in this game. It's amazing. Calm, cool, and collected, perhaps. 1.5 minutes left.
Those days are long gone.
1.5 minutes left until we get these 60-minute items. Those are massive. And we're also going to have that Roshan potential spawn time starting at the same point.
Matthews, he's getting to the Tusk Dream. You have that Ags, but now you have Aether Lens on top of it. It just makes your life way easier. And full Octarine completed. Of course, he does not have to save for buybacks since it's on cooldown for 3 minutes. So you are looking at some low cooldown spells here, 8 and 6.5 seconds between the kick and the punch, with an Aether Lens cast range and a Spell Prism to back it up. If Matthew's alive, I feel like somebody is dying on Gaimin's side.
The scary part is
almost the highest priority at this point.
We saw in that last fight, especially with the Lincolns, like without a buyback, he has to jump in. He has to somehow get through around some of these Lincolns, get the kickback in the first place. But then even if he gets the kickback, his way to stay alive is snowballing that person. If he does it onto, say, Duraccio, we saw last time, he got the time lapse off. So he has to just kind of free fall and hope that his team catches him. They have to stop Duraccio from being able to get off the time lapse. Otherwise, he's guaranteed dead.
It's a risky move. I mean, that's why they prioritize that Tuskar buyback so highly. Yep. They're willing to give a lane for it. Guarantees the first initiation, doesn't matter too much. Maybe that's like one of the pieces missing here for Gaimin in terms of all the itemization is a Hex of their own. Just something to give them the chance at the instant Hex on a Blinken. Like, you never know, right? He can mess up the snowball cast, doesn't hit it exactly on time. You have a chance, especially with Invoker being invis all the time. But outside of that, yeah, I mean, you're just maxing it out here. Ex Machina for Dyrachyo. I mean, take your pick right now, right? But double everything, never bad, and another DD rune to boot. So we are getting into the ultra late game here. Some 60-minute items. We'll see what they opt for.
Cataclysm gonna get him some reveal. It's gonna spot Panda, who with the Aeon Disc is gonna try and walk away, blink out, but he's gonna be lucky to survive, and he will not.
Yeah, but if you're gonna die on a part of the map, that's where you want to do it.
That's true.
And this will create that space for EG to farm some neutral items.
Yeah, they're getting something out of it. They got the Pirate Hat on the Dark Willow. They got that massive attack. They got the Stygian Desolator on the Dawnbreaker, which is probably the best item for him as well.
That is a really nice pickup for Whisper here.
So funny. I see Panda swap out his neutral item. I'm like, oh, what'd he get? Oh, no, he's just swapping in his Philly Stone. 61 minutes into the game, need an extra 90 GPM while he's dead. Another, wait, whoa. He actually went for another Stygian Desolator. See, Smile wants to start pumping out some single target damage, too.
I mean, it makes sense, right? They aren't always going on the same target here, and their individual physical burst means a lot when they're going on these big core targets, especially at the end of these fights. You're cleaning up a Bristleback, you're cleaning up a Weaver. Makes sense to me. There's some nice items for EG. For Gaimin, you've got to match it. Ace is deciding what he wants, still thinking about it. It's just Mirror Shield on Celery. You know, it's okay. Ex Machina for Dyrachyo is definitely the big one here.
I almost wonder, I wonder if Ace, if he has Mirror Shield as an option, maybe you put him in the front to start hitting some of these buildings.
The problem is he just starts getting Shadow Realm.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the problem. They don't have a hero that kills the building fast enough before Bakaz starts wearing you down.
Well, he is going to be cruising now. Force boots picked up on him.
Okay, so they're just going for the economic advantage, right? Double force boots between Ace and Quinn here means you free up the boot slots.
Yeah, exactly.
Get another item. Put that gold lead to use.
Quick reveal. I mean, we haven't seen any combos of the Cataclysm, but it has done a great job of revealing Evil Geniuses the few times they actually get outside of their base. And it's going to be yet another Roshan. What is that, the 5th Roshan of the game for Gaimin Gladiators?
It'll be an Ag Scepter, or, I mean, who at this point?
Yeah, I'm not sure if Dyrachyo ever wants to give time lapse to anybody else.
Nobody wants it. The rare game. I mean, Tofu, you already got one, man.
I'm not sure if Celery wants little friends this late into the game.
Oh, they're going to give it to Quinn so he can eat his own. I sell it back. So, more economic advantage here.
Is there enough gold in the world for Gaimin Gladiators to break the seemingly unbreakable Evil Geniuses?
I mean, not really. That's the thing. This game is getting capped.
Yeah.
There's just not that much left to spend on.
Yeah, the biggest thing was like, okay, we can make some minor tweaks, right? It's like 5% here.
Yeah, exactly.
But the 60-minute items, that was the biggest splash we were going to see in a while.
That's where so much of this game came down to the understanding of Dark Willow as a carry, which is not something a lot of these teams are used to. If you're EG and you believe Bakaz will carry this game with the matchups he has, no matter what, you were happy with the high ground defense hold strategy. You're just wearing through this lead, and the 30k gold lead at 65 minutes doesn't mean a whole lot. It honestly doesn't mean much here.
One thing to note about this, due to these item choices, we also have now Arcanist armor on Panda, something to know. But it does mean that Evil Geniuses have the Pirate Hat advantage. We've seen sometimes in these late games, like a bunch of teams.
That's a roll.
Rolling Thunder, they're going to go straight forward here with the armor. It gets off the Shadow Realm, off Bakaz, has to use the kick. Got the kickback, and there's the burst! That's an Aegis, yes, but it's also Weaver in an awkward position. Is he going to time-lapse? Is he going to BKB? He does both. They got a second lane of barracks, but again, does that change anything?
I mean, 30 minutes ago, it was don't focus the racks. At this point, it almost feels like kill the racks before somebody else gets kicked in and get the hell out. The times have changed.
But the scary part is, what if they get Megas? Then they have to hit tier 4s. Then you're just even closer to being kicked into the fountain.
Must go even deeper.
They actually
here.
went outside their base, though. Evil Geniuses decide to go and fight aggressively into him. They have maybe Ace. Ace in trouble. Got him on the overgrowth. C-Smile chasing after him, but he's already got the floats out heal. Back up the full. C-Smile trying to get out of here. Dyrachyo chasing after him is going to bring him down. Big crits coming in. Massive damage. A Sunstrike right in the edge, but Whisper will manage to keep away. And because
he
not for
evaporates.
once.
They find the Dark Willow, take the damage out of the fight. Force a Shaker buyback. Matthew somehow survived off the Octarine cooldowns on the Snowball without an
Evil
Aegis.
Geniuses who break ranks first. They were the ones who were holding this high ground for so long. They decided to take a fight outside of it, and it immediately goes bad.
And that was the weird opportunity to choose it, right? That was just an awkward go up the hill from Whisper that it ended up being super deep. You almost get the bristle back, but it ends up just being too far. You overextend, show your backline, and the second Dyrachyo finds Bakaz, I mean, I'm sure he enjoyed that kill with some crits.
Oh, yeah.
He has been getting pummeled the whole game, but finds his revenge. And now, no buyback on 2 EG cores. You know Gaimin want to press the advantage here.
Quinn's got an idea, which is Rolling Thunder goes straight into the enemy and just creates some space. Now he's taking a ton of damage. He's got to be careful of this one. See if he can roll away before the Shadow Realm second round comes in. He does manage to get out. They get a tier 3. Oh, they got Matthew. Oh, Matthew being pulled away.
Who's kicking who?
He is going to have to lose his buyback here.
And Quinn's back in the base.
Quinn, yeah, Quinn. As long as Quinn doesn't die here, this is all space, but the final hit. Oh, the tower. Oh, so close. But Quinn stays alive.
You gotta be careful, son. That Rolling Thunder is not protecting you anymore.
And the buildings are dying.
And by the way, we have a Divine disassembled on Whisper right now. He can assemble that at any point in this fight.
He sees the opportunity for a big hit. It might not be because you have to worry about.
This Starbreaker is going to launch you into the next game right here if it connects. But that's the big question. Can you connect it right now if you're Whisper? And at which point do you assemble Divine right now? Still 3 buybacks down for EG. They got Matthews out of all that when it was said and done. So once more, if you're Gaimin, you must throw yourselves into the breach. You must press the advantage here.
And maybe they only need to do it one more time to get the Megas once more into the breach. Whisper does have that Divine ready to go.
He is not going to pick the time.
Crits. A second one queued up already.
Surprised that Gaimin are giving him the breather and waiting. Okay, there's the Hex on Tofu. So that is the big item I was thinking was going to come out earlier. This is really nice because Tofu can basically be ghost walked on the back end of a fight or whatever and instantly catch a Blinken off one of these cores if you don't preemptively BKB. Especially even in the longer fights, it's huge for locking down Bakaz out of a Shadow Realm. You've got 2 seconds to find him between.
I mean, if he's fast enough, what if he catches Matthew on the Blinken?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It could absolutely turn these fights, especially when there's no buybacks on EG's side. This is them being pushed to the limit here in game 1.
Another Rolling Thunder. Here it comes, the initiation. What is EG going to be able to do about this? Their building is going to be hit.
Just take the rack.
There doesn't seem to be much they can do to stop it. Panda's going to jump in with the overgrowth, trying to slow this down with the Glyph also being used. Terrorize trying to push him away with the BKBs. Gaimin Gladiators is committed to getting the Megas, but can they get out now? C-Smile makes a jump in. Not quite enough to finish off Tofu, but here comes Whisper. Looks to finish him off. Oh, no, Momo. Sword bounce back. That's keeping Tofu alive. Well, Whisper is Divine Rapier is in trouble, and he gets bursted down by Dyrachyo. Divine on the deck, because now fighting to keep them in the game as Evil Geniuses are going to be limping along here. A massive network deficit. Megas, oh, C-Smile.
Round 2.
It's an opportunity. The Hex doesn't save him, no. Bakaz puts him down, but Whisper will fall for a second time. 3 dead with no buybacks. Make that a 4th. Panda can buy back, but it's Panda and Bakaz, the P duo against Gaimin Gladiators as a full 5 stack.
And the tip from Dyrachyo, it may have had me early, but in the ultra late, there can only be one. Double Hex from the Gaimin supports just broke that high ground fight. And now you have a Divine on Celery. The true carry has arrived.
Look at him. He is doing the most damage. Dyrachyo, they just lean into the buildings. That is going to be it. Evil Geniuses will call it 69 minutes. What a nice game, but Gaimin Gladiators will close it out and get a game 1 victory.
Oh man, going into game 2 here, if you're EG, I mean, what do you go back to, right? Because I feel like this was your game plan. Go to the ultralight with the Dark Willow, with the scaling physical on Whisper, but it ended up just getting shut down by the late game hexes and the overwhelming net worth advantage. And so much of this game, I mean, I know it's hard to think back 60 minutes in a 70-minute game, but the first 12 minutes were mega deciding here, right? 3 tier 1.
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Evil geniuses turn to pick. Gaimin Gladiators turn to
Trient Protector.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Evil geniuses turn to battle.
Dazzle!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Evil geniuses turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Evil geniuses turn to pick.
I speak for the trees.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to...
Behold the horn of Magnus.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to...
Faceless Void.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Evil geniuses turn to pick.
Ancient apparition.
10 seconds remaining.
Evil geniuses turn to bat.
Phantom assassin.
Gaimin gladiators turn to ban.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin gladiators turn to ban.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Evil geniuses turn to pick. Gaimin gladiators turn to
Tide Hunter.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Choose your hero. 5 10 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
If you look at the comeback potential, though, who had the greater comeback potential?
Well, you can only come back if you're behind.
Exactly.
So I guess that's Evil Geniuses.
And you can only go deep in the lower bracket if you're used to going in the lower bracket.
Okay.
Evil Geniuses also are, as you mentioned.
You got to be comfortable with losing. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You must embrace it, make it your friend, and then you can rise above it.
That is
what they will try to do here.
Very interesting draft, I would say, on both sides.
It is.
Like we had a weird hero for Gaimin Gladiators, Weaver. We haven't seen too much of. Now it's going to be the Necrophos, but Evil Geniuses, they just have. I mean, yeah, there's a Faceless Void on one side, but EG has Ravage and RP. That's a lot of big team fight that they're bringing to this table. What do you feel like they took from that game one and what they needed to improve on going into this game two?
I mean, honestly, the biggest thing to me is, again, they want to win their lanes a little bit more, so they picked the really strong laning supports and the Furion and the Tree. There definitely should be stronger than AA Tiny in a vacuum, depending on how these side lanes go. But I expect EG to do better on the side lanes. Maybe mid's a different story in terms of the Necro matchup. C-Smile's going to have to do his best to survive there.
Yeah.
That's one change, and the other is giving Pakaza a hero that he probably feels more confident just ultra carrying the late game, right? I think PA has a better chance of just 1v5ing straight up if it really comes down to it than a lot of other carries. Still the case even after the nerfs. So I think that's some of the things they've adjusted here. And of course, trying to answer what Gaimin threw at them, which was, for me, a very unconventional draft for Gaimin. Like, they got the Ace Dazzle, which has kind of been one of his heroes to supplement this Aura builder that doesn't necessarily straight exist, right? It's a hero that does it through the spells in a degree, but very lane-oriented, which is something they've done throughout the year, but went away from for a bit. This is like, we want Dazzle to win the lane, and we want this Necro to win the lane.
I was going to say, if you're going to win this lane, you're going to have to do it through skewers and better body blocking. C-Smile doing a great job on the opening at a TP in blood. Okay, bye-bye, Quinn. EG will take the first blood. You're supposed to win this lane, Quinn, and he's already on the back foot.
The only upside for Quinn there is that Matthew took it, right? It did not go to C-Smile in terms of the gold, but damn, that is so nice for C-Smile. Didn't even have to spend any resources on it. Gets full wave here, denies, it's gonna push into him.
I will say, counterpoint to that though, it is really dangerous if Matthew gets ahead, right? Earn early Spirit Vessel against a Necrophos. I mean, he's gonna be looking at mid a lot, I'm sure. And if he starts getting those items, then Quinn's game is gonna become so much harder.
It's a great Vessel game. I mean, all three of these cores pretty much rely on getting their HP back, right?
Yep.
And that's the upside of the synergy for Gaimin, is the Dazzle with the Shallow Grave on a Necro or a Faceless Void is pretty devastating if it occurs in the fight, right? Get the Time Walk off, you get the heal off, suddenly that whole fight turns. There's no real anti-healing on EG's side. Vessel is the one thing they can have going for them in that area, and if Matthew gets it fast, it is going to be devastating on the map. I think this Tide Hunter, you were talking about the zones of control, that's another reason the Tide's here. Tide should find the backline or guarantee that the initiation precludes the Dazzle from getting the save off. Sure, it's an old school Dazzle counter. You go in with the Ravage. pretty hard to shallow grave the guy that gets gone on. You just burst him with the Phantom Assassin. That's probably what EG are looking for as this game progresses, whereas if you're gaming, you want to go in with the Necro, frontline it up, and then get a great Chronosphere, ideally on the mag or like the supports. Just burst him down with the magic damage.
I was going to say, if you don't get him with the Ravage, you already got a second opportunity with the reverse polarity. Instead, Avalanche going to try and cover them here as they retreat, but the rotation from Matthew will net them the kill first on the Ace before he falls. So 1-for-1 trade-off there, but ultimately the core dying on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Matthew is having his impact felt, and you did say they drafted for strong lanes outside of this mid sort of situation that sees Smile, but Matthew and
there's nothing you can do about last pick Necro. I mean,
yeah,
you know, like see, I was saying the man enjoys playing Necro right now. That's absolutely disgusting. I don't know who enjoys playing Necro, but it will win the lane. There's just no way around it. That first blood definitely helps, but this is about the side lanes. EG wants to come off strong on the side lanes, and they're not easy ones to necessarily combat when you're going to leave the tide alone, but that's what the Furion's designed to do. I mean, if you're going to pick one support in the meta that's going to win 2 side lanes, it's Furion. Or at least, I guess, you know, 1 side lane and 1 mid, but 2 out of the 3.
Sure.
So Matthew's rotation is super important for EG here, particularly.
Combining it, toss back with the poison. It's going to be a big problem. They toss him back into the creeps. A big heal bit. It's not quite enough damage to burst down this Train Protector because now they can make a rebuttal here. Slow down Ace before he gets away too deep into the trees and kill him.
And EG are happy every time this happens. It's XP and gold for Matthew. Picard stays up, extra gold for him, and they're shutting down Ace a little bit. Still, I mean, Ace is getting a decent amount out of this lane, so you have to keep committing to this. His TP is on cooldown for 20 seconds, and they brought Celery up here. So that's what you're looking for if you're EG. Get the Tide in a one-on-one, and you're looking at who's at the top of the CS chart right now. It's Whisper, who's basically been left alone in the one-on-two. Yeah, Gaimin felt like they couldn't punish the Tide enough with an AA Void going into the tanky early ring of health with the start Whisper had. I don't know if Whisper start should have been this good with how fast Matthew left the lane, but damn, he is just getting the world down here. Solo XP, untouched. He's gonna be big.
Now, I brought up the Urn Spirit Vessel on Matthew, but he's opting for the Medallion Solar Crest build-up instead, which is just as good of a build-up, but better for his PA and his Tide Hunter. Big minus armor, but the damage. This tri-lane is dangerous, man. If you get a toss back, you're being pushed into a dazzle with an advantage, and he's going to be able to run you down, not just 1, but perhaps 2, because does get away only because of the fact that, oh, the poison damage. He does have the stick, though, and was able to pop it, but he's not feeling great about his position. He brings a little treads to himself, but he's going to need some regen.
This is the correct play from Gaimin, I guess. Like, you have to keep your dazzle in the lane. You can't just let Matthew 3v2 bully Ace out of this off lane while, you know, Whisper's doing this, right? That would be a death sentence on this map. I mean, you can fall back a little bit on the Necro Mag, but Necro's not necessarily the best mid to rotate to these side lanes either. Quinn just wants to play his own game. If anything, when you pick these dominating matchups like the Huskar they mentioned that's similar, you want supports rotating to you to abuse it. Very slick Sprout here by Matthew. Will get him out of danger as
going to be slowed down a little bit more, but I think he should be fine. Meanwhile, C-Smile is being punished heavily, so if they keep the pressure, another good thing about this tri-lane, they keep Matthew kind of locked down. He can't help C-Smile out nearly as much.
I mean, there's no helping this matchup. It is not a helpable matchup.
And they're going to catch him with Tofu. They're going to make sure he dies. And that not only, they get the kill, but now Quinn also has his level 6.
And look at the tower. This is the catapult flag bearer wave. So this is what Gaimin want to do. They want to bring supports to the winning lane. They know they have to match up. It's going to get a Tide Hunter teleport just to defend this catapult.
Do we swap lanes now? Put the Magnus in that bottom lane?
You could. I don't think you want to, but...
Nobody wants to be mid, that's for sure.
It's an ego thing, you know. No mid player wants to give up on the lane, no matter how bad it is.
Oh, he didn't beat me. I can still recover. Because gonna be in some trouble. Jumps onto Tofu. Train Protector can only do so much here. Is he gonna be locked down by the cold feet? Barely gets out inside of the range, and lacking that stun, they will not be able to kill Picaz. But does it matter if they kill Picaz if they're keeping him totally outside of the lane, outside of these daggers? It's like the only CS he's getting now.
The thing is that, like, you're looking at this net worth chart, right? I think EG are okay with this outcome. Just because the Tide's going to be so strong, and you kind of got out of this Mag Necro lane a little bit. Like, this Mag Necro lane really could have been a disaster. With just mass rotations going in, creating a pressure point, this tower could be dead. I think that's what Quinn wants in an ideal game, right? So maybe he's getting 70% of this matchup right now. It's still very good for him. But it's not explosive, and it's not necessarily enabling the supports who could have gone there. Though, I will say, Tofu got a lot of XP off top. That's the upside of, I guess, Ace dying here. He's level 4 3/4 here before Wisdom Rune. Yeah, this is like a dream start for a support Tiny, who can do a lot of work in this game, tossing people back. Not a hero we've seen a lot this tournament, but a hero we have seen a lot over the history of TIs for a very good reason.
Yeah, you were adamant that he was going to come back for TI. You think he always comes back?
Well, 2 reasons. I mean, 1, toss is a hell of a spell.
Yeah.
And 2, I mean, FY is playing.
Pretty good point for it. C-Smile, Quinn is in so deep. Evil Geniuses, though, don't really seem to have a way to be able to punish him. He's just taken away this little hard cam stack that C-Smile had going for himself. And if he's not careful, Quinn might go for the kill with Celery nearby, especially Tofu. An opportunity to maybe toss Quinn onto that big Magnus. Panda, who is sticking around a little bit too long, does get spotted. He'll be the victim instead of a Reaper's Sight. He goes down, and Quinn gets his first stack of the game.
I mean, making the correct read, playing up with this Necro, backing up and baiting the jungle. If the mag doesn't want to lane versus you, bring the lane to him.
Look at C-Smile.
The stacking.
He's like, I got like 5 seconds to hit creeps in lane. That's it. Not going to be able to get the power rune, of course. Dyrachyo cut over to see if he can get the C-Smile kill, and he looks like he may just have him. Time dilation slows him down a bit. He can use the Chronosphere, but he'd really rely on bashes to finish him up.
How good are your bashes, son?
Can he get the bashes required? 4 hits, not quite enough.
They're
5,
not very good.
6. Okay, Tofu's here. Looks like they're going to cut off C-Smile. And hey, they don't need the bashes, apparently, when you just bring enough heroes to the table.
Oh, it's almost demoralized.
God, it was.
So he's like, surely I'll bash him.
Quinn, meanwhile, did get a double damage. Perfect time for that when nobody's in lane pressuring the tower. Yep. Again, against the Dream Protector, it does seem like Gaimin Gladiators really put a heavy emphasis on taking the towers before living armor levels are up.
The upside of a last pick lane-winning matchup, especially for this player. Back to the top of the net worth chart despite the first blood shenanigans. Tower dead at 850 here, and it means early bots he can rotate. So Quinn's going to be pretty active on the map. He can join these fights, look for the Reaper Sight stacks, continue to enable his supports.
Now, Whisper did recognize that. He rushed the Meteor Hammer. No boots, nothing else, just straight Meteor Hammer. He also took a tower in that bottom lane, so it is even in that regard. But it always does feel bad trading towers when you're the one with the Dream Protector.
Maybe another one of those games where it comes down to like how much do you believe in your scale, right? On one side, we have the Mag PA, a true OG classic, if you want to frame it that way. You are going to scale very hard and hit very hard and farm the stacks really fast if you get the Ancient stacks up for Pakaz here. And on the flip side, you have Faceless Void Ancient Apparition. I mean, this is a duo that goes back a long way as another stack goes into Quinn's pocket.
They get him, but they almost stopped Pakaz's TP out. This top lane is in danger. As soon as the Necro shows up, you're like, no. Nobody wants to be there anymore. They immediately vacate the lane, but you can see Quinn, with his boots of travel, can play around the map pretty quickly. He immediately goes to pressure Pakaz. Might even be able to get him too. Avalanche slows him down, and Dyrachyo shows up for yet another fight. Not that he's needed, but the help might actually be needed here as Quinn's going to keep trying to dive in. The heals are just enough. They got an RP. Skewer back into the tier 2. Throw that Ravage down. Finally get the punish on Quinn. Do not let this man bully you.
I thought that was just going to be a bad death for Pakaz, and somehow it turns into get the biggest kill on the map. It's a lot of shared bounty gold too because the whole team showed up.
Man, what a massive difference like 50 HP makes because Pakaz lives and he goes straight into being able to farm a hard camp stack, or excuse me, Ancients. So
yeah, this is nice. He lives off the living armor and now he gets early in power. That helps him clear through this at a much faster rate than he would have. Otherwise, when you're looking at the camp stack, it's all Matthew here. So now if you're EG, the game plan is just hold the map for the PA, right? Especially when you're ultra on cooldown.
Can Whisper do that for them, though?
Pretty hard into the Necrophos.
Yeah, when nobody's going to help you out. Now, unfortunately, there is no Reaper's Side. They're going to try and body block in Whisper. Of course, without a Ravage, there's no real threat of a turnaround here. They're just going to keep running him down. They will eventually get this kill and start going for that safe lane tower.
The battering ram, just continue to run the Necro into these cores that are not ready to fight him right now and claim as much map control and space as you can. This is all absolute free time for the Faceless Void or the Dazzle. Ace is just going to go straight to the Midas. You already have the Mask Madness up for Dyrachyo. So both the other two gaming cores, they're just not going to get touched. Quinn is way too much of a menace right now. He's going to make his presence felt. I mean, he's just running behind a tier 2 at 11 minutes. You got to be a little careful of some skewers here, but outside of that, you're not afraid of anything.
Yeah, and I guess this is the time to do that before the Blink Dagger is up on C-Smile, which I assume, similar to Game 1, is going to be his rushed item. I mean, he has got 1,500 gold in the bank right now.
Yeah, probably.
Dire's top
You're just
tower
way too
is
poor
under
here. Your lane
attack.
was way too bad, and you're not getting the farm priority to go some carry mag type build.
Yeah, when you're kind of like this far down, repositioning is probably the best way to even the odds.
I mean,
right?
rushing Blink also doesn't feel great, right?
Yeah.
I think he's debating the Echo Saber into Blink here. Can't really blame him. You still want to be a mid-mag in this game because you have a tide to bring up the utility.
Yeah. Is there going to be enough space for him to farm with that? Like, if he gets the Echo Saber, but you've got a PA Battle Fury, the map is going to get small pretty quick.
That's why they made the map bigger.
That's true.
Everybody has space now.
See how much of that space Evil Genius can utilize as... it's funny, they haven't taken that top tower yet. Gaimin Gladiators have almost just kind of been like, yeah, okay, you gave up this space, and now we're going to slowly bleed you out. Nobody wants to be up there right now because it's so deep on the map.
It's just been Ace.
Bigger. Yeah,
Ace farming it up with very fast Midas. I mean, the early 2 deaths off the Furion rotation, kind of inevitable. You expect 1 or 2 of those, and since then he hasn't been touched. He's just stacking up triangle for himself. Going to town, it's going to be a very fast Dazzle Ags in this game. And until you have some of the Blink initiators to create the zone control, I feel like Ace can take over these fights. Which we saw in game 1, he drove a lot of that mid game from the 15 to like the 30 or 40 minute mark with the Bristle. Yeah, he was untouchable, right? He's trying to set up a similar situation here where you just force these objectives at a pace where EG don't feel confident enough to contest them if they're missing big items, particularly the BKB on Pakaz. You're talking about this Phantom Assassin with the mag, you can accelerate the timings, you can go for the Deso build, you can go for a faster BKB because you have extra damage. That used to be the staple back in the day. Actually used to just be you go Deso, not even the Battle Fury. Here you'll still opt for the Battle Fury, go into the BKB. And I think Pakaz will be pretty strong with that BKB outside of the Chronosphere. That's where that carry to carry matchup is going to matter a lot in this game. Who can get vision for Dyrachyo to find the Chrono?
Yeah, because they have the stuns. They get that disable on Dyrachyo, then Pakaz can probably follow it up and
he'll burst
kill him real quickly. But if he gets jumped by the Chronosphere first, then Gaimin Gladiators have all the spells in the world to be able to throw into this one. You can see the Chronosphere into the Ice Blast are going to be one of the deadliest duos we'll see in this one. You throw a Reaper Scythe on top of that, that's just overkill.
This guy's dash is working, right?
Maybe he's saving them. Saving them for the late game where they may need it most.
That cool. He can't stack.
Aghanim Scepter being gone for Ace. He's halfway there. I mean, when you already have the Midas, you're able to lower the cooldown with bad Juju. So you're already going to farm pretty quickly, but once you get that Aghanim Scepter, you're just like one-shotting creep waves, then you hit a neutral camp. You just get so much farm so quickly. But what do you do with that farm? How do you feel about core Dazzle right now?
I think it's insanely good in the late game. Zero scales like an absolute beast. The deceptive part about him is he becomes a physical damage hero. With all the right clicks off the inverse wave and the talents going through, you get minus armor off the bad Juju. It starts to add up. Zero can just kind of win fights out of nowhere. And of course you have, permanent shallow grave can always be a factor. You can turn into the pseudo Tinker archetype.
Yeah, it's particularly annoying for a carry that is so single target focused.
Yes. So that's a big factor too. Like, can EG find Ace in these fights without multiple shallow graves going off on big core targets, which are gonna guarantee big heal coming out? Like, shallow grave on Necro in this game is a problem. Yeah, it's a lot of extra heal, a lot of time that aura is just going to work in the fight. Heartstopper is what this hero's built around now, particularly with this heart into a later Ags build. If Quinn's alive for 5 or 6 more seconds because he gets graved and then dies, that might be enough to win you the fight, because it might force a situation where Pakaz has to commit in and you just get stuck there even during a BKB duration. It really is up to the big bruisers here for EG between Whisper and C-Smile. You have an RP skewer, you have a Ravage. You need to find and set the fight up for Pakaz so it works in that type of way. And on the flip side, if you're Tofu, we talked about the part that he had. I mean, you're gonna have a fast Tiny Blink in this game. Yeah. He's gonna be rich with Arcane Boots on top of it. So if you just toss one of the guys in, the fight gets very awkward for EG very fast.
Yeah, that repositioning, getting him away from the Dazzle is going to be pretty key.
And that Blink is finished at 16 on top of Arcane Boots. I mean, he's approaching C-Smile right now. And you didn't have to lane against Necro, so it's pretty scary.
Heart almost done for Quinn. No Blade Mail required in this game because he's really not receiving a whole lot of smoke from the EG side. They haven't touched him too much.
Gaimin just gearing up for their timing, right? You hit this hard on Necro, you're gonna have the Ags on Dazzle. Your team fight becomes so strong at that point in time.
Gonna go for C Smile, the Blink Dagger. There's that burst from the Tiny with the Ice Blast, the Reaper Sight. It's just a guarantee. You only need a bit of damage. You get him down to close to half. The Reaper Scythe will probably do the rest of the work, but if not, it gets him close enough for the Ice Blast to shatter him. 4 stack of the game, an extra 8 HP regen permanently for Quinn.
And this trio is, I mean, the synergy is just so good with the Ice Vortex going down, amping up all the magical burst damage. This is where AA feels great. That's why I feel like we're seeing this hero so much more. It's about the Ice Vortex, not the ult for me. I mean, the ult's great, but you drop 3 or 4 of these down in a fight, you have a bunch of extra magic damage going in. Even Faceless Void, that combo's existed for a long time because, yeah, you're cold feet procs, but if you're amping all these bashes and Maelstrom procs.
It's under attack.
That's a good point. The amount of magic damage. And if there's anybody else to throw some spells into that Chronosphere, then all the better. Oh, Matthew.
Low priority game.
You guys suck. I'm playing on the high ground here.
I mean, we've all been there.
So he's going to try and pull the Ancients to him with Treants. That's pretty funny.
This is effective, but it's not that efficient.
Coin for me.
Actually, don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, he didn't pull the Ancients to him at all.
He's just chilling. Watching Picard's farm right now.
Hey, oh, here comes the farm. It's coming.
Yeah, but the thing is, he can't kill
Couriers are on their way.
I mean, is he really going to TP off a cliff to kill a courier?
Oh, one of them's going to get close. Get that one.
He doesn't want it.
No. Oh.
We sure this is Matthew?
Yeah, this guy is the courier killing king.
Still on the player cam, right?
10-4.
Dire's top tower.
Have a sleepy game right now. Game of Gladiators. Very similar to game number 1, where they take an early lead. It feels like Evil Geniuses have already conceded to just playing for the high ground and playing for the late game rebuttal. But I do have to wonder, I mean, I've heard this phrase, play to win, not play to lose, so many times in the TI's history. I do have to wonder, Avery, is EG just banking a little bit too much on playing it safe and conservative here? As Game of Gladiators seem to have all the space in the world. Anytime they see somebody, they can jump. They jump onto Panda here, get that kill, and oh, hey, look, there's a Tidehunter. We'll get that kill as well.
I don't know why Whisper shows there. I think that's, I mean, you just give him the Treant, right? Unless you're ready to fight this with the Phantom Assassin, you're not taking the fight. Your lineup deals 0 damage outside of PA going in and joining the engagement. That's what you're waiting for here. Talking about what is EG's game plan, I mean, it's because team is centered around and the BKB just got finished. So you gave up 2 big kills there in exchange for a Chronosphere. Maybe something EG is okay with if they can make a move right now and exploit it. Damn, you are giving Gaimin a lot of room, and when you give this team room, they build the lead quite fast. All 3 cores straight to the top, 7K net worth lead.
Yeah, you got to remember, they're a Western European team. They will methodically take a lead over you and grow and grow and grow it. Heard from Quinn in that listen-in last game, right? It's not the barracks that's going to win us the game. It's building an advantage and killing them over and over again. Evil Genius.
I mean, to be fair, though, the Barracks was what kind of won them that game.
Yeah, it did eventually. Yeah.
And Blink on Mag. So C-Smile, he stopped off for the Echo Saber. Will now finish the Blink. You got to get something. I don't know how much you just want to rest on PA 1v5ing the game. I mean,
yeah, you can't say the game plan at 7 minutes is let's let them go high ground, guys. That's when we'll stop them. Hey, look at the courier play.
Yeah, there it is. The pentagram of Tormentor Death.
I'm telling you, man, it's so value to be able to have a hero that can solo a Tormentor.
Well,
and
not for that.
Bristleback does that, Dazzle does it.
Yeah, for a Tiny Shard.
Well, Tiny Shard isn't the best, but hey, that's why you can solo it, because you didn't commit very many resources for it, right?
True.
And now you can get the second Tormentor at 30 minutes. Okay, there we go. There's the Blink Dagger reveal. Jump back onto Tofu doesn't feel very good at all. Duraccio gets a pretty decent time dilation. Overgrowth is going to be put to work here. Reaper Sight doesn't quite finish him off, but they should have the damage, as Evil Geniuses really don't seem to have a whole lot going on here. Because tries to jump in, pops his BKB, immediately trying to go for Celery. This is just not working for EG. They're throwing a lot of spells, and not a lot of heroes are taking damage on the side of Game of Gladiators. It is all easily being undone by the Dazzle heals. Game of Gladiators are sure to be able to run down something more. At least Duraccio is trying right now.
He has Chrono back up in 1. He'll pop it.
Yeah, might as well. You just watch EG throw a bunch of spells around. It's not like they're going to be fighting you anytime soon.
He saved up all the bashes.
He did.
Put him to good use as he'll Chrono the Tidehunter yet again. That was a fight without the Chronosphere, which is why EG were looking for with your Blink reveal. an okay initiation, and your BKB on PA that yielded 0. So if you're EG, you are not feeling great about how this game is going, and if you're Gaimin, all you're really thinking is, how soon can we do Roshan?
Yeah, that's the worst part, is they built a second item BKB.
And didn't get a single shot.
Didn't get anything out of it. You could have gone for a Deso, you could have gone for this slower route, and it does seem like EG, they said, hey, we need to actually, you know, we need to punch Gaimin Gladiators in the nose and make them hurt a little bit, but that one didn't hurt at all.
And they're still missing the Vessel charges on Matthew. He just finishes the Vessel. He went for that after the Solar Crest. We're talking about the anti-healing being a way that you can commit on these heroes without committing Pakazin himself. Not if you're sitting at 0. It's almost time to TP into the fountain, like I always say. I mean, it's valuable to a degree here. Do not want to give an Aegis to Gaimin with this type of lineup, because they will push the objectives very efficiently. I mean, you're worried about like a skewer back, but not with how tanky your heroes are. And that Aegis will allow that, right?
Yeah, at least not for like when it comes to these tier. Like they can take all the towers off the map.
And then control Ancients.
Second, third, fourth, fifth Roshan again if they need to.
Octarine done for Ace. He's ready to fight again. Ag's closing in for Quinn. In fact, it is flying out on the courier right now. So 2 more huge team fight items for Gaimin. These heroes are just fully online, basically.
Now, they did just get a very small win, and it's immediately neutralized by the fact that we get a kill on Whisper. And to get the BKB charge out of Duraccio. Didn't mean much because it doesn't seem like EG are going to be able to fight, particularly not without Whisper. Don's still playing around though. We'll see. See Smiles to get the jump, they get the RP on the 2 on the Dazzle. Can they kill him fast enough before the Shell Grade? They get the skewer, and that's just enough. Quinn tried to jump in, give the extra heals, and he is doing a lot of damage. Remember, this Heart Aghanim Scepter, tons of damage over time, and that's why Pakaz vacated the area and just went for other kills. They're just gonna leave Quinn alone, kite him around. They're doing this beautifully, but can they kill him?
Tanky boy right there. You have another chrono coming up in 8 seconds here, so if you're watching the clock on EG,
oh, he's gonna jump under Duraccio. Knows the beat, and the Time Walk is down, but the Chronosphere is coming up, and he gets him right on the edge. Quinn, he's gonna help with the damage. They're gonna try and skew him away, but he's actually gonna live because then he turns around and kills Duraccio. Pakaz does it again, and TP's out.
What a mana from Pakaz. He just believes in the crit more than the bash.
And what a play from C Smile to bring Quinn out of the range of Pakaz.
Absolutely bailed him out there. Panda adding in the extra heals from Leech Seed. These are no joke on a high armor Agi hero. Flirting with danger here, but now you got a pretty decent team fight win, and you got the chrono out of them as well. So if you're Pakaz, you're really happy about that outcome. Yeah, because the second your BKB's back up, you might just take another fight. And this is what EG are looking for every time. Find Ace out of position and punish him hard. You get the Dazzle first, the team fight just opens wide, right?
Yeah.
You also
especially if you have the mobility to get away from Quinn.
Yep. I mean, he got away from Quinn because he killed Celery in the river.
Yeah.
Even more efficient here. If you have Reaper, this fight might look very different. But again, you're abusing the big cooldowns here. Something Gaimin have to be aware of in this. It's a big win. Kills a lot of momentum in this game. Puts Pakaz in a much stronger position here and stalls out that objective taking that Gaimin were going for.
You know, this was my biggest concern, is that EG was just playing too passive. That kind of play is what you need out of Pakaz.
That's playing. You were saying, are they playing not to lose? That's playing to win.
Absolutely.
That is absolutely playing to win here, and set the Faceless Void back a step against this Phantom Assassins. That lead opens up to 2,500, almost 3,000 gold between those 2 carries. That's what you're looking for in terms of differential here to create the openings in the fight. A lot about this carry matchup in this game. It's been very close so far. Can EG open up something in this game too, where similar to game 1, Gaimin have just controlled the map better. They've controlled the objectives better, have gotten more Tormentors, more Roshans, and they're looking to add to that total, and it'll be uncontested yet again.
Again, they have a way to do it pretty damn quickly, and not as fast as game 1. EG did just pick up a different item, the Blink Dagger on the Tidehunters, and now they have Blink RP, skewer back into Ravage. So, like, if they catch multiple heroes that might be doing the staples, then that could just be the fight right away.
So the Ace on Duraccio, it likely prevents EG from going out in first, but again, they're looking for Ace. That is so much what it's about.
Yeah.
This team fight is going to come down to positioning. Where is Ace? How aggressive are you forcing objectives, and who do you show? Do you have mechanisms to get vision?
And that's why he's going for the Blink Dagger, right? So he can deal with that Ravage AoE. He can play super far back, out of sight, out of mind, and then jump in at the right time to get the Shallow Grave.
I mean, you probably even consider like Blink BKB. Just guarantee you're not too afraid of Ravage. So you don't necessarily need the BKB. It is, you know, confidence and positioning definitely wins you games. So how much are you going to get with this Aegis period? And how afraid are EG to fight into it right now? Because Pakaz just finished the Basher. He also got Orb of Destruction. I mean, he is melting right now with Living Armor plus Empower on top of this Phantom Assassin. This is truly a buff your carry and let him shine lineup right now. And I mean, he's just firing on all cylinders. Almost has level 20 as well. Choice of a tier 3 token.
Scary, scary stuff when this PA comes on the battlefield. Gaimin Gladiators have the advantage. 6,000 net worth lead. They have an Aegis in the hands of Dyrachyo. He's working towards that MKB, working towards the answer to the Phantom Assassin.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And on the triangle right now, EG are smoked. Gaimin know they're there.
Yeah, they know they're there. Are they expecting the initiation, though? Will they be able to react in time? TP away. TP away. Oh, they don't have Quinn now. Right as the initiation comes in. The Chronosphere only catching the Madness.
And the Overgrowth.
And the Overgrowth that's going to stop the damage, too. Oh, the Ravage will be able to fall. An absolute disaster for Gaimin Gladiators and Evil Genius. They will feast in this fight.
Quinn is back.
They'll take away the Aegis. Dyrachyo's back into play. And yeah, Quinn's back with the shield rune at that. Oh, and Shellgrave just at the right time to be able to bail up Dyrachyo. They finish up the tree, but Dyrachyo fighting for his life right now. Great Avalanche to be able to cover him up, but the Shallow Graves are just
won't die.
going. He will not die. Finally, Pakaz deals with them, but the damage is done. Dyrachyo lives.
Ace coming up huge in a team fight that could have been a disaster with Quinn going bottom. Instead, just keeps Dyrachyo alive way too damn long. Wears out the PA BKB, and suddenly you are caught in a man fight that just went on far past its expiration here.
Yeah, I didn't think a second life was going to be enough for Dyrachyo, but when he gets a third life and a fourth life off the Shallow Graves.
How many Aegis is enough, right?
Yeah.
That is why finding that Dazzle is paramount for EG in these engagements. We are seeing the power of this pick in this type of lineup when you have the leaps, when you have the Necro heals coming through. And that was with Vessel on Dyrachyo that expired just before that last Grave did as well. So you might have even gotten Dyrachyo post back. This is just not what Gaimin we're looking for, right? You have Overgrowth on the BKB Void during Chrono, and Pakaz gets to come in after all of it. But he chose to go on Dyrachyo here instead of Ace, where Ace is in the back.
Yep,
and then he couldn't find him because of the blink. So maybe Pakaz just didn't see him there, or he had the prioritization of the Void because Chrono was down. Damn, did those Graves just destroy the back end of this fight.
Yeah, the heals are out of control. When the Shallow Grave is used, it's amping up the heal, and that includes not just the Necrophos impact, but also the Time Walk impact.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, Ace is like, whatever, man, you crit me twice, cool, but he already did his job.
Yep.
That was with a Reaper Scythe on a Treant.
And Necrophos not there for the first engagement.
And they still won that fight convincingly. Shows you the power of this lineup when it all comes together. And now you have an MKB done on your Faceless Void, plus the level 20 talent. So the damage just went through the roof here for Dyrachyo in these fights. And the items just continue to pour in. 10k gold lead. You have Matthew to make up some of it, right? Furion will always find net worth on the map if he can get to what I assume is an Ags being built up.
Yeah.
Pretty nice Ags game. Very close to it. 600 away. That disarm and root is going to be pretty good here because it forces Dyrachyo into a tough position. This Furion will fly through. Dyrachyo isn't happy. He BKBs, then you get Overgrowth.
Oh, what a quick blink away from C-Smile right as Tofu tried to pounce there.
And this Tiny is still massive, right? You're still looking at Blink, 4-staff, Yule's Tiny for Tofu. So the control, the disable, you also always have that Jerax play where you can toss someone into the Chrono.
Yeah, yeah.
Even if you're around the Chrono and not in it, you're not safe if you're on EG side. Once more, just run Quinn in first. Let the Necrophos frontline here with the Aura. Pretty hard for him to get bursted. You're afraid of a skewer threat, but that's also what that Tiny Yules can interrupt.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All the itemization for Gaimin is hitting a really big stride right now. I mean, they're only missing that Aegis.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Feels like if they run.
Oh, how's it feel, Matthew, to have your courier?
What if there's a special bit of vindication you get out of that? Well, Matthew, I mean, very similar to game one. As you said, the Furion's going to be out on the map the whole time. He's also going to be cutting creep waves, which is going to be super annoying. And you're doing that with a PA who's always off the map in a way, thanks to Blur.
Yep. you're always going to find the side lane farm very hard to stop for Gaimin. I mean, their catch is also pretty limited, right? Is it even worth trying to catch them? Probably not.
All right, let's go ahead and take a listen into Gaimin Gladiators with that clutch move from Ace.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Hey, great communication. Clear and concise. I can grave you again.
I mean, that's top tier Dazzle gameplay right there. I mean, right? What else are you supposed to do?
What does Dazzle bring to the late game team fights?
Grave.
That's what he
and grave and grave.
And grave. And more graves.
Dire's middle
But wait, there's more.
Don't hate the hero.
Hate the ability.
Hate Val for making the hero into the abomination it is now, right?
18-10, 12,000 net worth lead for Gaimin Gladiators. Very much a repeat of game one, where they hold clear control of the game. They hold the map. They are much stronger in the fights right now. Question is going to be, how much do you need to be able to go high ground against a crazy repositioning spell? Last time it was the kick. This time it's going to be the skewer back. Evil Geniuses also have like more dangerous team fight. I mean, if things go really wrong for Gaimin Gladiators,
it can go really wrong, yes. Yeah. But their positioning and spacing should be pretty good, right? They don't have a lineup that needs to clump very much. They can have the Tiny go in. They can have Duraccio watch the fight develop. Ace is never, in theory, going to be seen until he makes his presence felt. Yeah. It's just the Necro on the front. Again, though, the high ground's just not easy because of the displacement in the Magnus. It's going to stall this game out, particularly with Living Armor, and that means how much can Phantom Assassin carry the game? It's a very similar situation to last time. Does Bakaz have the capability to 1v5 with a hero that was the 1v5 king in the previous patch? Does have his act completed, also got a Titan Sliver, which is just mega nice here because you're getting extra base attack damage on a hero that utilizes it better than almost any other carry.
I don't know what kind of read Gaimin Gladiators have, but I feel like they could take a lot off the map right now just because I don't think they can, EG can play the next team fight without a nullifier. You got an Aeon Disc now on this Dazzle. So there's pretty much no chance you're going to be able to catch him first in the fight or second, and even if you catch him third, then he's not going to die immediately.
Kaz is definitely eyeing it up here. I mean, you have two routes, right? You can go this nullifier. You can also just play for the level 25 dagger talent with a divine. Play that type of game. Something that 1PA a lot of games. You just play on the backline. You don't commit the hero. You commit triple dagger going in off divine damage. Then maybe you're not too worried about dispelling anybody because it's going to get insta-pop. Meanwhile, Duraccio, he just wants to find the enemy carry here. He seems to know exactly where he is.
Yeah, he's just running straight to him. And Bakaz immediately has to jump over to see Smile, but not a great position to be because Ace is sitting in lying in white. Bakaz, they got to fully get out of here. Duraccio, with his own BKB usage, isn't actually going to be able to pursue in the back line. See Smile, anything to stop him? Duraccio can't get there in time. I'll take the ward. That's all they'll get.
Duraccio had some god tier read of where Bakaz was or something. He just ran across the map into him. Breaks that vision and cannot find the chrono, leaps the wrong way. So EG escaped for now. Gaimin running into issues catching them on the map. They're continuing to build the lead. Looking for Matthew up here. They're sick of getting ratted.
Double damage.
And they will find him.
Shouldn't have to use the chrono either, and no mana to use it actually, so.
Sprouted, but he time walks right on top of him, does get it now. He's time walk though. The crit Bakaz immediately Ravage into the burst.
And now he wants more.
And yeah, now with the carry dead, they feel confident, but they got to be careful about Quinn. They found Ace though, but without Bakaz able to take advantage of this, they may not have the damage for it. They try and use the overgrowth to save him, but it's already dead. Bakaz is gone, the damage is gone. The Evil Geniuses need to get out of here, but they're going to be slowed down to a crawl. The Ancient Apparition with the Vortexes, the toss up in the air, and the ever-constant annoying presence of Quinn will just heckle Evil Geniuses, laughing him down all the way to the grave, as they're going to lose 2 and maybe a third core. We see Smile being tossed up in the air. Gets in front of him, but he got a blink away to the side. Perhaps he lives.
So it's a carry for carry trade with a buyback on Matthew. Bakaz had the correct read, but maybe underestimating how much damage Quinn does on his own with these Vortex thrown down. Heartstopper did almost 900 to Pakaz there. That's enough to just guarantee the Reaper, and you gotta remember his BKB was on cooldown.
That TP was very important from Quinn. They see Matthew, they're gonna catch him. They've got the Hex to stop him from TPing away, and the damage over time will complete.
The dieback. 7 minutes, no Fury on here. You're missing the Vessel, you're missing that Ags. It's Wrath of Nature.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
70 seconds, we'll see him again, but yeah, opportunity for Roshan number 2. Cheese, pretty valuable.
Necro's just getting massive, man.
He's got 4,000 HP, 37 minutes.
Absolutely huge, and he has a lot of charges too. That's the thing with the Heart Ags build in this hero. You're amping up how much this Heartstopper does. Just so much extra regen from 8 stacks. What do you do versus him? You have to sacrifice somebody, it feels like.
Yeah. This is the second Roshan of this game, right?
Yep.
That means that Gaimin Gladiators have taken 7 Roshans in a row against Evil Geniuses in this series.
Sounds about right, yeah.
That doesn't feel like a great winning formula for EG.
No, I don't know the exact stat on that, but it's probably pretty.
I have to imagine a team who takes 7 Roshans in a row in a series probably has a 100% win rate. We'll see. EG has made some magic happen before in some of these crazy games. They tried to do it in game 1, wasn't quite enough. Gaimin Gladiators, very disciplined in that game.
So much depends on causes fights. Who he jumps, how he jumps, when. Not easy when you have this Dazzle save. How much farm Ace has as well, man. He's full Arcane Blink. Got him. He is the Tinker now. I mean,
yep. He's got level 25, so when you get hit by the Poison Touch, you're not moving. And he's spamming out spells non-stop. He's going to get to level 30 super quickly because of this constant use of bad juju, lowering the cooldown on the Hand of Midas. On top of the farm, he's going to be cleaning up around the map, which just means the rest of his team, as you said, Tinker, means everybody else can play grouped up because they don't have to worry about the lanes.
Yeah, suddenly Dazzle's a map mobility hero.
Yeah.
With no cooldown blink and the Hex. Never thought you'd see the day.
Got to keep up. Cheese drops for somebody.
It is why when you were asking, you know, what's the late game look like for Gaimin? This is what it looks like. It's absolutely toxic as hell and disgusting as hell, and I wish EG the best of luck here. It's getting to a point where you have 6 seconds of debuff immunity for Pakaz. What's happening before and after that, right? Not much good for you on the side of EG because your other 4 heroes are built around him cleaning everybody up.
Yeah.
You can only do so much. It's a lot of HP to get through here, a lot of spells, a lot of saves.
I love how they keep on covering Ace too. The bots too, directly onto the Dazzle. The Tiny TPing behind him, just making sure he's within striking distance if needed. And you can see here.
Very aggressive.
Yeah, Shallow Grave is going to be locked down. Oh, the anchor on him is going to be a problem here. Constant Shallow Graves. Can they get a stun in there somewhere to be able to stop him? Ravage is going to be used. And finally, can they finish him off? But Bash is required to use the RP. That'll finish him off with a Nullifier put onto Quinn. He is also going to be in trouble. Ice Avalanche. Oh, the Homicide was just enough. It covers him and finishes off because Quinn will live as a result. And now the Chronosphere catches the Tide right on the edge. It didn't get C Smile, but it doesn't matter. Jirachi will hunt him down all the same.
Quinn's just too beefy. Even with a great fight setup for EG, they just get completely shut down. 2 buybacks out from Gaimin. It is worth noting on the Ancient Apparition and that Ace Dazzle has been a massive problem for them. But Reaper plus the Heartstopper has just been enough to kill Pakaz basically solo in these fights.
Gaimin Gladiators are going to get so much done here. You do need to because they use some buybacks for that fight, but with an extra kill onto Panda makes things a whole lot easier. Once they get through this tier 3 tower, they don't have to worry about the living armor.
And Tofu has just been so annoying with these avalanches going off. The utilities provided, keeping his cores alive.
I mean,
that's a stellar game.
Is EG just going to lose to Megas here? Because I'm not sure if they could do anything
with
their heroes as there are. Yeah, they've got 3 heroes with buyback, but no RP, no Ravage. I don't think they could take a fight to Gaimin Glide. I think that would straight up just be the end of the game if they tried to fight.
The other hope was, you know, Divine Rapier, Triple Dagger. Pakaz just never got to it. A couple bad fights, Gaimin take advantage of it, and suddenly, yeah, your whole base is gone here. Unless you're willing to commit the Phantom Assassin buyback right now.
Does Gaimin Gladiators want to try and close it out right here because they might get caught on their way getting out of the base with this Megas. 5 seconds for the PA.
You have no RP, no Ravage. You got to keep that in mind.
Up in the air. C-Smile not able to get the initiation he wanted. Has the BKB skewer out of it. That's not good for EG. They needed a good skewer away to be able to make this fight work. And now it's Gaimin Gladiators. Seemingly in the clear. Panda tries to jump in, hoping to be able to catch Ace. Doesn't quite get him. They're looking for Ace, but they want him so badly. Matthew's even teleporting in aggressively to find him, but Ace is already gone. He's out of there. Nobody can follow him in. And Evil Geniuses, they'll surely have to get this one up. And in fact, they may even because the Reaper sights are going to be used with the Ice Blast coming in. The toss up in the air, and that is enough. Another buyback available for sure, but the Megas are in, and Gaimin Gladiators are going to force as much out of you as possible. A skewer going to be used. Duraccio into the fountain. Okay,
just doesn't
put
care.
that Aegis to use, I guess.
Because he can get Grave forever.
Oh, he's going to Chronosphere him, stopping the fountain damage, and there we go. He gets both of those kills. Buyback's going to be used, but that's it. GG are going to call on Gaimin Gladiators. No 60-minute game here. They will take the advantage, and they will bury you in the dirt with it.
What a rough way to go out of your EG. But cause buyback on a Phantom Assassin after the game has already been called. Just nothing came together for them, and a very convincing series from Gaimin overall in terms of the map control. That's really what this came down to. Both games 1 and 2, every objective going their way. Every tier 2 using it to get into Roshan, to get Aegis, to translate into more map control, to take away Ancients, to propel all 3 cores into a position where, okay, maybe you go in with your ults, your carry, you kill one of us with a Dark Willow or a PA. What happens after that? Okay, you can kill Duraccio.
Nouns turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining.
Nouns turn to ban. TSMs turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining.
Nouns turn to ban.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns turn to ban.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
TSMs turn to ban. TSMs
Nouns
turn to pick.
Bristleback!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
TSM's turn to ban.
Naga Siren.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
TSM's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns turn to pick. TSM's turn to pick.
I speak for the trees.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
TSM's turn to pick.
Stare your death in the face.
Nouns turn to pick.
Treant Protector.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns turn to pick.
Brewmaster! Sky Wrath Mage.
TSM's turn to ban.
Luna. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
TSM's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
TSM's turn to pick. Nouns turn to pick.
What's it with?
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Earth Spirit.
You may now select your heroes.
Adios, payasos.
Goodness.
Phenomenal.
我
Phenomenal.
哪里猜了呀？
Phenomenal
不要睁着眼睛乱说好吗？
OK，兄弟们，全体目光向。 OK，兄弟们，全体目光向我看齐啊！
8 team at the International. The bad news is they will only have one because the winner advances to the International, progress from the road to the International, to the actual International main event. The loser goes home.
There's still Quinn, of course. Gaimin Gladiators is an NA team after all.
Okay.
And I bet
Any other NA
Snaping is still in the tournament.
Tundra is NA.
Tundra as well.
Okay.
So there's still a lot of hope.
Yeah, so if you show up at the final stage and you chant USA, you have like a 33% chance of being right. If you know,
pretty good odds. That's better than normal, at least.
yeah. There's a lot on the line here. Obviously, aside from the top 8 placement, you want to be the top NA team of the tournament, right? Like this is obviously the bragging rights. The title of best NA team this tournament.
1v2 is going to be accompanied by Tomato, but Yamsen is here. That's a 3 versus 1. Whitemon likely will get first blood as the blood grenade is there as well. A couple more right clicks will suffice, and Yamsen, for Nouns, will get first blood. Now we should mention in terms of history, I mean, Nouns came from the upper bracket, which nobody was expecting them to get to begin with. And in terms of like them versus TSM or them versus Shopify, they have been playing third fiddle for the last couple years. And now they have a chance to prove, like you said, who's the best in NA.
And I think it's kind of telling in a way because if you look at the, if you look at the NA region in general over the last year, I would say this is the most improved team. So I think it's only fitting that they finally get a chance to show that and pull it off here at the road to the International. So yeah, exciting stuff ahead in this game. We do see 3 bounty runes as well. First blood going the way of Nouns. So Estini was talking about confidence. This is a great confidence booster to go into the laning stage with that little bit of an advantage. First blood going to Yamsen was maybe not exactly at the top of their list. I would say Nature's Prophet in this game isn't necessarily the one you want the gold on, but it's always going to be just a flat-out net positive. And curious to see what he's going to convert it into. So he's currently eyeing up boots, which I would say is a little less common for Nature's Prophet. I see like most of the time we see them rush one utility item before boots, but maybe he's valuing just the overall move speed. Obviously, Nature's Prophet has the global teleportation, which is why a lot of the time you don't really need the boot. You just teleport next to the fight, use your sprout, use your utility item, whether it's an Atos or Solar Crest, go to work.
So we should also mention from Yamsen's perspective, as we're going to see the calling placed, K1's going to take a decent amount of damage with the blood grenade there as well. Not going to lead to a kill, but let's force him out of lane temporarily. The fact that Yamsen has changed from position 1 to 5 in just a couple months, that's one of the fastest turnarounds we've seen. I mean, typically when that happens, it usually does not have good results. You got to give him a lot of credit. As Ari, continuing the pressure onto Yamsen, eats right through that sprout. But now we'll back away as his high five will not be reciprocated. Very unfortunate. I was surprised to see Gunnar getting his patented Earth Spirit as a last pick. This hero has been, I mean, I know it's gotten a couple slight nerfs, but it still feels very powerful. And for a last pick, were you surprised at all with that?
A bit. I mean, what was it that TSM ended up last banning? Actually, the panel were talking about the potential Shaker. Shaker was the ban, and it was Shaker, Ogre, or Earth Spirit that were the options. I mean, I guess if you're planning on picking Pango, you kind of pick your poison in that regard, right? The Earth Shaker is probably the worst matchup of 3 in that mid lane. So maybe that was something they were focusing on, but I agree. I think Earth Spirit is, in terms of just overall impact and what they have on their own team, I think Earth Spirit has a really good matchup in the game in general here, not just the lane. So there aren't too many heroes in the enemy team that have significant burst. The thing Earth Spirit relies on a lot is having mobility in the fight. So you roll in, you cast your spells, you want to re-engage either by disengaging first with a rolling boulder, getting your cooldown ready for the smash again, or you just want to stay in there and keep casting and spamming your spells. And in this game, if you have Blade Mail Heart, it doesn't look like you're gonna, just get blown apart. There's no real stun locking you down. I guess Overgrowth is the main issue, probably. So could be a good game for Gunnar.
Yep. Another blood grenade from Ari.
Also in mid, putting some serious pressure on Bryle here, forcing a TP out of Whitemon.
Whitemon does TP. And will force the likes of Nouns back just a little bit. Now, in terms of, I mean, Nouns played yesterday, obviously, and they did not do super hot, as the coach was talking about.
Fair to say.
While TSM played today, and they crushed Shopify. It was a 2-0 that was, especially game 2, not even remotely close. Do you think that that benefits TSM in any way? I mean, I know it's impossible to kind of decipher this based on what like is inside their minds, but theoretically, since you love theory and whatnot, since
I love my
hours on end about absolutely nothing, usually
theory,
just calling it theory craft or just sitting here listening to you. But do you think that benefits either team as Bryle just barely lives?
Well, to give you a short answer, I do think the team that just won is happy with winning, yes.
Hey, thank
and
you.
that is good for them.
No, I'm surprised you kept it so brief. Yeah, really appreciate that for everybody in the audience.
It's just a theory, though. They might be unhappy with their victory.
I figured you
never
going.
really.
Yeah, no big surprise.
I do.
Bryle in the mid lane. We can see the CS is relatively close between the likes of him and Gunnar. I mean, would you say
10 to 9 though?
That's true. Good. Would you say that this favors one hero or the other?
I mean, my gut says that this is a slightly Earth Spirit favored lane, but not like by a mile. So I actually think this result is maybe a little bit better than what you can expect, especially on the deny front from Gunnar.
K1 continuing to get harassed.
Yeah, so this was interesting in the draft, right? This was an instant counter pick to the Bristleback in the first phase. They grabbed their Naga, so they were anticipating this was going to get banned. And I wanted to talk about this a little bit because K1 has like a subset of heroes that I always love watching this guy at TI because he has some heroes that he just really made a name for himself on. Naga is one of them. We've seen his PL in the past, Chaos Knight. He popped off the other day on that one against Tundra. When you pick Naga this early, I feel like the hero is very exploitable. And in this game, he's got 11 CS minutes 6.
Yep, not
so the
too hot.
Bristleback's 34, and this was your counter pick to the Bristle? I mean, you've got to better make it worth it at some point.
Top lane, Ancient Seals there, move with the Thunderclap. Yamsen makes his way over as well. It's an easy pickoff, and now Tomato is the one that they're trying to take down. He takes out the Courier in due time. Sprout does not keep him in for too long as Ari showing up now. Force the rest of Nouns back.
Taking some pot shots here, but probably going to get out of there.
Cuts the shot with the slow. One more Sprout for good measure as Yamsen limps away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Looks like Bryle's gonna be able to get a nice juicy regen, but he's gonna take a magnetize for his efforts. The level advantage you can see is going to Gunnar thanks to those denies. TP from Whitemon is here. It's a 1 versus 2. Turning around onto Gunnar. Looks like it's their kill for the taking, and Bryle will get credit for it. Nice turnaround there from TSM.
I gotta say, I'm a little bit surprised there by this attempt even from Gunnar. Like, yeah, maybe this is... You could probably accomplish this kill if you have like 15 seconds of 1v1 there because Bryle isn't level 6 yet and you are, but any TP stops that kill and you're at risk of dying. You had no mana left, your stick was empty, your bottle was empty. Just, I'll say a little bit of an overextension there, and that's really good news for Bryle. We were talking about he's a little bit behind in experience. Now he's going to be leading the charge here against Gunnar. Get closer to that Diffusal the panel was talking about. I mean, this is... If Diffusal Blade was magically removed tomorrow, I think this hero would barely be played by anyone. Like, that is just the build right now. Bro. And in a game like this, you always look at, okay, how important is the mana burn? It's amazing against specific heroes in this game.
Oh, nice dead shot. Another silence.
Oh, he got 6.
Calling move, hit 6. There is the primal split. Can they find anyone? Looks like Whitemon might take the stun here, as Lelis is there as well to try to finish him off. Looks like that'll be an easy cleanup, but can they get Ari as well as Yamsen trying to keep him in place? As Moo gets the Thunderclap onto absolutely nothing, but Ari still falls in the end. Too much damage over time, but Brock coming in with his Rolling Thunder, trying to connect on the Moo, but a nice sidestep is there. Might have to focus onto position 5 Nature's Prophet instead, but Lelis is there waiting, gets up the instant Ancient Seal, and now Moo in the vicinity. The Thunderclap ready to go very shortly. Whitemon and Tomato there are here in numbers as TSM look like they kind of want to fight, but so do Nouns as Whitemon taking the brunt of the damage from that Magnetize from Gunnar.
Radiant's bottom tower.
This should be the end of it. Diving here for Gunnar is really difficult, going in blind.
Bottle refill for Bryle now.
A lot of heroes showing up to this move, obviously. The big winners, I guess, if you want to look at it that way, are the ones that didn't. So both Kasane as well as K1 are finding some much-needed farm down bottom, especially the Naga. Starting to get a little bit of recovery going here. Kasane is gonna... It's just already settled. This Bristle's gonna have an amazing game.
Mo trying to dodge the calling. Can't do it, because it does slow as well inside there. So very difficult. But he will still live.
nice timing on that whole fight for him, right? It looked premeditated that they were expecting him to hit level 6 at that exact point in time, so they were kind of baiting a fight out. And he ends up tanking like 800 damage worth of spells and then using his ult, so obviously that means all of those spells not being used on another hero in the fight, and that did allow nouns to get themselves a pretty good exchange. But as a matter of fact, despite being up 4-1 on the kills, they're still 1k down on the net worth, and that is really the majority of this discrepancy is found in that bottom lane. Kasane with 4,300 net worth to the only 3k of the Naga on K1. The panel we're talking about, they've counterpicked this Naga quite well, right? You've got the Pango, you've got the Bristleback with the Aghanims. Naga on top of all of that is also not being farmed. The way nouns win a lot of their games is because K1 pops off, right?
Yep.
And I don't know how likely that is with the current lookout here, so gotta see if they can somehow bring him into the game a bit later on. Obviously, Naga just likes chilling for the first 20 minutes, whether she's having a good or bad game. You kind of play the hero the same way.
That's better than it used to be. It used to be 40 minutes.
True.
And sometimes it was never. You never got involved, and you just won the game just by existing. And that from time to time, but things have certainly changed. As like you said, TSM with a slight lead in terms of the net worth right now. The Bristle being the main recipient of that. We'll be going for the Aghanim Scepter, of course. Already an Ogre Club on the way.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
One of my favorite Ags in the game, actually, Cinder. I know you're not a huge fan, but I actually love this one.
We have different tastes.
Yeah, that is true.
That's what Dota's all about.
He was initially slow, but he's going to use his Primal Split. And Whitemon might be the main one to go down here, but they get the lift on the Tomato. Gunner's there as well. Not able to connect on the rolling boulder, though. As Ryle coming in as well. Looks like Yamsen might be dead, but a nice lift at the last moment onto the Pangolier. They will take out the Luna. So it's a 2-for-1. All they've lost is a support in the Nature's Prophet. Gunner continuing on. The Magnetize just continuing over and over. Double kill for Gunner. But now Kasane has shown up to play. Level 9, trying to block out Gunner, but gets the baby roll off. Continuing with these Quill Sprays. Gets off to the other side into the high ground. The Quill Sprays are in range, though, as Kasane secures a double kill. So a lot of deaths on both respective sides.
Man, I feel like this doesn't happen very often anymore, but Earthspirit ran out of stones relatively quickly in that fight. If he has one more stone there, Gunner is going to survive, but couldn't get the distance anymore without that. Yeah, by losing Tomato relatively early on there, TSM still end up getting themselves a decent fight with Kasane showing up and really putting that net worth to good use. So he's going to grab his level 10, 11 minutes in. It's a great look for him.
So we are casting nouns, which means we need to start counting Midases.
Oh, I thought we were going to start counting nouns or something.
Or that. I mean, Midas is a noun.
Okay.
Right? So Moo.
It's a proper noun.
Gus purchased his. How many is appropriate this game, Cinder?
Oh, that's a very loaded question.
There's a Gloves of Haste on Gunner, so that looks like it's going to be 2.
Are you sure he's not going Armlet?
Yes, because it shows Midas in his quick buy there.
Change his mind. Armlet Earth Spirit. What do you think?
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, for new
what's the appropriate amount? Probably no more than 2, so I'm happy it's not more than 2.
Well, Lelis has not quite. I mean, sometimes he gets a 40-minute Midas, so we'll see how the game goes.
I'm not a fan of Midas Skywrath. I'm going to tell you, it's not really good value.
I don't know, once you get that shard, then you get the attack speed from the Midas. Pretty damn powerful if you ask me, Cinerin.
It's a quite odd ancient farming team.
Yeah, but Gunner does the important thing and kicks his teammate away so that he can secure most of the farm.
And he has Blade Mail, which he used to farm it with, and he had the Children. So actually a kind of nice play here from Nouns to identify that they can do it with this hero combination because of Children. Otherwise, Gunner would have lost so much health, he might have almost had to go back. Put it to use there. Slowly but surely, K1 is now catching up to the Luna. Now, in this matchup in general, I would say Luna has a relatively tricky matchup against Naga Siren. Despite having all this spread damage with the glaives, Naga, if having a good game, can just overwhelm you pretty quickly. But given the circumstances, I think Tomato is actually in a pretty good spot here with that 1k lead over the Naga. If both heroes are just left to free farm entirely, I think they probably stay roughly hand in hand in terms of raw farm efficiency.
Ari spotted. Gonna get silenced and rolled on, and there's the Mystic Flare. Delete.
Leaves your body.
Goodbye.
The Gunner gets credit for that one, as his Midas is very shortly will be in his inventory. Bryle, speaking of which, will have his Diffusal on the way now. That's a big power spike for Tango, as he brought up. I mean, the one good thing about, Not to talk about Midas anymore, but we will. The levels you get from it are actually extremely good on a hero like Brewmaster. Like that Primal Split just gets insane once you get to level 3.
And Brewmaster, it's also about what you want on this hero is to not only be your ult, right? Like the problem is when you have that natural downtime, it's really nice to have Midas just for the farm efficiency, right? So not only the experience of getting to the higher levels of ult, but also making
cancel. Doesn't have his actual teleport for another 40 seconds, so that'll be a freebie for Tomato. But
he is more than happy with that, though.
Yeah,
got the rune. This is well worth dying for 6-5 Nation.
Indeed. Sonic forcing move back. He does have his Primal Split. Not going to expend it quite yet. I don't think he's going to chase any further anyway, as Radiance looks to be what's in Moo's sights right now. See the Aghanim is already online for Kasane.
Eyeing up the Bloodstone and the Shard, no surprise.
The one thing that we're going to have to hold your horses on, Sinner, because we might actually have a fight here, is K1 is taking out some Ancients, but there's a smoke from TSM, Rolling Thunder from Brawl. They know that K1's in the area, gets silenced, and the Rolling Thunder should be enough with the right clicks.
Oh, and they stole the stack to Kasane.
Indeed.
Got it with that Bristleback Ags usage, so very nice. Probably going to turn into a mid-tier 1 as well here for TSM. I don't think there's any hope of defending this one, but maybe Gunner's going to try to roll away. Good choice.
Yep, he's gone.
Goner, they call it.
Radiant structures are
Oh boy.
What have we here?
Yamson getting some nice D-ward action here, but Tomato. Vision here. Oh, the dead shot does hit. He's still running the opposite direction. Lucent Beam is there. Another kill. Actually uses Eclipse.
It's about sending a message.
He's just sick and tired of not hitting that R button. Like, got to do it at some point.
Gunner is testing the limits here. He does have a Skywrath on backup, so potentially there is a kill here if they line up their spells, but Tomato wisely pulling off here to the right. Pulls it up and gets it.
But one good thing about having hero like Bristleback is, I know it's only 16 minutes, but it's always on my mind, Torment time. It's the hero that can solo it extremely quickly. You don't need to worry about heroes coming in from across the map and losing efficiency. As Kasane trying to chase Moo's going to get dead shot, but still running the opposite direction, and we'll be fine.
Yeah, and Moo has to be a little bit careful in this game with his mana management, because if you get caught by a Swashbuckle at the wrong time, you might not be able to get the split off. So he kind of has to make sure he stays on around at least 300 mana when he's playing around the map.
There's hairball action from Kasane, so he bought the shard the old-fashioned way. There's the dead shot, canceling the TP, and you can see that Ags being put to good work for Kasane as he destroys Moo, who still does not quite have enough for that Sacred Relic.
Uh-oh. That may have been a mistake.
Sometimes you just gotta let the voice lines speak themselves, you know?
Yep.
That's why I immediately said something. All right, here we go, mid.
Oh boy, the Mystic Flare not really going to connect, but they might still have enough damage. Indeed they do. Down goes Bryle, and Gunner with that haste rune will likely be able to just walk away. Nice pickoff here for Nouns. Some retribution for Moo's death.
Gunner will be almost, he's 1,000 away from the Reaver here. Heart. This is the hero I'm watching right now for Nouns, because I think there's a lot on Gunner's shoulders. As we've already established, Naga's game isn't particularly great right now, so...
Oh, he wants some of this, though. The calling scares them away.
Bristleback is not the target you want right now. You don't really have that good ways of dealing with him. Brewmaster didn't get the full Vessel, he only got the Urn. You don't have the healing reduction against the inevitable Bloodstone.
But I assume he will end up going for Spirit Vessel at some point, right?
After the Radiance? I don't know, actually.
Really?
Because the problem is when you get it that late, even if it might on paper sound good against Bloodstone, the enemy team is going to start having Dispels, right? There's going to be some sort of Lotus coming out, even on himself. So
how important is Silver Edge this game? As you have to hold that thought. Kasane getting gone on, or going on K1, more like it. He just walks away with a casual ensnare.
Little tickle war here, won by Kasane.
Airball, and he's going to use Song, which I believe
he can't TP out though, because Dead Shot could connect on him at any point. He will run away though. Tomato will kill Yams.
Now, Yamsen does die, but is this going to be a turnaround? And it looks like it is as Tomato gets killed on the bottom of the map. Very unfortunate for TSM, but a huge kill for Nouns.
Very good trade for Nouns there. They get the last hit on Lelis, who as a result will almost Force Staff. A great item against both Bristleback and the Huerta. You want to help allies get out of the calling as fast as possible. You want to reposition them away from the Bristleback Ags. You can save people from Eclipse. There's a lot of really good value for Force Staff. I would actually like to see them get more than one, to be honest, on their team, but doesn't look like it's on the menu for Yamsen right now. He's eyeing up a Glimmer Cape. Obviously, also a solid item here, but I do think a second Force Staff might actually just straight up be better.
As Roshan, #1, will go the way of TSM as nobody from Nouns is in sight. Yep. Kasane will get the Aegis.
Interesting. I actually thought they were going to put this one on Bryle. I feel like Bristleback is borderline invincible right now. I don't really know if you need to be concerned with him dying, especially when he completes the Bloodstone. I don't really see much risk for Kasane the following 5 minutes, but
there it is.
I guess they just have the mindset that if they put the Eggs on, or the Aegis on him, he's completely unkillable and he can just siege towers. The way they'll probably put it to use immediately to go and contest this Tormentor. You talked about it.
Torment time.
It's Torment time for Kasane. It's going to take a little bit of time to build it up, obviously, with the Hairball and the Quill Stacks, but we'll get there. Slowly but steadily.
And I think the bigger deal here is that he's stealing it from Nouns, and there he goes. Ari will get a shard, which for a support, maybe not the one you were hoping for. Although, yeah, Tree already has his, I believe, so it would have been between him and the Pango, which the Pango one's quite good.
Yeah, I think they would rather have the Pango. The shard on Huerta is kind of a weird one if you're playing support.
Tomato already has his shard, actually.
Yeah.
Man, this man loves his... I mean, this is one of the few people that buys Glacier on Drow, for God's sake.
He's one of the few people playing Drow to begin with.
That's true. Really hoping for it here today, but that it's going to be the Luna.
Okay, Gunner.
Hold on by Gunner. Gets off the Magnetize with that blade now doing so much damage. Now you kind of wish you had that Aegis onto the Luna. He's dead. Now, see the Bristleback inside the calling, but Brow's going to be chased right now with the Primal Split up, but there's the Overgrowth. Nice Dispel coming out from Moo, instantly getting rid of that, and now Whitemon completely surrounded, and Kasane really low, but again, he has the Aegis, so that's life #1. The roll in with the Mystic Blade, it's enough to take out Ari despite using that ult. Not going to help you too much. And can they kill the big bad Bristleback with that Bloodstone? Completely surrounded now. Pops it. Yeah, that's the wrong direction, my friend. A huge team fight win for Nouns as they clean up nicely.
Yeah, like you said, it's just really dangerous to not have the Aegis on the Luna. She's frontlining and hitting the tower. I thought this was what they were going to do with their Bristleback, but I mean, obviously with this build, you're not very fast at taking towers, so at the end of the day, without
when they were going for Roche, I think Tomato had just died and he was bot lane, so I don't think he could have gotten there anyway.
Right. But then I think this push is just ill-advised in general then, right? You don't have a clear save for your Luna. She's exposing herself by hitting the tower. And you got to keep in mind, you're playing against one of the longest range initiators in all of Dota. The Earth Spirit can just roll at you from any angle. You won't necessarily have vision. You don't have time to react. So they got no value out of their carry whatsoever. They got a very clean engage there with the Brewmaster as well. So just excellent fight from Nouns. Worth about 6,000 gold, that team fight, as TSM were approaching it with a lead. Now things are going to slow down quite a bit, and we saw the thing there as well that the panel was talking about. Well, it's cool that you have this tanky Bristle. What if he just gets Cyclone for 16 seconds, you know?
Yeah.
Mood just took him out of the fight forever while they cleared up the rest of the team.
But it's Torment time again.
Oh, yeah.
Sane, who's getting it this time? We talked about Luna already having hers. Is it just Pango that's left? I think it's guaranteed at this point.
I think Pango, you're right. You got it.
Wow. 100% chance.
Who do you think is getting the next one?
The other team. That would be funny. If you have your shards all done, it goes to the other team. You're punished. The true Tormentor action. That could be the next buff for
You truly are one of the game devs of all time. That is a great idea.
It's a nice little twist, you know. I mean, people are already dying to it anyway. You might as well make it feel even worse.
Is this your idea of rubber band mechanics?
Yeah.
You just grief the winning team. You must be punished for being ahead.
That's right.
All right.
Sonic gonna be going through the twin gate. He's gonna not be spotted, actually. Lelis is there. Level 13 right now. Has his Force Staff with the Philly Stone in tow.
Important development, by the way. K1 is now top net worth in the game.
Oh, that is quite the...
Ever so quietly, he has been farming up a Storm. 315 CS, minute 23 on that Naga. Heart is completed. So Heart Diffusal Manta is starting to look like a really big threat in the fights. Now you're reaching that point of critical mass where Bristleback alone can't really deal with you. And considering these 3 deaths on Tomato have really slowed him down, I actually think K1 is arguably just the strongest hero on the map right now on this Naga, so I'm very curious to see how nouns put this to use. Again, if I had to pick a Naga player to have on my team, this is definitely on the short list in the world. So K1 knows very well what to do with that farm that he has. He's gonna TP top and use it to get more farm. Like I said, excellent Naga player.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Rich get richer.
Yep. As Bryle looks like he's going for the Blink Dagger before the Aghanim Scepter.
Big moment for TP. They want to find a big hero. Doesn't look likely though. Maybe they can find Mu. It's probably their best potential catch here, as Naga is already inside her own base and Earth Spirit is off in the middle of nowhere.
Lelis would tank the gank here. Would be nice for Noun's perspective at least. It looks like that's going to be, at the very least, that's going to happen here. Easy pick off, and you can see Mu just TP away.
That is a great result. Losing
Trade
one
a smoke
there
for your support.
Yep, smoke for support, and you use the Rolling Thunder, so for the next 80 seconds, the playmaking potential Bryle is very limited, and it offers some additional safety around the map for Nouns as you're farming. I think, once again, Naga in this game is not really under that much pressure as long as Pango doesn't have ult, and obviously the Ags on Bryle is going to be a really big difference. Gets there. Currently eyeing up the Dagger. He's actually going to opt for that over the Axe, which to me is a little bit surprising. Maybe their mindset is that they're struggling to initiate fights on their terms and they kind of have to get this extra reach, but effectively you're delaying one of your key Naga counters by a good 3 or 4 minutes this way.
I think they're having a real hard time locking down Mu before that Primal Split comes out.
Yeah, that is true.
And being able to blink, especially with the Shard online now for Bryle, will allow them to try to set something up, the roll up. Very important to get a couple stuns off in quick succession.
I mean, speaking of this, the Shard on Earth Spirit could actually be really good this game. I don't think Gunner's going to buy it, but if they somehow get this from a Tormentor, just being able to grab allies out of this...
Grab ally?
There you go. Yeah, you love that. Being able to pull allies out of the Pango combo. Pretty big deal.
Very even game, which is kind of what we were expecting coming into this. I mean, regardless of how these teams have done thus far at TI, these... We talked about they've played each other a million times, so be surprised if this was a 2-0 either way. Of course, it's only game 1.
I mean, with that logic, you could say the previous series that TSM played today, they'd also played Shopify.
That's right.
The second game was not very close.
Was that Shopify? You sure?
All right.
Just check.
Not sure what you're going for here.
Me neither, actually. Whitemon opting for a Blink Dagger here relatively shortly. And it looks like the Midases are at 2.5. We're going to count Philly Stone as a half Midas.
Okay.
Side of Nouns. Not committing to the third quite yet, but did say 40-minute Midases are a thing with them, so we have 13 minutes to go. That's the limit, I think.
Amazing what you'll find laying around.
Roche. Number 2 will know in about 10 seconds when that will spawn. And that, as usual, is going to be a pretty pivotal one. Feels like the first one's usually just given away in some respects. And the second one is when they start getting contested.
Yeah.
See, Nouns are smoked up. TSM going to the high ground. Tomato's going to break the smoke and move. He sees this. Can't really pursue any further, at least not yet. K1 just ignoring everybody and hitting creeps, as he should be.
Gunner might fancy his chances here if they can get the Brewmaster in from the left, but he is obviously still smoked. We saw Mu break the smoke there. And Gunner is looking for an angle. Luna with the night vision, though.
That's true.
See him easily.
I mean, at what point do you want to fight with Naga? Are we at that point yet?
I think you're absolutely capable right now of fighting with the Naga, but the fact of the matter is you have an amazing split push lineup too. You have Nature's Prophet and Naga, so if the enemy team is congregated in one area, you can just bide your time, push the other lanes, and eventually they have to go back and defend, right?
Yeah.
So Yamsen already pushed in bottom lane all the way to that tier 2 tower. And the mid wave is being cut here by K1. And this is going to be really annoying for TSM's lineup to deal with. We actually haven't really talked about this, but their heroes are not particularly mobile with the exception of Pango. Like running around the map with as Bristleback putting out fires feels terrible.
And Bryle is trying to get the stun lock onto Moo. The Eclipse to follow. Do they have the burst? They do. He does have buyback though. Obviously not able to get that primal split up. That is a very big kill for TSM. The BKB already popped by Tomatoes. K1 going on to the Bristleback, and there's the buyback onto Moo.
Nice connection from Gunner.
Really deep onto Tomato with the calling coming through as well, but Gunner's gonna roll on out for the time being. It's like Nouns want to kind of reset and wait for their Brewmaster to catch up. The TSM now on the run as Bryle might be caught out. Thunderclap is there, and there's the Mystic Flare to finish him off. So Nouns trade essentially a buyback to kill off the mid laner for TSM.
Honestly, really good play call there from Gunner. Even though the Brewmaster is dead, he identifies that Luna used the BKB in that kill.
Oh, Kasane is going to get kicked to the low ground. That is a Bristleback, so you have to be careful. Doing a lot of damage with that Quill Spray, but now he's around it. Has a Spirit Vessel applied, but he pops his Bloodstone. Now opting to go to the other side of the calling as TSM getting pursued by K1. He is not afraid.
Oh, that's not a good force step. He turned around.
Jump in onto the Treant inside the trees. As you can see, the Pango buying back into the game. It looks like the Treant Protector will die to start this fight. As K1 looking to maybe Song, but actually going to turn this around onto Tomato instead. That is a huge kill for Nouns. As K1 with an ensnare onto that Muerta, and that's another easy kill for Nouns as Kasane coming back into the fray. Kind of left all alone, but Bryle has his Rolling Thunder up again, using that Blink Dagger to good effect to keep K1 on the back line, but there's the Song to keep the Bristleback in place. And Bryle might just have to Rolling Thunder away as they leave their Bristleback to die. So Kasane drops a huge team fight win for Nouns, and that means Roche #2 is theirs.
Yeah, it's incredible how important it ends up being that Tomato used his BKB on the Brewmaster kill, right? Like, you can understand from his perspective, there's uncertainty about whether Nouns are counterplaying and baiting the Brew there, but he needed that BKB so badly in the fight that followed. He essentially just got jumped on by Gunner, which was what spread out the fight initially and forced TSM back. And then in the chasing sequence, Tomato couldn't stand his ground. That's the problem against the Naga matchup. You're not strong enough when Naga has this amount of net worth to really stand your ground. So if you can't use BKB and hit other heroes, it's just a losing battle. Oh, a really big one here for Nouns. They get a lot of kills. They get the Roche Aegis Cheese here. Honestly, yeah, I was thinking put the Aegis on Moo because you're not likely to get first on the Naga in the same way if you play the hero well and you're splitting the map correctly. Rather put the Aegis on the Brewmaster so he can frontline confidently, and he could give the cheese away though. I don't think he needs to have both of them.
Why not have both?
Put the cheese on Gunner, or even put it on K1. He still has a slot available that he could carry that in if you want. All coming up Nouns now. I know we've seen quite a lot of games this tournament where late game Bristleback has been a menace as well, but I have my doubts as to how effective the hero is actually going to be here truly late game, just because that Brewmaster and Naga matchup is so good at containing him, right? You just keep netting him, songing, throwing him in the air. Bristle doesn't want to buy BKB, so you kind of just, you just control him all the time, kill the other heroes.
Yep, Torment time for Nouns as Yamsen gets his.
Okay, a little bit of a curse of the old growth. Vision in the trees, doing some damage. It's nice for chasing sequences if there's going to be some of those in around the top area in particular. A lot of trees around the Roshan area, but it's likely to transpire anytime soon, considering they literally just killed Roche. Fights are probably not breaking out up there, but they might break out next to the top tier 2 tower, which I think should be next on the menu here for Nouns. Wouldn't mind seeing them going for every single tower outside the base right now with the advantage they have. I think fights for TSM are going to be exceptionally difficult to take.
Yeah, with 3.5 minutes on the Aegis, I think that is definitely what they're going to be up to. Now, one thing we've seen in the games we've cast, at least, is the issue of going high ground. I think maybe the best hero in the game at going high ground is Brewmaster, especially once you get like that refresher, and it's just, what do you do again?
Especially when you have Ogre in your team as well, as we saw the other day, just bloodlusting the earth element, or whatever you want to call it, Brewling. Very, very great. Obviously, this game not the case, but yeah, Nouns are no strangers to sieging with this hero. And I think I mean, again, once you're constrained in your base as TSM, it's starting to become really difficult. There's going to be Treants pushing, there's going to be Naga Illusions pushing, there's going to be Brewmaster Ultimate pushing. The way you need to organize your heroes to put out fires and effectively try to turn anything into a teamfight is going to be very difficult. Oh, the Tormentor killed here by Kasane. Nice 1,400 gold influx for his team, but state of the game definitely is at least 2 waves are going to be outside your base more or less at all times. Even a smoke up coming out here from nouns. They place a ward behind themselves to try to gather any information about movements from TSM if they go where they just left. In the meantime,
we talked about the high ground potential for nouns. What about the defensive side from TSM?
I mean, they have some decent spam. Swashbuckle is always super annoying to deal with. I'd say the Calling is one of the really strong defensive spells as well. But again, given the itemization that nouns have with the double Force Staff, they did end up going back for it on Nature's Prophet, which I'm a very big fan of them doing. I think they can just reset out if they get jumped on.
Gunnar finds Ari, gets off his Shivas.
Yeah, he's dead.
A roll in there. We'll get the stun off and a Mystic Flare from a complete screen away. Allows his side.
Yep. Level's is close to Ags. Haven't really talked much about his itemization, but he went Force Staff Ghost.
Oh wow, he's actually really close. So
yep.
400 away right now. Only a minute and a half left on the Aegis, and they've only gotten the 1 tier 2 so far.
And actually,
their lead has kind of gone down since they got that Aegis.
The Skywrath Ags is very good together with Earth Spirit as well as Naga, though. Like when you have other cores that have reliable lockdown, you're gonna be able to hit 2 heroes a lot of the time here. Out here from Bryle should be okay.
Good attempt. Yeah, the instant roll up into Rolling Thunder, pretty hard to counteract until, I mean, would you say that it's worth getting an Ags on Naga at some point for that?
Yeah, probably.
Is that like a 7th item Ags or an actual like inventory
I mean, he's actually eyeing up a BKB before it after his Disperser, but
Kasane.
I don't know, I'd rather see the Ags, to be honest, than the BKB.
Quite good. Moo might have to expend his ult here, but gets Force Step to the other side, dodging the dead shot, so won't actually need to use anything here. Still has the Aegis for 30 seconds.
So might as well just expend that instead.
It's still the green panda that gets like auras and stuff, right? Like the gem?
Yeah.
As Moo showing himself.
They're trying to set it up so they can kill him just as Aegis expires, but that's
it's close now.
Tall order.
He has his Octarine core now. I assume Refresher would be next, perhaps,
Currently,
for Mr. Brewmaster.
Quick buying up an AC.
Okay.
I don't mind that. There's a ton of physical damage on the enemy team. It's really good for his Naga to have an AC on the team as well, just for overall just pressure. It's good for sieging. I like it more than the Refresher. I don't think this is a game where it comes down to just having 2 back-to-back brew ults, but rather you just want to be consistent with the one that you have and get major impact. So.
Plus, there'll be a 3rd Rosh at some point, which may or may not have that Refresher shard.
Very true. They did kill the 2nd one bottom, so I think it's not that likely that the 3rd one will be top. The early respawn is in 2:18. So that will be around the end of night time. The early respawn. More than likely the next Rosh will be dead before 45.
Gunnar showing himself in the mid lane. Tier 2 still standing, but not for long as K1 starting to pound on it. Through backdoor protection for now. Sane slowed to a crawl. Try to defend this as Whitemon. He's going to try to help out Bryle. He gets silenced by Gunnar to start things out. With the Manta Styles, Bryle just going to use his roll up and just TP away with that ult usage.
So I think this is why it feels so good for Naga to buy Ags right now, is in this game state, TSM are very clearly communicating their read on the game to the enemy team, essentially. They're shying away from every fight. So having any sort of reliable lockdown that can turn these moments into key kills is how you open high ground. I don't know if they're, like we talked about, just hoping to get a free Axe, perhaps, which would then go to Naga. Maybe that's the idea. Because the 2nd row or the 3rd Rosh will be respawning in 1 minute, so they could set it up to get it bottom. Tomato will have to CP out here.
BKB down. Does Nouns want to take advantage of that right now, or Do they just want to continue to just have control of this map and then kind of suffocate the likes of TSM so they can get with Roche?
Ari.
They're into Ari, but Lotus is off the side.
Oh, nice.
Get rolled on by Gunner. And it looks like that'll spell the end of him in all likelihood. You see the Aghanim Scepter Mystic Flare being used for the kill. Primal Split used as well, but not really catching anybody in the process, so might have to focus on the tower instead.
That was a really nice connection from Gunner there, just anticipating the Force Staff, so he rolled ahead of Ari. Scored what we call a Joel in one right there. So very nice.
Good meme.
Memes have grown on you a little bit. You used to be very anti-meme. You've become a little more fun with time. I guess I rubbed off on you. You became a little more fun and I became a little more cynical. So, you know, great trade-off. I made your life better and you made mine worse. Thank you so much.
That's right. It's a good balance.
Yep.
Kasane sticking to the high ground for now. As we can see, this is actually a pretty long Roche timer.
Seeds of fortune.
So would be surprised if Nouns doesn't just wait for that. Still 2 tier 2s up for TSM. They've been doing a good job of that. They do have the living armor, of course, which makes it a bit of a nuisance to go through. So we have a 5-man smoke from TSM. Find anybody. Butterfly online for Tomato. He is fully loaded.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Show the Manta illusions, and Gunner's going to use that as a means to escape. Still smoked up, but not finding any meaningful connection here for TSM. But at least they've left their side of the map. It's been a while.
They're getting out on the map. The main thing I'm looking at right now for TSM is actually their support progression, right? We've been talking a decent amount of the itemization on the side of Nouns, but TSM are also slowly approaching some items that could make a big difference. Whitemon almost has a Force Staff on his Treant. On the Muerta, we're actually starting Ari's preparing for this to be a long one, eyeing up a 40-minute Maelstrom.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Midas. So yeah, excited there.
Yeah, you were hoping for it, but it seems to be the plan here that this one, they're banking on it going ultra late essentially at this point. And well, Treant with a Force Staff can be very helpful at separating heroes from Naga. Getting that distance.
And Disperser is extremely good value this game. The amount of dispels.
Yeah.
Very cool. See Roche up in less than a minute. So it's going to be a bit of a Roche off situation, as we love to see, as Kasane still has that shield rune at about half amount right now. Shivas is popped, but not finding a connection again. Brian looking for the Rolling Thunder potential as Gunner will be rolling bouldering away. Both teams knowing how important this next Roche is.
How important it is to keep rolling.
That's right. Keep on rolling.
Yep.
This one will be the Aghanim Scepter if it's kept on the day.
Gunner has a really good positioning here, but they actually send the Brewmaster mid. So Mua's travels level 2. So again, they're playing into this whole mindset of our lineup is
Gunner.
really good. Okay.
He's going to have to kick Kasane away.
Oh, he will. And this is how Nouns are going to set up for Roche. They're going to have Mu push mid and use a split probably to force them to come back. And I think TSM, the clock is ticking right now. You kind of have to commit for this Roche now. If you're timid about this, you're going to be forced back. You see Nature's Prophet now connecting mid as well. Because these travels to Nature's Prophet teleport really threatening.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder from Bryle trying to hold off on K1. He's already half HP. Pops his BKB though. Now maybe the focus is on Lelis. A little bit easier of a kill. Pops his Ghost Scepter, but there is the song. Gonna give space for Lelis to get away, but you can see in their base they're actually starting to siege now. Fortifications popped on the side of TSM. Still no primal split used. That's when you have to really worry if you're TSM, but Bryle TPing away already, so that likely means that Nouns will back away, be able to get this Roshan for themselves.
Oh, they want more heroes to come back.
Yeah, they get the tier 3. You can see the primal split already used, and now that racks are exposed.
Why did he instantly cancel it there?
That's true.
Was that a misclick?
I don't know. That might cost him though, as Bryle getting a nice swashbuckle onto Yamsen. Will die inside his own Sprout. Oh, will barely get away. The overgrowth, my goodness, that's a close call. Yeah, that.
Wait, how do you misclick that? What's the hotkey for that? I play a lot of Brewmasters, you can tell. Like, so he split and instantly ended it.
The shard allows you to instantly end it, right?
Yeah. It's just it didn't seem like there was a point to ending it early. All of his Furlings were nice and healthy. Anyway, despite the mistake, they get the outcome they were hoping for. I really like this macro play from Nouns. I think just showing good understanding of the game state here.
Boy.
forcing TSM to split up. That's the one thing their lineup does very, very poorly.
The Aghanim Scepter online there for Earth Spirit. That's a crazy one too. We'll see how that works out for Gunnar as he is ridiculously farmed. Top 3 net worth in the game. How would you rate that, Ags?
Quite high.
Sometimes it can screw you, right? But, I mean, we're assuming the good usage here.
I mean, I still think it would be better to give it to Naga. I will stand by that. I'm not sure if there's some sort of key, because usually I would say it's obviously a multi-purpose one. It can be really strong for catching and for saving. I generally think the save is the more reliable way to use this, and it just doesn't feel like you're going to need to save very much, right? Looked at how this game has progressed in the last 15 minutes, so. But it's definitely, like, in terms of just theoretically how good it is, I think it's very high up for me. But it's also difficult.
Remember that used to be part of his base kit?
What?
The primal split from Moo.
Here he comes.
Now that the Earth Panda is there.
He didn't cancel it.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't cancel it, a lot of damage will be done to this barracks. But I have to say, Tomato being there does clean them up relatively fast.
They definitely have good heroes for killing the Bruce Split, and they have living armor, which pretty big deal here, actually.
That's true.
If the strategy from Nouns is going to just be chipping away at buildings for the next 15 minutes, at some point you're going to have to commit unless you can bring it down with just the Bruce Split.
That's with the 1200 Bruling health talent at 20 as well, by the way. He's about to hit 25 now.
Yeah, and he has... Oh, actually, he doesn't have the AC. That's going to be a pretty big help. Getting that armor aura. Almost complete, I do believe.
Yeah.
Actually complete, I do believe.
I do believe you are correct.
And level 25, so...
K1. Get dead shot, but we'll be able to walk away as illusions. Just a constant nuisance on the map for TSM. As Kasane, he's starting to run out of room in his inventory. He's actually maybe going for a Radiance, I believe. White Monk getting gone on by the Brew. Not able to get his ult off quite yet. Continuing to get silenced. There's a lot of damage being applied to Moo. Is this going to be enough to actually take him out? Getting off to the other side and finally gets off his ult. And that is a lift onto the Brewmaster. As you can see, the kick in. Tomato in a lot of trouble. Surrounded, pops his BKB. Trying to focus now on the Brewlings. None of them will die quite yet. Uses the Eclipse finally. Most of the focus now onto Yamsen, who actually gets away. And now the Song of Siren from K1, holding everybody in place. Looks like the Tramp Protection is going to be the first to fall. As Tomato trying to focus down Moo again, who will somehow live the Sprout, just continuing to be a thorn in the side of TSM, who've already lost 2, including the likes of Bryle. Lots of close sprays being applied to the Naga Sirens. Gunnar getting the double kill for now. Rolling onto Tomato, lots of damage being applied. He's going to get the lockdown on him and likely will fall as well. A triple kill for Gunnar as K1 doing his thing against the Bristle, just keeping him consistently rooted. I mean, this is a very frustrating game for Kasane. He can't do much because he is the last remaining member of TSM. He's going to get kicked as a stone form. Do they even have the damage at this point to deal with him? We'll see. Might just walk back to base the old-fashioned way. The K1, another kick back. Kasane,
I love
the building being taken by Moo in the meantime. Just keep the Bristleback away from his base. They'll be able to take out all their barracks as a result. Another roll in. Most annoying heroes to deal with if you're a Bristle. Can he get back to his base? They're just ignoring him. He's doing absolutely nothing. Moo has a primal split available again, and now we'll focus down the second set of racks. Another lift up onto the Bristleback. Can you even play Dota this game? Kasane feels so bad for him. 2 sets of racks now will be secured for the sides of Nouns. And still, no Luna in sight for 40 seconds. Bristleback is not a hero in this fight, Cinderin.
It was really funny to see, you know, the cogs turning in the brain of K1. He's like fighting the Bristle for 20 seconds. He's like, all right, whatever. He just runs away from a 5v1 to start pushing the base.
Bristleback things.
I mean, just Bristleback things. And again, it's really showing why they valued the Brewmaster in this game. I think Moo has had insane impact on this hero. Just effectively negating Kasane. And yeah, he's bought status resistance, which at least helps, but he's out of the fight for about half of it.
I mean, do you have to bite the bullet and go for the BKB at some point?
I just don't think it really matters, because can you get enough done in those 9 seconds?
Probably not.
I don't think so. So it's just strategically a little bit of a checkmate here for Kasane. I don't think there is a good item build to solve this problem. It kind of has to come from his teammates.
Oh, we have the Rolling Thunder. Can they actually lock down move?
Oh,
There's
they
the
can.
Eclipse, and that's the 25 talent being put to good use. Along with the... Oh, he actually doesn't have Ags yet. Actually, he didn't take the talent. What am I talking about, Synderen?
I don't know.
Just ignore me.
That
was a lot of damage from the Eclipse,
some of the
though.
time. Well, if he had
26K
taken the 25 talent, it would have been the same amount of damage from the Eclipse.
That's true.
Worth
That's
keeping
true.
in mind. As a matter of fact, your call about him dealing a lot of damage was more true because he took other talent that actually does give damage.
That's right. He did damage one way or another, which is technically correct, as he liked to attest to being a fan of. Kamado forced to just defend his base from afar. Can't really leave it. And the bristleback kill was nice, as I think we're going to be able to listen in to a previous fight here.
Invisibility!
Dire are scanning.
All right, that's good. I mean, that's essentially what we said in the commentary as well. They can't kill him, so just ignore him. Just kite him. And that's good to hear that they can have a conversation like that and be so dumbfounded during a match at TI.
They came to the same conclusion that we did with slightly different lingo, but you know, it was the right idea. Leave him alone.
Well, the brew kill was good for TSM, but they're going to do a lot more of that because, I mean, Mu has his buyback still.
Looks like they didn't recognize the fact that Mu had a gem, nor did Mu, because he's not sending his courier for it either. So everybody just forgot this exists.
They were just so excited by killing him. I can't blame him for that. And Muerta, TPing, we'll ignore the gem. More important things to do.
Did he actually TP next to it and not pick?
I don't think it was quite in vision, but yeah.
Okay.
Close enough.
Oh, this is effectively working as a ward for nouns right now. So that's kind of good.
Yeah, true.
Give him that little bit of vision.
TSM have actually ventured off to...
Oh, he saw it now. He's like, he was looking at his map. He was like, why do we have vision here, guys? Oh, right, I have a gem.
Maybe he just assumed they picked it up.
Gunner on the hunt.
Yeah, Gunner wants to find somebody. Muerta popping the ult, getting a nice silence. Onto the Nature's Prop. You can see TSM on the other side of the cliff here, but it's not going to matter for ours. He dies straight up, so that's a 5v4 now. Bristleback. Yep, he's stuck inside a Sprout. We'll just assume for the rest of this fight that he will not be taking any damage and will not be dying as well. Although, Nouns perhaps wanting to actually kill him this time? No. They remember the previous fight. Still a tier 2 in the bot lane. And the gem is still there indeed. Kasane, even a point in talking about this right now. Okay, Yamsen making his presence known. They're actually doing quite a bit of damage this time. Whitemon in the vicinity to Brian with the Rolling Thunder coming in as well. And Bristleback is living again. And now the song being used in more defensive measure than anything is Gunner popping his BKB as well as K1. Brian. Rolling Thunder has now ended, trying to do as much damage to the Brewlings as he can, but they're still going to survive as Tomato trying to TP out. He will be able to get away with a sliver of HP, and guess what? Kasane's still very healthy, but no, they finally break him. Must be a Silver Edge on the side of
Tomato died in base to Bloodthorn.
The position 5 Silver Edge is all they needed.
Yeah.
Now they have the answers. And with that, Nouns with a 30k lead and in prime position to take game number 1 as we're 52 minutes in now.
Yeah, they're going to have to burn both core buybacks to not get megaed here, and they will do that eventually as this bottom wave is coming in about 10 seconds. The Radiant lineup. Pretty quick at pushing. The Brewmaster ulti will be up in 20. As a matter of fact, they're looking for a little bit of an extra here. Mu as well as Lelis pounding the Muerta.
Yeah, that's a buyback onto the Bristle. He dies here. He hasn't really made his way over quite yet as Muerta getting chased now inside the Sprout. Mu trying to find an angle, and he will. Thunderclap and the beatdown. Sprout. No. Does have his Rolling Thunder up now. Trying to go on top of Gunner, but he can just roll away with such a low cooldown on that spell. And that's a big ult down now for TSM. And Mu still has his Rolling Thunder available. They just need their position 5 in the area to right-click Kasane once, and Cats can kill him. And the Shiva's going to be popped. There's a fortification. Likely the last one for TSM as Tomato up in 7 seconds. Gunner is going to... Yeah, just kick into the other side, focus on the buildings. Likely will be able to secure themselves mega creeps now in this game number 1, and they will do just that. As Kasane can only look on. He doesn't even get the kill on the Storm Panda.
All right.
Back to defending they go.
So here's the thing. You've got Megas, but the enemy team is really good at defending Megas. So this game is not over yet. It's obviously extremely nouns favored, and it would take quite the catastrophe for them to lose the game. But the question is, how long is it going to take them to win? Because sieging into this, as we talked about, it's not that easy. You can send Naga Illusions, you can send Bruise Split, you can send whatever you want, but if the Bristle and Luna get to stand their ground and just hit stuff, they can overpower it relatively quickly.
Well, if they give the Aghanim Scepter here to Mr. Moo, then you'll have that Earth Panda all the time.
True.
That's pretty good.
A nice little companion, but, well, when it dies, he doesn't have it all.
That's true. And it will likely die. We have a smoke now from TSM, but they're too late for the Roche, as Gunnar will take the Aegis, Moo with the Cheese, and the Aghanim Scepter as well. Now they have to worry about either a Storm Panda or whatever Panda he chooses to use at all times to be up.
All right, so they chose to give the Ags over to Brew over Naga, so again.
K1 was all alone for a little bit there. Pops his BKB as Gunnar.
Oh, they kick out the Luna.
Really deep. The kick out onto Tomato. Pops the BKB. Mystic Flare doing a little bit of damage to that BKB, but Gunnar and company are going to turn him to stone again. Still at half HP though, as Gunnar trying to get to the other side of these trees. The Sprout onto the Bristleback as Moo gonna try to go on top of the buildings now instead. Now they have the break onto Kasane, but there's the overgrowth from Whitemon keeping him in place. But the Cheese actually healing up the Earth Spirit to a high degree as Moo continuing just to hit buildings while the Song of the Siren keeps TSM in place. Trying to heal it up with the living armor. There's the Mystic Flare again being used. And guess who's still healthy? It's the Bristleback. Gunnar now rolling out to the other side, getting slowed perpetually. That shot's going to connect as well, but looks like he might be able to walk away. As somehow no deaths in this engagement, other than one tier 4 tower.
And we have to say goodbye to one Cheese. But fortunately, Gunnar has second Cheese. Oh. I would have loved to see him stack up a third. I feel like that's a true rare spawn. Dota, I don't think we often see 3 Cheeses on the same hero, but actually did end up using one of them there, so very sad.
Oh,
for all the fermenting fans out there. Considering you can make block of cheese out of the... How many Lotus? Oh, there's a lot of Lotus. Shocker.
Yeah, why bother though?
What if you could combine 3 cheeses into a Giga Cheese?
And what does that do for you?
It's just a very big cheese.
The visual only, I see. Cosmetic. Sounds good to me. What if the cheese is so big it just turns you lactose intolerant? And that's an aura around you.
So that's another comeback mechanic for the losing team.
Yeah, it's a bad thing for you. That's correct.
You have the best ideas.
They're hoarding too much net worth on their side, so it should punish them. Nobody wants to see that. It's 50k lead for Nouns.
Is that the biggest of this event?
Tomato. Is he going to turn into stone again? Gunnar looking for the potential connection here. He's going to get some top his BKB. Rolling Thunder not going to be doing too much as a result. Magnetize is there. Remember, this is undispellable now with that 25 talent. His move continuing onto the tier 4 towers. There's the Mystic Flare. So much damage is died to Tomato trying to stay alive. A nice overgrowth. This is enough to take out the Earth Spirit. Either way, he has the Aegis. Life number 1 down. Moo now focusing all his efforts onto that Luna. Will drop him, but that is just... that's actually the buyback now as the Ancient is fully exposed. They can just right-click that to their heart's content as GG's will likely come out here any moment as Tomato getting extremely low. It's going to be a dieback for him. And they can't hold this any longer for TSM. So Nouns will take game number 1 in this best of 3, Cinderin.
Yep.
And what a display it was. Eventually they will hit that and the game will end, and there we go.
They were waiting for everyone from TSM to type GG before they hit it.
Yeah, of course.
They wanted to drag out every excruciating extra second of this victory. And yeah, they get there. Ending the game with a 61k gold lead.
TSM's turn to ban. TSM's turn to ban. Nouns turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
TSM's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining.
TSM's turn to ban. Nouns turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns turn to pick. TSM's turn to pick.
Ancient apparition.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns turn to ban.
Stare your death in the face.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
TSM's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
TSM's turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
TSM's turn to pick.
Clockwork.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
TSM's turn to pick.
Dazzle.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
TSM's turn to pick.
Beastmaster.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns turn to pick.
Shadow Demon.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns turn to ban.
Phantom Lancer.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
TSM's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining.
TSM's turn to ban.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns, turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns, turn to pick. TSM's turn to pick.
Earth Spirit.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Choose your hero.
That may have been a mistake.
Prepare for battle.
No more
哪里猜了呀？不要睁着眼睛乱说好吗？
This is just pathetic. Oh, what a beauty! Wish I'd learned how to read.
And I think this is probably the hero and the lane to watch is Kasane on this Beastmaster and the AAPL lane. That is very far down my tier list of best safe lane combos. There's no synergy, it's not strong whatsoever, and it's extremely exploitable. So, gotta be careful up there. I think that's the biggest thing for TSM.
Would you say no synergy or little synergy? It is a slow.
Next to no
with
synergy.
cold.
Yeah. It's definitely not the best. And I wonder if Nouns maybe got a little bit too creative here. It's obviously gonna, I mean, if K1 gets there, it's completely fine. I think this is a good PL game, ultimately, when he gets farmed enough. But the concern you can have here is that if the lanes don't go well, you only really have one hero to fall back on, and that's Gunnar. Because Clockwork position 4, sure he can you know, do some stuff around the map, but he's not going to find that many kills himself, and he doesn't have obvious synergies with anything else than the Ice Blast, which might not even be available if the lane goes poorly enough. So all eyes on top lane for me here.
Okay, what are your thoughts? Because we haven't had the chance to officially discuss this on Core Dazzle. We've been seeing it, as we can see a pause, so we can talk about this a bit more. Do you like this hero as a core?
Yes, I do, and I think it's better as a core on average than as a support with all these changes. I think the Aghanim Scepter on this hero is proving to be incredible. And I'll admit, honestly, I just underestimated the hero in general. Not going into this tournament, but in this patch, I didn't think it was going to be as good as it has been. But yeah, I'm a big fan of this hero, and he has... That's one synergy here that I didn't hear if the panel touched upon this, but the Dazzle PL is actually a classic as a lane duo. They're not laning together. Later on in this game, that heal bomb with Ags on Dazzle as well as the PL illusions can be quite powerful.
Yep, and the constant Graves coming. Of course, the Graves will indicate what the real PL is. I don't know if that's an issue.
True.
I mean, I know that you usually will end up graving them anyway, but that is a downside.
Do you remember when Dazzle Ags gave you AoE Grave?
Cinderin, that hero has been remade more times than any hero in the history of Dota. So yes, I do remember that.
Oh, like that was not what I was
expecting.
Short
nightmare. Very brief.
Yeah, that was not a popular. It's almost impossible to use, but it was good with PL, because then you didn't know which one was real.
That's true. As Bryle will be playing the Primal Beast in the mid lane versus Gunnar, who gets the last pick Earth Spirit again. So something that TSM feel comfortable playing against. I mean, Gunnar did have a very good game, game number 1.
This is a worse Earth Spirit game, though, I would say, for a couple of reasons. First of all, I think this mid matchup is not as good as the previous game.
That's first blood for Whitemon. Nicely done from TSM, as they are first on the board.
Yeah. So a couple of things about Earth Spirit. His lane matchup is not as good as last game. It's still fine. He's still going to farm. This hero farms against more or less a couple of really bad ones, but it's not it. But he's playing against 2 defensive supports that can actually counter him quite well. Demonic Cleansing is very good against this hero that the Shadow Demon will ultimately get either by buying it or getting it from the Tormentor. Phoenix with Sunray can, during the egg, Earth Spirit can't stop that from happening as long as the Supernova goes off, and Phoenix has Shard, that hero has major healing, and above all else, arguably, it's 2 supports that Earth Spirit doesn't just kill and run down, right? Like, he has to, if he goes in, he's going to get Demonic Purge, they're going to have saves for each other, and none of the cores are easy kills either. All of them pretty tanky in their own right, so I don't expect Gunnar to have as free of a game as he did last time.
Do you think there's any issue with Noun's lineup being so focused, like the fact that they don't really have a frontliner other than the Earth Spirit? That's your mid laner being your frontliner, whereas before your off laner was Brew, who creates a lot of space in the front line. Now it's a Dazzle who kind of wants to be in the back to be able to get these Graves off.
I mean, they're trying to compensate for that by having a position 4 that can go in this time, right? Last game was a Skywrath Mage, but now they're putting Lilith on that Clockwork going in, so I do think that can work out, but you're right, in terms of like distributing the farm and having some sort of truly beefy hero, that's probably not going to be the Clock. I think his role in this game is setting the fight. His role is going to be dying, it looks like.
Good dead shot. Lelis resigned to his death, trying to do as much damage before he ultimately goes.
Did he pull Timato in there?
Inside the cogs, another right click will be enough, so Moog gets a nice revenge there.
I play a lot of Clockwork. When I use those cogs, they don't get pulled in. That was crazy. That must have been literally on the last pixel that he got pulled in, and otherwise that is not a kill, so very good news for Nouns to get that kill onto Moo there.
I love Earth Spirit. I know people are so sick and tired of seeing this hero, but it's actually so entertaining to watch. Kicking people left, right, and center. All right, how does this matchup go generally, would you say? Because
I think it's
pretty normal mid laners.
Yeah, it's largely a wash. I think Primal might be slightly favored, but
some good blocks there with the PL illusions from K1, but now Ari has come with that dive and they're slowing K1 perpetually. Blood Grenade is there as well, and Ari will get credit for that kill. So a good turnaround. You talked about the lack of synergy. I mean, if he was able to block a little bit better, Cold Feet would have activated.
Yeah, I think, honestly, it's a bit of a trap playing aggressively up here. I think your PLA lane has to just accept that you're not playing for kills, but you should be playing for farm. So try to pull as much as you can, try to get CS, key CS with Lance. And I understand that if you're not putting any sort of pressure, the enemy team is just going to run at you non-stop, right, and just punish you. But trying to dive for kills is not the way to do this, I think. It's just too unlikely to work out. K1, I mean, he was off to a bad game 1 with his Naga. I think this PL, he has way more CS than he did last game around at this time, but also a hero that is extremely dependent on getting his alone time. Phantom Lancer needs to build up.
A couple of Shadow Demons today, and we just saw that combo there potentially.
Oh, yeah,
pull that thought as Yam getting gone on. Ari and Kasane. Like they'll eventually find it because remember from yesterday, this is an ancient apparition. So Kasane will get a freebie. But the Shadow Demon disruption into the calling, very annoying.
Yep.
Like it literally just sets it up to get that auto silence.
Yeah, and considering how long that slow is on the calling as well, it makes it pretty easy for Shadow Demon to at least land 3, if not 4 Shadow Poison stacks. So this lane does have quite a lot of kill potential. I would say it's particularly good at killing tanky offlaners, which Dazzle isn't even. A is trying to find impact somewhere else because it surely isn't happening top.
Now I have a rune there. Gunner not going to be too happy with that. Level 3 Phoenix coming in for the kill.
Jackpot.
In terms of egg killers this game, I mean PL, classic.
Yeah.
Kind of it though.
Yep. And I don't think he'll necessarily have the freedom to hit the egg with the right peel because there's going to be a lot of things to worry about, right?
Yeah.
Primal Beast is going to be on top of you. You need to not get roared. The calling is a pretty major attack speed slow. Oh. Yeah, I genuinely think Nouns, with the strategy that they picked for themselves this game compared to the first one, this feels like a game where K1 has to get 5 slotted or 6 slotted to really get there. Because the rest of their lineup, it's effectively a turtle game almost, right?
He's
it's
buying a
kind of
Midas.
4 protect 1.
Midas is the first item of that 5, I believe, right?
I mean, I don't mind it because I think the right read on this game is, all right, guys, me jungle for, 30 minutes.
Jungle. Yamson trying to go through the gate, but he's going to get caught off guard. Brow's there with the Pulverize. Another death for Yamson. They get a nice D-ward action of their own. Actually, they're just going to get to half HP. Nope, they're actually denying. I guess it's because it's obvious that it's there.
Yeah.
Moo. Give me first item. Is that the normal build? You go right away for the Ags?
It is from mid Dazzle. I would say on offlane Dazzle it varies a little bit, but I don't mind it here. I think Moo's mindset should be, how can I have the biggest impact at 20 minutes? Because that's where the game is going to be decided for Nouns largely. They need to buy time for their PL, and if he goes Midas and plays it slow, I think they just get run over. So he kind of has to have a high impact item, and that's the biggest purchase you can make on this hero for that timing in the game. So it also enables certain things to happen in the game, right? It makes it easier for Clockwork to go for kills because he gets a new killing partner suddenly. AA wants to have that extra damage to find Ice Blast kills, so I just think it's just pretty straightforward to choice here.
Dire's top tower
Stacks here for TSM as we have a 2-man smoke from Nouns on their way bottom. Tomato obviously the prized possession if they can get him. They get slowed to start out as Gunner going for the rolling. Boulder is going to get a nice damage rock onto Whitemon and Tomato, but you can see Bryle has made his way over as well. Pop that illusion rune going for the Pulverize, and Lelis finally gets the cancellation thanks to that battery assault, but he's going to die inside his own cogs. But Bryle, this will be a very big kill for Nouns, and they'll take that trade any day if they can actually finish him off. Pops the uproar for the extra armor, but he does eventually drop to Gunner and that Magnetize.
They are
Tomato
very low.
Blood grenade popped by Whitemon. Tomato apparently still wants to fight. And that's because he's an ancient apparition, which usually means a free kill, but a beautiful kick from Gunner leads to 2 more deaths from TSM.
Ronaldo has arrived.
3 for nothing. That's a soccer reference, I do believe.
Wow, impressive.
Thank you, Cinderin. That was an alley-oop.
That is not a soccer.
Okay.
That is another sport that shall not be named.
Okay. Why is Beastmaster falling off? I know there were some nerfs. Has that really been enough? Because he was the hero a patch ago. So you can see a little deny here.
Yeah, it's something I've been wondering myself. I don't know if it's because certain meta safe laners just have better lane matchups against Beastmaster than back when he was popular. He got changed a bit, but I thought this hero was really good and was going to be a much bigger pick at this tournament than it has been so far. Maybe we're going to come full circle because now, the things that Beastmaster doesn't like dealing with has been figured out, and now we're, you know, banning those out, and he could maybe make a comeback, but
Radiant's bottom tower.
it's a good question. I love this hero in terms of like just overall power game. I feel a lot of the times it feels very impactful.
10-minute power rune will be top for the shield rune. As Bryle wants to go in deep. He sees a juicy ancient apparition. Another death for Yamsen.
Yamsen is playing AA.
Yes.
So it will die.
Now?
Not specifically because it's Yamsen, but because he's playing AA.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with the player. It's the hero. Is meant to die. I'm waiting for the talent that has like a death ice blast. I think that's needed for him.
What about respawning faster? Those were great. Let's bring those back. Everybody loved those.
If you bring it back for supports, maybe not so bad. Mid Lina, though, was not fun. Tier 1 tower will go the way of TSM. K1 still not quite finished with that Midas.
Yeah. Go for the tread, so obviously it will take a little bit longer, but...
See his farm in comparison to the Muerta, a decent amount behind right now. Bryle, ooh. Smoke pops, he knows that K1's in the area. Gets the pulverize onto the correct one. Sunray actually gets canceled by Ahri. Looks like K1 is just done. No way to get out.
K done.
K done indeed.
Yep. Oh, they're trying to make the most of it down bottom, nouns are, by pushing the tier 1 tower in return. They have the siege creep wave, but being pulled off here by the Shadow Demon almost kills off the siege creep, but actually the creeps reset position. He's scared of getting dove, so he backed off, and that will probably lead to this tower falling in the end if Mu tanks it up a little bit longer, but he's careful too. All right, not careful.
That is a Shadow Demon. He's actually level 7 right now. Takes an Ice Blast and will drop. Yamsen finally on the board here. An assist.
Now we enter that stage of the game that's going to be, for me, the most interesting, probably the most interesting stage of this game is going to be the next 10 minutes. Mu almost has the Ags. PL is absolutely in the jungle, and he will be there for the foreseeable future.
I mean, his farm is pretty bad right now.
Who plays the tempo better? You have this incredible Ags on Dazzle very early. This is so powerful, but the other team has 5 heroes. So what's better is going to be the question here.
Well, if it ends up being an even state of affairs, then I think that Ags might be a little overpowered, if you put it that way. But yeah,
K1 is basically going the greediest possible build, right? Midas into Ags. So he is... That is one farming item into the next farming item. Sure, you can show up to fights with this Aghanims, but essentially you still want to just use it for farming as much as possible. And it feeds into this idea that PL is playing the 6-slot game here, and that was the plan from the beginning. This doesn't seem like a fallback plan for K1 where he was like, oh man, my lane went really poorly. You picked AAPL, you know what you signed up for. You are not winning this, so...
Not sure if they think it would have gone better than it did, but I mean, he's only technically 500 behind.
I feel like this is almost par for the course, honestly. I know you're really far behind Beastmaster, right? You're 2k behind, but I think theoretically this lane is just flat out unwinnable. It's, all things considered, not that bad. Like, we're painting this picture of a terrible PL early game, right? But they're still even on gold, 2 teams, so they can buy him the time they need because Dazzle's game is this good.
Yep,
and will now go Midas.
Yeah.
So.
I'm surprised they didn't go for earlier, but yeah, makes sense. I mean, the fact that you can actually make the cooldown lower, I have to buy it on a core Dazzle. I feel like this and Ogre, it just feels wrong not to. Even if it griefs the game as an Ogre in some cases, you just got to do it. It feels too good.
Yeah, well, in this tournament, Ogre has been primarily played mid, so I guess he's been more of a core than a support. I want to say LGD played it support one game on Y, but yeah, it's not been a popular
Yeah, that is one of the Gunner heroes. I think he lost that game.
No, well, I think he has both won and lost, if I'm not mistaken. But it was one of the games against Tundra that, you know, nouns were kind of the silent assassins of this tournament, where everyone was like, okay, nouns made it out of groups. Maybe some people didn't expect them to do that well, and then they go into the bracket, and then they beat Tundra, and then all eyes were on them suddenly, like, okay, these guys are the real deal. And one of those games that they won, they played the mid Ogre, so deservedly so. I feel like nouns are getting a lot of attention and a lot of praise from fans, because not only are they winning matchups that on paper are not favorable, but they pick cool stuff.
Well, oh, he actually hook shots away, but Gunner wants to go in. He's going to take a primal roar for his efforts. A blast is coming in. He's going to clip 2. Disruption there for the time being, and you can see Primal Beast has made his way over. Nice grave onto Gunnar. Can he stay alive for a longer period of time, though? They find the Shadow Demon to start, but there's the trample and the onslaught from Bryle to take their prized possession. And they're going to go for the Dazzle as well. So 2 core kills for TSM, and all they lose is the 5 Shadow Demon.
All right. They won the 5v4, so Dazzle Ags may yet be fine. We're worried about it.
Yep, very worried for another redesign of Dazzle. That was a betting man, Cinder. This time next year, might be an entire different hero again. Maybe Shallow Grave will be passive then.
I miss Weave. I do.
That was a boring one, though. I can understand.
I understand it's a polarizing ability. I always thought it was really cool, but I'm also a boring and weird person.
That is true.
I like Venomancer, so that says a lot about me.
Stop talking right now. Thank you for joining us.
Your least favorite hero in Dota is Lion.
That's right. That's more personal than anything, though.
Very interesting. Fortunately for you, it hasn't been played this tournament. So
thank God. Lella's only 1,500 away from his Aghanim Scepter, which is kind of a crazy... We'll talk about that when he actually picks it up. The old overclock.
Yep.
I mean, looking at the net worth, this game is pretty even, all things considered.
It is.
I think Nouns are... If they knew that, they'd be pretty happy with the current state.
Yeah, and this is one of those situations that are... It's kind of interesting because, you know, historically, you sometimes look at games, you're like, okay, this hero is pretty good against PL, this hero is pretty good against PL. I feel like PL, unless he's like double or triple countered, he ultimately reaches a point of, you know, just becoming too much of a nuisance. Even if, let's say Muerta, you're like, yeah, she's pretty good against him. He uses Pierce's Veil, he can't hit her. You can just kite forever, you know? And then you just outlast all the problems you have, and then eventually it's too much. So I do think if this becomes a 6-slotted PL, I fear for TSM's ability to solve this hero. Because despite, you know, you look at Phoenix, you're like, yeah, the egg is good and Muerta's good. Just run away, you know?
Yeah.
Just run and then turn and win. So Primal Beast is a little bit of a wild card in that with the Ags. I think that can maybe push it over the edge.
Yeah, his Ags, I mean, Mjolnir eventually on Muerta. You have Drums of Slom eventually for Beastmaster.
Drums of Slom, true. That is also another one. So maybe, yeah, you're right. I didn't account for the drums.
A Shiva's carrier. I mean, theoretically, Phoenix would want to go for, I don't know if he's going to be able to afford it, but I don't think there's really a Radiance holder on TSM unless they really force it. I mean, theoretically, Phoenix does like to go for it in some cases, but this is support.
The Drums of Slum are a really good point, actually. I think that's kind of the thing that could push it over the edge where TSM have enough solutions. But Kasane did deviate from it. He planned it, and now he's quick buying up a pipe instead. So maybe TSM with a little bit of a let's play it even faster mindset. Let's look to push S5. A lot of teams have failed to do that successfully in this tournament. Going high ground has been very difficult for most. And Nouns do have a lineup that will ultimately be quite hard to push into. You've got Shadow Wave from really far away that does a lot of damage. You can get kicked into base. Clockwork is always going to be a problem for displacement. And while you do have a save in the Shadow Demon, you don't have a repositioning save like, say, Nether Swap or a full-on hard save that, like Oracle, to just get people out of trouble. So it does feel like this game is likely to get decided on Nouns' high ground at some point, one way or the other. The question is when TSM want that to be. Obviously not 18 minutes, and that is definitely not going to be the case, but this is likely just going to be a farming Aegis, right? Like, how do you use this one on where to just set up?
Still 3 tier 2s available for the taking. TSM, they're trying to look for a pick-off first, though.
Scanning.
Down an observer, but gaining any vision on a enemy hero quite yet. So we are about a minute 20 seconds away from Torment time.
Well, Dazzle can solo that, worth keeping in mind.
True. Oh, Bryle. The onslaught to the other side of the trees. They're going to find Moo. Can he get off his ult? Yes, he does, right on the wall. Do they have enough damage? Indeed. Oh. That was a Veil of Discord, I believe.
I'm surprised he didn't get off the grave there, but yeah, the Veil just barely got them across.
Very nice pick off. I mean, that's the thing about these fights. I feel like you kind of have to kill Dazzle first no matter what, right?
Yeah, that seems to be a great recipe to enter the fight. So you don't have exactly the best catch if he's in a good position. Like Primal can technically go dagger and jump, but do you have the follow-through burst? You know, something like a Sky Raft, you know, so just pile on him and just blast him during the Primal ult, but Maybe it's not necessary. Like, maybe it's going to be more of a maneuverability thing where you try to just flank and set up the fight under the right terms, and then sure, maybe Dazzle gets the Grave off, but if he's out of the fight because he hasn't playing offensively, that might be good enough. Side of TSM. They really want to steal this Tormentor. I think this is the perfect play on the map. It's obviously, you're already over here because you took the tower, but you also know you're playing against Dazzle, so this is effectively a 3k net worth play.
Yeah.
You get 1400 and they don't.
Nouns have an idea that this is happening. Heavy Aghanim Scepter now online for the Clockwork. Kasane is going to get initiated on the A. Blast is coming. He's Spirit Vessel as well. He does get off the roar. Looks like he can find enough distance to get away for now. Hook shot again.
Oh, that's
on
a good Hawk.
Destroy that Hawk. Destroy him now. Delicious meat for everyone. Looks like Gunner's on a really far away from the rest of his team. Trying to get on Kasane, but he just dies.
He died to poisons, right?
And somehow Kasane, the one initiated upon, lives through the day.
That's a value pipe there, I have to say. He does not live without that. But yeah, the Hawk, more so than anything, really saved his life. It blocked the hookshot line, and Lelis obviously ends up self-stunning from the overclocking, so he can't really pursue any further. While they didn't get the Tormentor, at the very least they found a core kill and they keep control of the area. It looks like they're not going to give it up under any circumstance. They're staying around.
Yeah, they love Torment time. Understandable.
Ryle throwing a bit of a tantrum here.
Well, they got the Wisdom Rune. That's what he was really wanting to get.
And I guess now they have to dip because they're too low.
They'll have to concede the Torment to Nouns, because it is theirs after all.
Yeah.
Now enough vision from those rocket flares to be able to secure this one for themselves.
Comes the full squadron of flying donkeys,
Will they
rams,
get the
and
jetpack? Yes.
What's that? What's this dog called again?
What dog?
The courier, the Clockwork hat. It's from a video game, right?
Go ahead.
How can I not remember this? It's called Courier. That's right.
Okay, yeah,
there we go. Yes.
Gunner 2,000 gold into his eventual heart right now. TSM sporting just a 1k lead. I mean, what kind of lead would you want if you're a TSM fan? I mean, is there a certain threshold, like we should be up by this amount at this point, or is it not that simple?
I think it's hard to say how much you should be up by, but I don't think 1k is really necessarily enough. PL is, once again, he has 0 assists. I don't know if K1 has over 1,000 hero damage yet. Probably not. But he's slowly but steadily getting to a point where he can start entering fights. And with that in mind, if you've kind of like drawn, as we talked about, more or less 4v5, how are the fights going to look when this guy actually turns up, right? So I don't feel overly confident that this first 20 minutes for TSM has been successful enough. But I also think at this patch it's very difficult to necessarily pull that off, and that's why perhaps that's part of the reason teams are shying away from a hero like Beastmaster, that they feel like they cannot accomplish enough of what this hero is known for, which is taking over the map and dominating in the first half hour. Maybe players have just got too good at playing the map. Hard to say. Obviously, a bit of a factor in this, there's 2 Midases side of Nouns, right? One of them is Dazzle, so he will use it way more than other heroes, so a lot of quote-unquote fake gold. These 2 Midases are worth almost nothing in terms of teamfight prowess, so arguably in power level you're behind by 6k, but that's only if you know, are forced to fight. As long as you can keep using them passively, be A-okay. And yeah, win expectancy in the game is effectively just a flat-out 50.
Yeah, it's definitely a close one. See if they end up going for some of the itemization we were talking about against the PL. But right now, I mean, PL is not that big of an issue until he gets to a certain point.
I think man to heart will be a problem. Till then, you probably have him decently under control. K1 is a very seasoned player on this hero, so he understands when it's a game where he doesn't join at all. Like, he's... You know, I think a lot of players will be tempted to join fights once they have their defusal, right? It's like, okay, now I have my fighting item. It's not going anywhere. It's still farming. His quick buy currently is Manta into Lincolns into Hearts. I guess looking for some protection against the Primal Roar and the Pulverize. I want to say he's probably still going to pick up the Heart first, though.
You're telling me he has patience.
Oh, yeah.
He has 2 Midases on his team. He has to have patience.
Yeah.
You have to. There we go. He's actually going for Lincolns after the Manta.
Only someone would have told you that 20 seconds ago.
Yeah, it looks like Lincolns is going to be the choice here, Sinrin.
I think he's buying the Heart first, but
Tier
somebody
2
told
tower. Looks like it's TSM's for the taking.
Yep.
Nouns just
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
waiting for the inevitable push into the high ground, which
I don't think it's coming
maybe,
here, though.
Yeah, they might just take that tier 2, then hope that Roche has spawned, but we can see it's a very, very late Roche spawn timer, which benefits Nouns, I would think.
Is under attack.
I don't know what Moo makes of this fight here. I mean, what were your options? Could have got Octarine. Guess you just want to, position yourself as well as possible, so just staying further away with this. Spamming his Midas and Fountain. Nice.
He's got to use those spells. Get that cooldown on Midas, that's all he cares about. Next tier 2 tower, and in fact, the final tier 2 tower for Nouns will be uncontested as well.
Dire's top tower.
Sane going to be greeted by the Ice Blast. He has
under attack.
Yeah, about 150 gold away from finishing his Ag, so Drums of Slom.
Yeah.
Which we've seen that work against PL. I know it's been nerfed since then. Still relatively good skill against the hero in general. That was with like Bloodstone, and that was kind of an older school build, I think.
Yeah, and I guess you're probably unlikely to buy Bloodstone because you're against AA. Right.
Well, it's completely out of mana. Yamson existing, which I don't think Bryle's too happy about. He's gonna have to wait.
Playing AA.
He is.
He is actually probably set a record for this tournament, playing AA for 10 consecutive minutes without dying.
He only has 3 deaths. That's
Yeah.
impressive,
There you go.
considering how aggressive the TSM lineup is.
Solid.
Credit.
Yeah, he's got a half Midas, so he's chilling,
Oh, he's back to the half Midas again. Okay.
Yeah.
So 2 and that seems to be the average amount for Nouns.
Yep.
Somewhere between 2.5 and 4 Midases.
So somewhere between 2.5 and 4 means the average is 2.5 is what you're saying.
Depends on the weight distribution.
We can't all attend our classes.
No.
I got you covered. You want to have one guess of what the...
3.25?
You didn't miss that one.
Huh?
You didn't miss that one.
Smart.
That is
pretend to be
very
for you.
much up for debate.
I mean, it's the only way to make you look good. Me being a complete moron. Heart now online.
I have been pretending for 7
my
years.
whole life. Life is easier this way.
Your eulogy is it was just a prank, bro. I was actually smart all this time.
Runner very, very tanky now. More for the SNK. Bryle about to finish his heart as well. So about 800 away from the recipe itself, as we can see Roche is about to spawn. Kasane pretty happy about that, banging on his drums. It'll be nighttime for the foreseeable future, so Roche will likely just be taken out by TSM. And I think this is the Roche, the Aegis they have to use well, or else I think they might be in some trouble.
It's easier said than done, though. I think it's kind of hard for their lineup to go high ground because the only hero that can truly siege is Muerta. And if there's one thing this hero absolutely hates, it's displacement, right? When you get thrown out of position...
Oh, that's a nice blast.
I mean, they're just going to pipe through it and kill it, right? But they know there's no contention. The problem is, if you get hookshot or if you get kicked into base by Earth Spirit, you're probably losing your first life off that alone, right? Or at the very least, you're forced to use your ult, and that might be enough to just break up the fight and delay. And while that is happening, you're facing Peel Lance spam, you're facing Shadow Wave spam, and you're facing them both at the same time, which is even worse, because the Shadow Wave is going to bounce on the Peel illusions as well as the enemy heroes. So as soon as he lances and it bounces twice, which the Ags does, you just have this like extremely annoying wall to get through. You are going to go for it. This is the moment of truth for TSM. I feel like if they get forced back here, or even worse, take a very bad fight.
Yeah, you can. Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
so much spam between the poison touch Shadow Waves and these rocket players constantly coming out.
Always wanted to be a giant spacecraft.
That's not right.
Like, yeah, we don't really have to do much to get you off our front door steps.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, they brought back K1. I actually thought he was just going to stay mid for a bit and that they would be spamming them out with just the rockets and the dazzle, but nouns feel like Peel is needed, and I think it was the right call. Back,
Perhaps waiting for this heart on Bryle, still not quite finished with it.
Dire are scanning.
TSM are scanning and hoping to find someone, but they could not be further away from the enemy team at this point, basically. while still playing aggressively on the map. And arguably they have to go bottom at some point too, because this wave coming in is going to start being relatively sizable. If any of Nouns' cores shows up there, that will force a rotation. I think TSM will have to give up positioning a little bit here. Tomato already TPing mid. This rocket spam. Overclocking is great on clock when you don't have to fight, and you can just use it for farming. It feels nice. You know,
right.
Sure, the stun drawbacks, kind of whatever. You know, you just keep spamming rockets on the waves, farming up your PL ever so quietly.
Have we seen more than one roar this game? Well, his spell icons sure are small.
He has roared the Earth Spirit
He has
bottom.
6 on there. Goodness.
And
It's like he's playing on mobile or something.
I think he might have roared twice.
Twice? Okay, sure. Still not that many times for 30 minutes in the game. This goes to show how Nouns has kind of been playing keep away to some degree from TSM. Waiting for their critical mass point, which PL... Let's see, he has the heart done in 400 gold or 600 gold.
What do you think he's going to go after hard? Do you think Lincoln?
Lincoln's. I think so, yep.
Probably a good choice here.
Problem?
Many.
But Lincoln's ain't one of them.
But you ain't one. There you go.
Bryle and company looking for an opening and get to this high ground. It's 2 minutes left on the Aegis. They do need to try to do something with this. Finally, PL within a few feet of another enemy hero. Not sure if you've seen that the entire game, other than the first death in the laning stage. A lot of creep kills since then.
I really hope the crowd is going to go wild for K1's first assist. That's what I want, guys. If there's one thing...
0, 2, and 0, but 425 creep kills. That's a lot.
If I can ask this one thing of the crowd, be the loudest you've been all event for K1's first assist here. That would be really funny to me. Just hold your breath. It's not going to happen just yet, okay? We're waiting a bit.
Waiting for his Lincolns, I think.
Yeah, we might be. Also queued up the Shard, as well as a Disperser.
Oh, Torment time.
Oh, yeah.
They're big fans of stealing enemy Tormentator. Cross between
Tormentor and Commentator.
It's
you.
Right. Tormenting our audience. Bryle will get his rocks ready to throw.
Yep. Another spell against PL. It all adds up.
It's getting there.
I need to see him first. It's hard to throw rocks at things you can't see.
Oh, you can throw them, but not going to connect.
Sure.
It looks like Tomato's Aegis will not be used for really too much. I mean, we have all the outer towers, but we had those already. See the lead technically on Nouns side, but still, this feels like a 50-50 game. The later it goes, maybe not so much.
It's hard to say. I mean, I've built up this PL. We haven't really talked too much about the other cores, but obviously Earth Spirit is really big now at this point as well. Kaisanj coming up. You've got the Dazzle almost with Octarine. Mu is quietly farming up a Storm as well, but obviously TSM, they have 3 of the top 4 net worths in the game on their cores. But there is a significant distance between the Clockwork and the supports of the Radiant. That could turn into a bit of a deciding factor here, that Lelis will just keep farming more than the enemy supports on the map with that overclocking. Just spamming out waves, keeping his net worth growing. He's 3,500 net worth ahead of the Phoenix, which is a lot at this point. That has bought him a halberd. Not a very common item to see nowadays, but obviously nice against Muerta.
Absolutely.
And he's going Lotus next.
Yeah, those rocket flares have to be one of the most annoying things to deal with. I mean, to the point where I mean, I guess I do, but most people probably couldn't even name what the Ags does for the other skills. It feels like Rocket Flare is the main reason that you buy that item.
It is. I mean, to be fair, it does quite a lot of things.
I mean, I want to see the day when the cogs giving attack speed becomes an actual thing. You go like some crazy right-click build on Clockwork. Sounds like fun.
Do you mean just the base spell?
Yeah. No, it's part of the Ags. Like the reason you buy the Ag.
Oh, you mean, okay, you know it already does it, but you want people to itemize it specifically.
Correct.
Yeah, I think if the drawback wasn't a 4-second self-stun, that might be a thing, but it is hard because
minor details.
You pop it, you go in, and then you stun yourself for a long time when you're really starting to get some kills.
Hey, Lincoln's is done. It looks like 6 items are finished on K1.
All right.
Is he ready to fight? As the crowd goes wild,
Relax, no
anticipation
assist.
for the first assist of the game for K1.
Take it easy.
He might need to wait for the shard, though.
We're not there yet.
And then Disperser after that, and then maybe need to, you know, consume the Ags and then buy another item. So there might still be some time to wait.
He has room to grow.
12-6 at 35 minutes in the game.
Fun fact, it was also 12-6 at 25 minutes into the game.
That is
And
true.
at 20 minutes into the game. The last kill was minute 21, I think.
Wow.
Am I wrong? No. The last kill was... Whitemon killed Gunner. Minute 20.
K1 has killed a tower. That doesn't count as an assist, technically speaking, but we'll give it to him. He has bought the shard now.
Here comes Kasane, so K1's out of there.
Okay, now.
Shard coming up.
Got a shard on Kasane as well, by the way, so...
Yep.
Got a zoo.
Extra Hawk. Shadow Demon. I think Whitemon should be farming more, or stacking more, to be honest. I think if you're playing this kind of stalemate game, the supports have to follow through and really get there too. And it just looks like nouns are getting more value out of that. Keep in mind, you're getting out-farmed by Shadow Demon, or by AA as Shadow Demon, right? Like, AA has nothing to farm with except Philosopher's Stone. So, if Shadow Demon was actually focusing on stacking camps or farming wherever his cores aren't, I think Whitemon could be looking at 2k more net worth.
All the roll in. Will we have a kill in this game?
Here it comes.
Oh,
okay,
Gunner really wants to find Kasane. He will kick him back into the Lotus Fountain, and K1 is doing damage to something that's not a creep. But he's going to try to get out of dodge now. He's not interested in fighting. He still wants more items to work with. Gets the Spirit Lance out. As Tomato ready to do some damage here. No kill yet, ladies and gentlemen. Might have to wait a bit. Nouns resetting now. They forgot how to actually fight. Done onto Mr. Earth Spirit. The Primal Roar to follow. A Blast is coming, doing a nice amount of damage with the trample, but he's going to get graved. And Gunner still being surrounded by Brown. Not sure they can actually get away from this. And Tomato pops the ult, dealing so much damage to K1. Still doesn't have a kill or an assist, and now he has to run away in shame. Invisible right now. Nice hook shot with 2 in the cogs from Lelis. Beautifully done as the cheeses pop. Bryle is very healthy. We'll take a disarm there from that halberd. That's going to be 3 deaths for Nouns. They kill off everyone other than K1, and somehow the Ancient Apparition lives just to taunt us. K1, he's not finished farming yet. Still needs a few more minutes, Cinderella.
That was a great fight from TSM, I have to say. They did a really good job weaving in and out, playing around the perimeter of the fight. Got a lot of value out of the drums of Slom and the pipe on Beastmaster. Kasane tanked so much in that fight, and they just keep him alive. They have the supports protecting. Tomato gets quite a bit of freedom.
K1 pretending that he actually wants to chase here. We all know that's not going to be the case. Eventually, he will run away.
Sunray.
And there we go. Forcing out 1 spell, and that's enough. Back to the creeps.
Radiant's middle tower.
Structural damage.
Yep, a little bit.
Nice. It adds up. But that was honestly kind of important for TSM to experience this fight and recognize that, okay, finally, if they do give us the fight, we can win it, right? They win it cleanly. They're gonna, as the reward, probably going to get the Roshan here unless Nouns can get over there. And it kind of is playing out the way we were predicting, right? Like, PL is going to force spells and then keep kiting forever, but if he can't ultimately pierce through heroes after that, it's all for naught. Like, the Supernova went out, Beastmaster used everything, and while PL didn't die, his teammates weren't able to distance themselves. They actually kept going in, try to set up the PL, but he wasn't strong enough to commit. So Lelis kind of killed himself going in, Gunner died, and ultimately they ran down Mu as well, as you pointed out. So maybe...
Disperser finished on K1.
Yeah.
Now all he can do is consume the Ags and maybe upgrade the treads.
Do you reach, like, what is the last item here? Is it Butterfly? Is it Swift Blink? Like, so you could just...
I mean, you don't really need boots on this hero, right?
Not necessarily, true. So
especially with Disperser as well.
Yeah, so maybe what K1... What he identified in the last fight when he was halfway through it was, I can't kill a core. I need to kill supports first.
I think they want to contest this. AA Blast is coming. A bunch of illusions now from K1. Going to get gone on by Bryle, who has that Aghanim Scepter, so the Uproar, something you do have to worry about if you're Nouns. Pipe going to dissipate here relatively shortly as Roche is at half HP. K1 pretending to go in. He's going to get roared. Lincoln's broken. There's the roar. He's dead. 80 seconds of no PL. Not much difference in this game because he's not going to be hitting creeps at least. That's the big difference, but hasn't really been a PL this game, it feels like. As now Roche is available for TSM, and this is a big one. This is Refresher Shard. You could wait 15 seconds to get the Ags, but they're not going to take the chance.
There's just no way around it. That's just a blunder. Like, he's going in. His teammates are nowhere near to save him. There was no hook shot for a save. There's no Force Staff. There's no Grave. Mu has Dagger and Force Staff, and he still couldn't grave him. So K1 was way far ahead there. We're going to see the replay here, so... like...
That was really quick between the Lincolns breaking and the Pulverize, like super fast. I was just ready to play Dota! All right, back to hitting creeps. 30 seconds. As Bryle, now not scared at all. Going for this high ground push as Mu try to spam everything out. Fortifications pop. Muerta still with that Aegis because she literally just picked it up. Hasn't died since then, in case you're wondering. This is going to be a set of racks, I do believe. 13 seconds left on K1. Another fortification, so they do want to defend this melee racks. As there's the overclock activation. See if Rockrook wants to go in here. Mr. Lelis. They will be able to defend the melee rack, so that's pretty big for Nouns. And now PL is back.
Maybe the thing that Nouns needs, we've been focusing so much on the PL, maybe the key thing here is unlocking Gunnar, who seems to be struggling with initiating fights, because the turnaround potential, we talked about how this isn't the best Earth Spirit game compared to the previous one. He seems to have a hard time going in, because if he goes in, he's going to get roared and just blasted, right? But when the BKB comes out, he's going to be able to ignore a ton of damage. He's going to take way less from the Primal. He's going to take way less from the Beastmaster, and the Shadow Demon and Phoenix in particular are going to be doing way less to him. So maybe for Nouns, that is what you're hoping for to get him in. But essentially, you need long fights, right? You need them to drag out so that PL can keep poking, and you need to find supports, because you're not killing the cores. They're too tanky. Beastmaster has this huge tanking build. Primal speaks for itself, right? And Muerta, half of the fights, Tomato has Aegis. So, not really going to be an easy target either for them. So
TSM? It feels like their whole lineup for Nouns is just like poking in and out. They don't really have this guy that's just going to go in and kill everyone.
Lelis overclocked.
Yes,
you got stunned.
He is self-stunned. Going to hook shot to safety. Gets onto the other wall. Will be fine. K1. I really do wonder how much damage he has done this game.
I mean, he's starting to lance spam quite a lot, so it's going to add up.
See? 14
more than Gunnar by now.
That is, I mean, I guess that's not that surprising considering Gunnar, he can't really fight without a steal at this point.
He can't really go. He's going to complete his BKB now for the upcoming fight. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him queuing up a Lincoln's next, because you need that freedom of movement in these fights as Earth Spirit. You need to be able to run in, pop your BKB, and not get roared. So you can get off all your spells at least once. Be back to base here. Let's see if TSM fancy going here. 2 minutes on their Aegis is plenty to try to get something done.
Rock throw actually will hit. Got to get rid of that Lincoln's first, though. What is their best Lincoln's breaker this game?
Probably Demonic Purge.
And the Brow jumps in. A-Blast will clip him barely as there's the roar, this time expended for Gunnar. You can see Mu on the outskirts ready to grave at any point. Before he gets to the half HP, be able to use the BKB and roll away. Another grave to come just to make sure. Pretty tense moment here as TSM distracted by the fact that Tormentor is available. They really love this Tormentor.
Like
still, even at this stage, going high ground is quite difficult.
They don't actually have Phoenix Shard.
Torment time.
They should really try to get this game.
They might. 50-50. There we go.
All right.
That is a very good one.
How was that a 50-50? The only shard they didn't have.
Yep, 50-50. Between him and the enemy.
Is that another comeback mechanic? There's 50% chance you get nothing.
Yeah, that's
breaking
right.
the Torment. Okay. That makes sense.
40 seconds on the Aegis. Tomato.
He is progressing. I mean, they're getting some damage in.
Yep, it's going to happen eventually, you would think. Of course, this endless
Oh my god, this is
my god, so much damage. All right, well, Bryle
was
trying to put a stop to this, but he goes in with his BKB and nobody's with him. Now hightailing away, and I think TSM are just going to back away knowing that this Aegis is going to expire in 20 seconds. They don't want to be caught in a weird spot. They still have the refresher shard, by the way, and it is on the Phoenix.
All right, Aegis is out. Play the map probably until next rush for TSM. I just think high grounding is genuinely impossible for them without an Aegis. It's just so difficult. So essentially what you're hoping to do at this point is keep control of the map, smoke out at some points, and if you find and kill PL, that is where you force high ground and get a buyback. Because K1 is out, the defense is not possible. His spam is way too important for holding them off. And if they were to find him now, he wouldn't have buyback, so they would actually just end the game. Like they're in the right area to happen.
Back to the spam. K1. Looks like Bloodthorn will be the choice.
Okay.
So either going to consume the Ags or just ditch the treads.
Probably ditch the treads first, you would imagine, right? It's too expensive to go the other way around. Approaching his 25 talent. Do we have any of those? We do have the Muerta one. Magic resist. One of the less
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
creative ones.
But very good. Ryle's going to be found out. Well, on to the other side. We're going to have a fight here. Whitemon's going to get some action with Gunnar as he puts himself in a very precarious spot. And Tomato's going to pop his ult and then trying to delete Gunnar, but the Grave comes out just at the last moment. See if another Grave will come from Moo, if he even needs it on Gunnar, but they're going to lose the Shadow Demon from the TSM side first.
K1 got in his
K1, great job for K1 as Bryle trying to get away with that BKB. The pipe is still activated, so mitigating a lot of damage. Going to pop the cheese as well, so will live through the day. The first egg comes through, healing up Tomato. Kasane gets off the roar onto the newly minted 1 assist on the Phantom. Okay, Mr. Phantom Lancer, K1, trying to poke K1 from afar. See the Rocket players from the south as Gunnar gonna sheep mid-rolling boulder. Very weird fight, very segregated overall as K1 now focusing his efforts onto Ahri. Looks like that's gonna be the kill. As Gunnar now continuing the pressure as Kasane gets to the high ground. He's gonna have buyback here potentially coming out as a big A blast comes in. Will hit Kasane, and somehow Nouns kill 4 heroes. I thought they forgot how to do that halfway through this game, but they've remembered. But they do lose a set of racks in the top.
Damn, look at that damage from Dazzle. He actually did more damage than the PL in that fight. 12.5k coming out of Moo.
Yeah, those shadow waves on the PL have been insane.
Yeah. And I think the critical difference in this fight, there's a couple of things that happened. First of all, Gunnar went on, he was the first target, right? So he's going to go in here and start off the fight, and he has the BKB, and he's tanking quite a lot of spells here and a lot of damage, right? From Tomato, forces out his ult, he gets graved, and he gets to reset. This is what Nouns want in the fight, is for Gunnar to be able to do this with confidence so that they can just make the fight chaotic, make it long, and then PL ultimately will start building up. The hookshot from Lilith is crucial here, killing off Shadow Demon. You need to kill the support first, right? At the very least one of them. And then the fight can open up suddenly. That's what happened. So.
And that was with 2 eggs being used, so now the refresher shard is gone. Although, looks like Ahri is... Well, he's going to finish his Boots of Bearing first, but then refresher will be next on the list if he's able to get to that point. And K1, who now has 2 kills and 2 assists, actually, will be consuming his egg shortly. Very lackluster cheering.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be consuming the Ags for an eventual Swift Blink. And then Moonshard is next, of course. And then I think he's done at that point. Maybe a pocket Boots of Travel.
True.
Ready to go here as Bryle's going to get some Lotus Flowers to consume.
That
one
was
is top net worth in the game.
That team fight was about a 12,000 net worth swing.
Yeah, that was huge.
That is absolutely huge for Nouns. Obviously not out of the woods yet. This is still an extremely close game, so this kind of team fight win, while nice, isn't going to cut it for them, but it will open up for a bit more aggression, it seems. The confidence here to push in through bottom.
Oh, we're gonna have a fight up top. Pulverize is there. AA Blast coming in.
Big
It's not really gonna connect because Gunner is already dead.
No grave for him there. Dazzle is covering EL bottom.
Yeah, they're gonna force a fortification. Gonna have to come back to their base here pretty shortly. Doppelganger away potentially is Kasane. Gonna get some Axes action with those Drums of Slam going to work as well as Bryle. Nice onslaught. Can they find the correct Phantom Lancer? There's the Sheep to try to keep him at bay. Another Doppelganger onto the high ground. But no, K1's actually stuck in the low ground. He gets unlucky, but you can see the Primal Beast actually going for the wrong target. And now, finally, the Primal Roar.
They found him.
Sunray is there. K1, he is dead. No buyback on this Phantom Lancer. 100 seconds he has to wait.
That play from Nouns is
high risk.
It's super high risk. You're splitting your team in half 50 minutes into the game. You're sending PL to push bottom and covering him with Dazzle, which means you're leaving your Earth Spirit vulnerable top. And ultimately what happens is Earth Spirit dies, TSM have a power play, and they're just gonna collapse on bottom as soon as they can. Very well played by Kasana there to just be patient, isolate the right PL, get that roar with the Sunray, and find that kill. I think Grave was not available for Mu there. He maybe wasn't in range. And then it is a big one. They don't know he doesn't have buyback, but, you know, they're absolutely going to try to force it out if he does have it. So the play is the same regardless.
2 seconds. Roche is back, so they have something to fall back to if they choose to go down that road. But like you said, 5v4, whether they know it or not. Oh, Kamado actually goes to the high ground, trying to take out the Dazzle, but he's able to find enough distance to get away. But the Primal Roar onto Gunner. There's the Grave from afar, nicely done from Mu. A Blast is coming in. Kamado stuck inside the cog, but I think it's Lelis that's actually stuck inside there instead, as he is completely surrounded. Will likely be the first casualty, but the Grave comes in at the last moment again from Mu. No one is dying from Nouns because of this freaking Dazzle. And just like that, TSM have to pull away. 13 seconds from K1. And now I don't even know if they get Roche for free anymore.
That is a really good hold. No casualties. They didn't lose any barracks in this 5v4. 50 minutes in, this is usually the recipe for losing at least one lane, but they hold out. And yeah, their heroes are just stupidly tanky, right? Gunner has a heart. Lelis has a heart on the clock.
Okay, okay.
They're sending these tanky heroes in front and just keeping them alive with the Dazzle and buying time.
Oh, overclock. Get out of his way.
Yeah, trying to
get
find
some vision. Brow trying to cut them off at the source. Throwing rocks in his frustration will actually hit Gunner.
Coming in.
Now the overclock is ending. Maybe this is the path for TSM to potentially take this Roche, but still will be difficult.
Mu is taking care of top wave in the meantime, so TSM do see at least one hero on the map right now, and they know the PL illusions are here too. But yeah, Dazzle with the Travels level 2 will always be able to connect. Also with the Arcane Blink picked up on Mu, a classic super late game Dazzle item is in this patch.
Oh yeah, that one's dirty. That is such a dirty item for this hero.
So
now that it heals and gives mana each time you blink.
You're kind of Tinker in a way.
A poor man's Tinker, a less disgusting Tinker, some would say.
That's up for debate.
Yeah, true. So one. Keeping this wave pushed perpetually. Briar will take it out with Trample as well, so these creeps are not passing this location as Roshoff number X of this TI continues.
K1 is just cutting the wave. He has no cares.
All right, Roche attempt from TSM.
They can keep rocket spamming it though. They should get the information, but actually 10-second cooldown after he just
Blast is coming though.
Yeah, okay.
Roche will take all that damage.
Hard to get in here.
Man, such a pivotal moment in this game. It could be the end of TSM's run if they lose this, potentially.
Dire are scanning.
Back into the pit they go. And there, the Muerta ult comes to push in, and look at the damage. They're going to get some vision thanks to the rockets, but Roche has died, and TSM will claim the rewards that come with it. Gunner and company, do they actually want to continue to fight this? They have all the vision in the world, as Ryle's going to onslaught to the other side, pops the uproar as well.
No ulti on Muerta is a big deal here. You've got to be careful if you're TSM. You committed that to get that Roche kill. So now it's time to kite.
Continually being harassed by these illusions that seemingly never end. They're rolling onto Ari. Can they take out the Phoenix before an egg can be consumed? But no, the disruption comes out. A Blast is coming. An early grave on the Gunner just to make sure that he's okay. As Tamada doing a lot of damage from the high ground. It looks like Gunner's going to die inside the pit. The AA dies as well. And Nouns will likely have to try to fall back. Only having 3 members available. 2 buybacks are there, though, for nouns if they really want to use them. Another overclock use as Tomato. Not able to get the stun off there, so the TP is successful.
What a nice sequence from TSM. They get the Roche, they get these 2 kills. They bide their time because it's a moment of vulnerability when Huerta doesn't have ult. Sure, you have the Aegis, but it's still kind of scary. You're cornered in the bottom right corner of the map. You know the enemy has vision of you, but they're just buying the time they need. And they find that, you know, Gunnar goes in on the Phoenix. I think he was maybe expecting a little bit more backup from K1 on that. Obviously, the disruption came out, but maybe they could have killed the egg together, as a matter of fact, there, if they would have popped everything on it, but...
K1 trying to solo defend this for now. Tomato and Kasane making, I would say, short work of the illusions. That wasn't really that easy. And now pounding on the tower. Can nouns hold this? Again, they do have their buybacks intact, but don't want to use them if they don't have to. Tier 3 towers dead. Sunray expended from TSM side.
This is
These illusions
so
never
obnoxious.
end.
I really feel for TSM here with push.
Oh, big pulverize coming in with a nice clockwork.
Oh, they got Kasane with it!
Kasane's deep inside the base, and he's dead. No Beastmaster. Good buyback as well. I'm sure most of the buybacks in this game are intact overall. Now, absolutely no mana whatsoever on Bryle, and he gets destroyed. So not only do nouns get 2 kills, they don't have to buy back to be able to hold that.
Yeah, seems
now
like
Ari on the run.
It's like, it's so frustrating, right? You really feel for TSM when they're pushing this high ground.
Silence there from Gunnar. Tomato with the calling.
It's kind of forcing some errors, right? Miscommunication there about what the plan really was. You have Beastmaster and Primal diving a little bit into the base while everyone else is disengaging away from the PL and Dazzle spam. And ultimately...
Oh my goodness.
Of course.
We have a Divine Rapier on Tomato.
Well, we don't. We have it on his Courier.
His Courier has Divine Rapier. That is a powerful Courier.
Here it comes. What's he going to swap out? It's going to be the BKB and the Pike for now. Has to be quick on his inventory management.
Yes.
That's some really important items in his backpack.
Are they going to give up this set of racks is the question. Again, TSM have both their buybacks, but they might just hold off on using them.
I think those 2 buybacks are worth more than 2 lanes. This late into the game,
yeah,
having 2 cores without buyback is extremely dangerous.
Tomato's Rapier will not be a surprise factor at all. Now K1 focusing on bottom. And it looks like you're right. They will be giving up 2 sets of racks. And we'll see what they can do with this Divine Rapier. Of course, still a minute and a half on that Aegis as K1 looking to pick a fight right now. Might just need to focus on the barracks and be happy with that. The rocket players come out. That is the overclock from the clockwork, as looks like they'll be able to defend this melee Rex in the end. Oh my God, the items coming out. Wind Waker, what is
big pickup here?
These items are ridiculous.
This is actually a really key item here because if you can save from Roar unless the demonic purge is on top as well, right? So you kind of need to stack your spells.
Yeah.
It gives him a way of disengaging from the fight himself now. When he hooks in, if he sees a bad moment, he can just reposition out. On top of his, obviously he already has the jetpack, but that kind of depends on you not being stunned. Whereas the Wind Waker, as long as you get it off, you can't get stunned during it. The utility through the roof here for nouns. And AA is close to a refresher.
Oh.
Amazon wanted this. That is a very big late game item.
It's not Torment time anymore, it's just gold.
No, it's a very short Torment time.
The fact that Gunnar's not 25 yet, that's quite surprising.
The fact that we're 58 minutes in and you haven't talked about it.
I don't want to get everyone's hopes up, you know? Every time we do that, the game ends within 10 seconds.
That's not true. We had TF5s yesterday.
Yeah, 1 fight and then the game was over.
I mean, that's generally how they work, right?
Sometimes.
A lot.
I think, especially with a Rapier in the game, that's probably how it will go. Whoever wins the next fight should be victorious.
It really, it so much comes down to these buybacks, right? Because the buyback status is everything in a game like this. It means if one team has all buybacks and the other one doesn't, and a huge fight breaks out and it turns into like a 10v7, you know, that's generally where games are ended. So I think all heroes at this point should really look after their buyback. And the problem right now that TSM are facing is after buying the Rapier, Tomato doesn't have it for another 1700.
I mean, if he loses the Rapier, I think the game should be over, sure.
That's fair, I suppose.
Then again, Downs don't really have the greatest
It's pretty good on
carrier.
It's pretty good on Dazzle with the Axe Shadow Wave.
Oh, that's true.
It fires an auto.
Oh, I forgot about that.
It's actually quite a lot of damage.
Damn.
Radiant are scanning.
I'd love to see that. Yeah, PL with the Divine. Doesn't fight of the illusions at all. All right, dead even game. 59 minutes and 20 seconds. Now we will start discussing tier 5 items.
Okay.
What's a good one? What's a good tier 5 item this game?
Book of Shadows is insane against Beastmaster. It really messes with that hero.
Yeah.
So that's definitely one that Nouns would want one of, if not even two. Judging from how these fights have gone so far, I think Arcanist's armor is also going to be very interesting.
Now, I feel like nobody goes for that
But
one.
you only want one, right?
Right.
But I just... These fights are just a mess. Like, there's so much damage flying around everywhere all the time, so I would at least say TSM should consider investing into one. Just think about how much damage is being spread around, right? It's ridiculous. Rockets, spam from PL, spam from Dazzle, Earth Spirit Magnetized, that will be undispellable soon because he's almost 25. I can't believe Gunnar isn't 25, actually.
I said this already, but
yeah,
thank you.
that is still kind of crazy.
Thanks for joining
It
us.
is equally crazy to when you pointed it out. It's actually crazier now because we're later in the game than when you said it.
Yeah, it's been a minute. You're right. It's been one full minute. All right, okay, Arcanist's armor.
There you go, Kasane.
Not ignoring
nice.
it for once. Very
good.
cool. Ex Machina on Muerta.
Standard. Getting
so
the
can
cooldown.
refresh the Divine Rapier. Very important.
Oh, nice.
K1 has the Giant's Ring.
Oh, that's a big.
That's a juicy
That
toy.
is a big clock in bottom lane.
Very nice.
That is.
So 2 Giant's Rings.
Oh, baby, that is. He looks. I have never seen clock with this item, actually. Looks menacing.
He's not quite 25 yet, but I wonder what he's going to go for. Is the battery assault interval, perhaps? Or debuff immunity inside cogs?
I think the battery. Battery. It's probably the one. What else we got? Mirror Shield on the
Pirate
Dazzle.
Hat on Phoenix, the right-click machine that he is. Of course, the bounty runes are kind of a big deal, especially if you think this game's going another 40 minutes, which could happen, of course.
And it's always the wildcard item, Seer Stone on Yamsen, which has the potential impact of just winning the game off of the active.
Yep, increases the range of his Ice Blast as well, I believe. Right, Cinderin?
Amazing.
Yep.
But yeah, the 800 AoE vision has the potential to win. So it is... Potential is there. On the other side, we've got Ex Machina, like you mentioned. There's also Seer Stone and Shadow Demon. Force Boots the choice of Bryle. So not a single Book of Shadows was chosen. It's a bit surprising. I feel like both teams really benefit from this item. There's no way they weren't offered it for any of their 5 heroes, right?
Maybe it's too high skill an item for TI.
Yeah.
To be fair, it is a really difficult one to use. But I agree. We talked about this yesterday. I think it's the most, in theory, the most powerful tier 5 item.
It just... The potential is just incredible, right? And I think in this game it's actually relatively simple to use compared to a lot of other games because, you know, you're either going to pop it on a Roar target if you're the Dire, or on the Radiant you're going to pop it on the target PL is laying into, right? You have time to react, you know what you want to do with it. It's relatively telegraphed, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe the wrong heroes were offered it, but I would have definitely liked to see at least one.
Radiant
Roche up in 8 seconds. They're actually scanning, so they have a good idea that Lelis is just chilling in the pit. Gunnar can be found as well. We'll dodge the rocks. Roche number 5. And this age is pretty important for the likes of TSM, especially with that Divine Rapier, which we haven't gotten to see too much of yet.
I think TSM's hexes are equally important. They really need to find this Dazzle and just blast him. He has Lincoln's and Mirror Shield though, so good luck. But
well, Pulverize to start. AA Blast is coming in from Yamsen. It's going to connect on the Primal Beast, pop the BKB. Gunnar pops his own and jumps right in, gets a refresher off, but shortly after is Roar, but a nice grave from afar as Moo keeping him healthy, trying to get Op to the other side, but he's going to continue to get stunned.
Braved again.
Braved again, number 2, trying to roll out, but Kasane's body is just too thick to get through, and Gunnar has died. We'll buy back and instantly try to TP here. Now big fight to Lelis inside the calling right now. The onslaught coming in from the Primal Beast is K1, continuing to do a lot of damage with these illusions. Doesn't want to get too far in his Tomato, still available with that Divine Rapier. Now trying to focus all his efforts on the Gunnar. Gets his BKB again popped because he probably popped Ex Machina, which is a great movie, by the way. Is Moo going to be able to get the grave off on himself. Moo get to the other side, and that's going to be the death of Gunnar. Die back for him, and just like that, it's a 5 versus 4 for TSM. We'll see if Nouns try to retreat in the process here as they've lost their mid laner. Ryle gonna spot Yamsen. Somehow lives on Ancient Apparition. Just a miracle. See the Wind Waker onto Lelis. Trying to find an avenue to be able to get out. Looks like he will not be pursued any further despite being extremely thick as mid lane has to be defended now. But knowing that that's a dieback, you have 90 seconds where you know for a fact it is 5 versus 4. The fact that Gunnar died twice, and if I'm not mistaken, nobody else died in that fight.
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
Yep.
NA math and all, you can never trust that, but...
And now Nouns, because of this pressure mid that they put with K1, look to be grabbing themselves an Aegis here, 4v5 late game.
Okay, very normal.
I mean, the guy you wanted on is dead though. So, I guess it goes to Lelis? Moo?
Yeah, who takes
Lelis.
All right.
All right. Okay, this will be the only time this TI Lelis gets to hold that unless he wins the tournament.
I can't remember the last time I've seen a Roche be conceded when it's 5v4 late game situation. That is so weird.
That is
very weird.
Truly a rarity, but this game has had plenty of those.
Indeed.
Clockwork Aegis. I wonder how many times that has happened at a TI. Probably less than 5.
Divine Rapier still there, and still no buyback, by the way.
Waterlink is such a problem for TSM. They have to keep rotating heroes back to deal with this K1 pressure. Lincoln's popped.
Okay.
Right, that's a full pulverize.
Force boots there. See TP's coming in from Kasane. He gets off the roar. Pulverize just lasts forever at this point. Trample doing a decent amount of damage, but now K1 can turn his efforts onto the rest of TSM because they can't tell who's real at this point. Like he's gonna get to the other side.
Dispersed and ran left, they saw it though.
Onto the Well of Eternity. Definitely not the real name, but we're gonna coin it that now as the Lincoln has popped again. K1 onto the high ground he's trying to get. Of course, he can just walk through the terrain freely thanks to that tier 5 item brought to you by Valve Software. As K1 gets sheeped, still pretty fast, but there's another pulverize, and now Tomato with the Divine Rapier rips him a new one. 90 seconds of no PL, but buyback remains. And during this entire process, by the way, I don't know if you noticed, Gunnar did spawn.
Yeah, and he also tipped K1.
Oh, very important, yeah.
Jumped the gun a little bit on that. He was like, good job, K1, and then he instantly died. So, you know, maybe not. Maybe wait until he's actually out. He really thought that was a clean escape. And honestly, it did look like it was going to be. Late game Dota is wild. Even being away 2,500 range is not enough against a Primal with Dagger, Hex, and a sick full duration Pulverize.
Ahri has Aegis. He has Refresher Orb finally. We talked about that 20 minutes ago. Finally is a real item in his inventory. Very powerful on that hero. Ryle was poking bottom racks.
Is this going to be the time that TSM get a barracks?
I don't know. Hookshot in from Lelis. There's the buyback onto K1. They have the Grave right now to Clockwork. Remember, he does have that Aegis intact. He's going to use the Refresher for himself. Trying to go for a second roar as Tomato is going to have Refresher for himself as well. He's being pursued onto the high ground, into the enemy triangle. There's the first egg, I do believe, as Tomato trying to save Kasane, but just dies to the illusions. Tomato has kind of sustained his ground. Has to be really careful. This is the Divine Rapier we're talking about. The disruption to keep him alive a little longer, but beautiful cog. Tomato's dead. Divine Rapier on the deck. Who will pick it up? Whitemon gonna survive a little bit longer. Ahri finally pops for Refresher. There's the second egg, now being completely destroyed, and he is donezo. No buyback available. Divine Rapier now on the side of Nouns, and it is Dazzle, like you said, so Shadow Wave will apply his auto attack. And now he just needs a Daedalus, for God's sake.
I love this. Moo also has one in his quick buy. Let's go for the double dip here.
Beautiful.
I think the crit's probably better, but you know, it's more fun, and Moo likes fun, so.
I mean, they don't know that there's no buyback on Muerta.
They're about to find out, because they're running straight down mid to try to force these buybacks. No buyback on Muerta, none on Phoenix.
Yeah, there's the first buyback this time onto Bryle. There's the fortification, likely to last the game for TSM if they can't defend this. Still 50 seconds without 4, maybe even 5 heroes here. That is NA math at its best. K1 continuing with the illusion. There's already one tier 4 tower down. I don't think there's going to be anything to stop him as Bryle trying to make one last defense, because if they lose here, they're out of TI. There's a Lotus Overply. His Gunner's going to jump in with the BKB. Lelis getting a beautiful cogs onto Kasane. Cannot get off a roar as the Ancient is fully exposed. K1 looking to finish the job. He's started farm game, Cinderin, but now he finishes it in style as Nouns knock out their NA brethren and TSM from TI.
What a game. Oh my god, that was great. I mean, everything. It's one of those games where you're just like, imagine the mental toll on TSM from the last 40 minutes.
Imagine the mental toll on us, for God's sake. What are you talking about, TSM?
Yeah, that's true.
Jesus.
That's true.
Yeah, loud cheer there.